So if you're focused on something, then you can take things into your own control. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not easy. Expect pain, expect anxiety, expect everything to go wrong, and just be cool. Breathe easy, and then just see it out. It's never going to happen the way you want it to happen, ever. And if it does, do not trust it. It's the devil. don't believe I should have to be nice to get somebody to give me something. If my product is good, no matter how I act, you will pay for it.
One, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock. 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, rock. 9, 10, 11 o'clock. Okay, let me stop playing. What up, what up, what up? People, it's your boy. As you can see, I changed my name, right? I went to the name that I am affectionately known by. This is the name where all my people know me by, family and friends call me since I was a kid. And the reason why that is because it's time for me to get back to being me. I've been trying to do things a certain way, trying to, how can I say it? Like, I ain't being phony, right? But I'm trying to think about business. I'm trying to think about marketing, different things like that. And I've been looking at what other people was doing, and I was trying to incorporate some of that into what I was doing as well. But yeah, it's time for me to go back to being beings. I'm getting a few things together before I cam up. I got some good, man. Listen, tonight I want to talk about it for real. I got some topics tonight. I want to talk about it. I need to go grab me some water real quick. And other than that, yeah, I think I got everything set up right here. So I'm going to go grab me some water real quick. And then I'll be right back to get the show started. And in the meanwhile, because I love you all so much. Oh, did I just use the L word? Oh, I just used the L word. Don't judge me for using the L word, y'all. Anyway, I'm gonna let y'all rock out to this beat that I made. Hopefully, I get to do a song to it. While I go give me some water so I can make sure I'm straight, because I don't want to be parched or whatever during the broadcast. And I'll be right back. All right.
Bye.
Now we ready. Had to grab my water. Needed that. All right. So tonight. Oh, we got a few topics to talk about tonight. Uh, one thing that I wanted to. This ain't a topic. Um, I just wanted to get this off my chest. I think that people uh people are full of shit, bro. Like people expect stuff from you that they ain't willing to give themselves, right? So I remember when I first started doing this podcast, and I had asked this one person to come on the show, and she sent me a message. She had looked at the first episode, and the first episode was just me sitting in my car. Um, my homie was supposed to do it with me, but then he flaked on me for whatever reason. We was on the phone talking for a minute, and then I just talked about a couple of things. And so uh, this person saw that, and then she inboxed me on Facebook and was like, "Oh, is that the podcast?" I'm like, "Well, yeah." She's like, "Well, I'll be on once you get it together." Like, what is there to get together? Like, I was on that by myself. So I was just sitting in my car. Like, if my homie would have been there with me, like he was supposed to be, it would have just been us two. We'd have been chopping it up. You know what I'm saying? But this same person now just sent me a message today asking me would I go and like and subscribe to her channel and watch and share her video that she just dropped on YouTube. And I didn't respond. I'm trying to figure out, should I say, yeah, I'll go do all of that once you get it together, like she said to me, or do I just not say nothing, or do I say what I really want to say, which is, are you insane? Like, when you could have came on and been, you know what I'm saying, the difference maker in the podcast when I asked you to, you chose not to. You see what I'm saying? But now you want me to support your endeavor, your effort. That's not how that's gonna work. So right now I ain't saying nothing, but I just want to say to people, man, the reason why a lot of people get left behind is because y'all don't want to support nobody when they first starting out. Y'all don't want to be there on the grind. Y'all don't want to take the ride. Y'all just want to benefit from it. You see what I'm saying? And that ain't no way to be. That ain't no way to be. A lot of people miss out on their blessings because they choose not to rock with people while they on their way up. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. I don't know what's going on today, but I feel like I feel kind of dehydrated. I don't know why, man. Like I really need this water right now. But I think is Ani here?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Oh, Ani in the
Oh,
building. Bam, bam, bam,
hi.
bam, 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 bam. I gotta get the horn sound. I got a couple of new joints though that I can't wait to use. Right. So
Okay.
uh oh, you know what? And you gotta put a picture on your thing.
Oh, yeah. You
You
know
know what I'm
what? Just give
saying?
me a second. I'm coming up, but just give me a second. My dogs at the last minute decide they want to act a fool, so I'm dealing with them, but I didn't want to leave you hanging. So just give me
Oh,
a
you got
second and I'll,
dogs? I
yeah.
think you did
And
mention
they're,
that you had dogs before. You got little bitty
Yeah,
dogs or big dogs?
big dogs. Well, yeah, big dogs.
Do they eat little dogs? Because I got a little dog I would like to feed to a big dog. His
Well,
dog be getting on my nerves.
one of them, she's steady trying to eat the rabbits. Well, she ate a few rabbits, so we gotta like keep her
They
real.
definitely do eat rabbits.
Yeah,
They
she
definitely
and our
do eat
chickens.
rabbits.
She ate our rabbits and she ate our chickens. So we gotta
Okay.
really keep her on a tight leash. So I'm trying to get her situated.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's just
so listen, I got, like I said, I got a few joints, a few little things that I wanted to add to the program. So what we can do now is nothing is going according to plan, which is okay. I see some of the best podcasts have, things where they have to you know what I'm saying? I'm blanking on the word. And I know the word, but I'm blanking on it. But the word that means not do things as usual, right? So, uh,
tentative.
what was it?
I was thinking of tentative, but I don't think that's the word you're looking for.
Nah, it's like when it's like they say when
Impromptu.
there you go.
Impromptu.
Yeah, there you go. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so
Yeah.
uh so I got this little horn sound that I put together, right? For when people
Hmm.
are arguing too much or over talking, you know what I'm saying? Any of that,
Hmm.
then I hit them with this.
We're probably gonna
So
need that.
that's gonna be my way. Keyhole is in the building. That's gonna
What
be
up,
my
family? What up,
way.
people?
Again, what's
Hey,
up,
good
man?
night.
That's gonna be my way.
Right,
Next time
right.
Keyhole and MH is arguing about whether or not Jesus was white or black, I'm gonna be like,
What
yeah,
I
we
said,
in it together, huh?
you got a video playing? I missed the video.
It's this. I got a little sound. I got a little sound effect in the video that I'm gonna play for when people be arguing too much. I'm gonna hit them with this.
Look,
Hey,
Oh, okay.
you saw it?
yeah, I got you.
Now look, this was so crazy about that too, because when you play that, it automatically mutes everybody.
Oh, but you had to tap it though. For me, I had to tap on it to hear the sound.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
That's not good. I'm gonna have to see. Maybe I'm gonna have to. Maybe I'm gonna have to just pull it in. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do because right now I got it set in there just as a video clip, so I could play it whenever I want
Mm.
to. But I might have to put it in. But I got
Hmm.
another little treat that I'm bringing to the show that I'm calling Good Vibes. Right.
What,
So
another
what we want
female?
to, huh?
Another female?
No, 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 no. It's a segment. It's a segment that I'm bringing to the show. Hey, I need. Guess what? We are this
What?
close to
Really?
getting Hanifa on the show.
Okay, okay.
We are
You know another good
this
one? I
close.
think Joy might be a good one too. You are you familiar with Joy?
Nah, I don't think I've been seeing nothing
J-
from nobody named Joy.
oh, Joy Hanson, I think her name is. I think she might be a good one too. But yeah, Hannaford is really definitely really a good one.
And you know what I love about Hanifa? She got jokes. That's what
She
I.
do.
That's
She
why I really
do.
like her. She got jokes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
she would be able to bring out more of the humor. Cause I mean I'm
Right.
really that guy too, but it's just that when we get to talking about these subjects, I be so passionate that sometimes I think I forget to be my funny self. But that's
Mm-hmm.
why I'm going back to being Beans. I got to be Beans, man. You
Oh,
know, that
okay.
that merge guy, that's a good guy. He's a cool guy. But I gotta go back to being me. Full disclosure, I went on ahead and checked my supervisor today.
Oh, you did?
Oh, I'm talking about went off for like about
Why?
7 minutes. Was loud and
Uh-oh.
everything. And
Uh-oh.
I told him before I left, I said, just let me know now whether or not I need to come back to work tomorrow. Don't let me drive my way out here for nothing, man. He's like, nah, listen, man. I put that behind me. I don't hold on to stuff. I let stuff go. I'm like, okay, cool. Because what you
Is this
can't
the
do
gay
is
white
talk to
man?
me like that. No, he not. No. That's the homie. He ain't gay, but he is a
Oh,
white man. And then look, I
okay.
found out this cat is a millionaire.
Oh, wow.
Literally got the
Is that why
bag,
you
bro. And he's
is
still
that
at
why you
work
cussed
letting
him
people
out?
stress him out.
So that's why you cussed him out after you found out you just went off on him because he got away with taking lessons.
Because he a millionaire? No. Listen, you know how companies be when they be talking about, oh, we got numbers. We got to make the numbers. We got to get with the numbers. Keep the numbers up. Man, listen, I'm cool with all that, but you can't talk to me any kind of way. The numbers ain't that important to me. You know what I'm saying? And when he get into his all the numbers ain't getting that bag, then he want to come and you. And today was just the day. I had been having a bad day all day anyway, so I just went on ahead and ripped into him. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't that. And then when I went back over to my side, everybody was like, dang, bro, what you was yelling about? What you? I'm like, yeah, well, it's probably over with for me. But he swept me down. It ain't gonna be no big thing. So I mean, I guess we'll see. You know, but so like I said, I got another. It's not really a segment, but it's just like a little. I'm calling it that, right? Just a little quick thing that I want to bring to the show called "Good Vibes," right?
Yeah, all I need is good vibes. Yeah, all I need is good vibes. Yeah, all I need is good vibes. Yeah, all I need is good vibes.
Okay, so on Good Vibes, what I'm gonna do is I'm
The
gonna
same thing
present.
happened.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The same thing happened where I had to tap on it to get the sound.
Oh, for real? Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna
Yeah.
figure that out. I'm probably, like I said, I'm probably just gonna have to pull them in or something. I got them stored in here now, so I can just click on them. But what I'm gonna do
Well,
with
I
this
heard the
is,
sound straight up though.
oh, you
No,
did?
maybe
Yeah,
it's just
So that's
me.
I ain't
mommy
had to
over
click
there
on
with that military computer.
Well,
She over there
that's
with
a
that
phone.
G14 classified. You know
it. Man,
what I'm
what y'all do
saying?
with MH though? What happened? What MH 2 weeks in a row?
Man, MH, I had, I talked to him about that Friday, and he texted me early today and said it was emergency came up, and that he was gonna have to miss this week, and that he told me to send his apologies, and so I appreciated that, definitely for
Mm-hmm.
him letting us know. But yeah, so with the good vibes,
Yeah, all I need is good vibes. Yeah, all I need is good vibes. Yeah, all I need is good vibes. Yeah, all I need is good vibes.
hey, good vibes. Today's good vibes video is, I like this video. I ain't even gonna tell y'all what it is. I'm just gonna show you.
Daddy's in the house. Daddy's in the house. Daddy's in the house. Daddy's in the house. Really? Daddy's in the house. Daddy's in the house. Daddy's in the house.
Yeah.
You are silly.
Y'all can't tell me nothing about black daddies, huh? Daddy's
That's
in the
funny.
house, and he's a girl dad, as they say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All them
Yeah.
girls in there, man. I seen that. It just warmed my little heart up, man. I said, yeah, got to be my first video for good vibes. You know what I'm saying? But just salute to him. Salute to the mom. Salute to those kids, man. We wish y'all all the success, love, peace, happiness, and all of that, man. I really appreciate y'all for that video. So real quick, on the news side of the game, I only got two things. This week was kind of a difficult week for me. I didn't put as much effort into digging into the news, so I only got two things. One, and I pulled up the pictures, but we all know who they is, so I'm not even gonna go through all that. Just want to say happy birthday to Trayvon Martin. His birthday, I think, was day before. And happy birthday to Sandra Bland. I think her birthday was today, I believe. So they birthdays was like in the last couple of days, man. So happy birthday to them too. I think, man, they said
That's
Trayvon
what's up.
Martin would have been 27 years old, bro. 27. It's
Wow.
been 10 years. So this will
Mm.
be the 10-year anniversary in a couple of weeks of when Buddy got away with that bull crap. But just happy birthday to them. We salute y'all. And you know what I'm saying? Boss out in paradise, man. You know, we here. So we got these topics tonight, man. I think Kehoe is gonna be upset with me tonight, probably, when we get into this Joe Rogan conversation. So the first topic tonight, the first two topics is about Joe Rogan. Okay, Joe Rogan had this is what was so crazy. So he had a conversation with my man Jordan Peterson, and they was talking about black and what it means to be black. And then right after that, it's this whole video circulating of him using the N-word. So I kind of got thrown. Pardon me. Got to get my mute button together so y'all don't have to hear me call. But I kind of got thrown for a loop because I'm like, man, I'm all ready to talk about the black part, and here they come with this N-word thing, right? So I'm going to start from the beginning. And I'm going to play the video, the clip of Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson talking about what it means to be black.
Voice of intolerance and bigotry and anger and hateful.
Okay, real quick, right there, what he's saying what somebody is describing about Jordan Peterson. They saying that this is what they get from Jordan Peterson. I don't get none of that. So I don't know what the people talking
Me
about.
neither. Yeah, I don't get any of that.
People. I think people just be in their feelings sometimes.
Sexual oppression.
What did Michael
prejudice?
Eric Dyson call you? An mean,
angry
white man.
And a mean, angry white man. Yeah,
hilarious.
Yeah.
You're not mean at all.
Yeah.
That's what's dumb about that statement. It's you're not mean at all. It's
I am white. Actually, that's a lie too. I'm kind of tan, and he was actually not black.
If you're tan,
he was
what
sort
the
of
fuck
brown.
am I? Because I'm darker than you.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but neither of us are white.
Well, I'm Italian,
and he was brown, not black.
Well, isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's really weird.
The black and white thing is so strange because the shades are so
tan and brown.
There's such a spectrum of shades of people. Unless you're talking to someone who is like 100% African from the darkest place where they're not wearing any clothes all day and they've developed all that melanin to protect themselves from the sun. You know, even the term black is weird. And when you use it for people that are literally my color, it becomes very strange.
Yeah.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I gotta say this. This is why I said I think Kehoe gonna be mad at me about, because I agree with him 100% on this statement. I am really, really sick of that.
What would I be mad for? I tell you all the time, we're not black. I tell you all the time, it's stupid, and no pale person is white. It's just like he's saying, it's lunacy. So people be walking around calling other people colors, which they aren't even. It makes you look retarded. Yeah. Excuse my lingo with that word, but it's just it's lunacy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I want to welcome one of my longtime friends. He's a friend of the show. He's been on the show before with me and Kehoe. Bang Gigahertz, aka Bang G, aka Blacker Than Me. What up, kid?
What up with you, sir?
Man, chilling, man. Really appreciate you being here tonight, because I got a couple of topics tonight, man, that I just really felt like I really wanted to get your opinion on, and this is one of them, because I'm gonna say this, and I heard what you said, Kehoe, and you do. So I definitely can acknowledge that you do say that. But I'm one of them cats, bro. I am so tired of everybody being black. Like this, it's getting out of control, right? What's my man name? the kid that played for the Warriors. Not even Steph Curry, the other one. Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson. Bro, this man is not black.
He ain't on the Warriors no more, is he?
Huh? Yeah, he's still on the Warriors.
He ain't on the Warriors no more.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He was gone for 2 years because he was injured. He had that Achilles. He messed up one and then came back and messed up the other one the very next year. So he was gone for 2 years. And then he just started playing again now. And
well, how did you just how did you just go from a video when he just explained the color code? How did you just come from a video where he just explained to you the color code was stupid? I just heard Denzel Washington talking about the same foolishness earlier. I heard several artists talking, celebrities and people with sense talking about it. Why are people calling people colors that they're not? No, he's not. What you calling a color is not a color. It's a culture. It's a culture. And until
you breaking up kind of bad,
makes your mind work backwards, man. It's like when you look at the word sugar and you call it sugar. And somebody did that intentionally to make your mind work backwards. You looking at somebody brown and you calling them black. And you don't realize how silly you look.
Right.
Oh, he not black to me, you not either. It's a culture thing, man. Until we can learn how to categorize it as a culture and not a color, you know what I'm saying? It's a culture thing.
Man, you ain't have to come at me like that.
Hey, you can't play the video and then go right into what he just was talking about, though. If we the people don't start separating it.
Okay, I get that, right? But we understand that on the surface, for us surface thinkers, right? When we say black, we are particularly talking about a specific demographic of people who we all consider to be the so-called people from Africa, right? And whatever. And just like when we say white, we're talking about the Caucasoid type people, right? And then you have all the other stuff in between from the Latinos and the Asians and the whatevers. But what I'm saying, okay, like this is what I mean. Let's just go with what we mean by black, okay? Which is me, right? When people get mad at me, first thing they say, with your black ass. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so they talking about me, they talking about Bang G, they probably talking about Ani. Kehoe, you a little bit lighter than us, but you black too, according to the statement, as we understand it. But this is what I'm trying to get y'all to see, what I'm talking about right here. Let me show you this real quick, because I can't deal with this right here. What you not gonna keep doing for me is telling me that this is black. This is the part that I can't accept. This is where I
What's the difference of looking at somebody brown? What's the difference of looking at brown as black and looking at him as black? What's the difference? Neither one is black. Behind him is black.
Right. So let me say this, because it's funny that y'all talking about this, because me and my wife was just talking about this. And we was talking about the word black and how it's used on an application. And usually it says black, white, Hispanic, non-Hispanic, so forth and so on. But we were just saying that they're asking your race and basically your nationality, and basically that's your ethnicity and where you come from or where you originate. And black is not a place.
Nope. Bingo.
So it's not connected to anything. And also the other part that I get into with my people is I always tell them, we mulattoes, man. We're of African descent, but we have European in our blood, we got French in our blood, we got all of
you have to speak for yourself, brother.
People
you have to speak for yourself, brother.
Out of Europe that was brought over here and then mixed with the slaves, mixed with the Indians, and then we lost who we were from overseas. Now, why you say that, Kehoe?
Well, you doing no different than calling somebody black. Africa is a place, not a race of people. Europe is a place, not a race of people. So there's Caucasian Africans, there's Negro Europeans. So you're doing the same thing. It's just a play on words that's being used over and over. You know what I'm saying? No one's African. No one's a place. You know what I'm saying? And what you and she was just breaking it down. There is race, which is not real, but there's race, there's ethnicity, and there's nationality. We don't know the difference between them, so we just throw words around but it's not our fault. You know what I'm saying? We were never taught. We were stripped of our nationality. You know what I'm saying? We were taught a false history. You know what I'm saying? So it's not our fault we're like this. It's our fault that we stay like this, because you can easily go to the National Archives and debunk majority, if not everything you learned in history class.
Mm-hmm. What was that word again?
I think.
Where you can go to?
What you
National
said?
Archives. Oh, debunk the stories. Debunk slavery didn't happen like they said. It wasn't even slavery. Slavery still exists today. It's called employment. That's what it was. You could look at the records and see people's checks they was getting. You know what I mean? It's a play on words that they use to trick us, and we haven't got the understanding where we're educating ourselves and going to the National Archives, Library of Congress, and looking up our genealogies and looking at our people and seeing we all don't have the same story. Everybody wasn't no slave, and all that wasn't. It was just foolishness. But that's another, like I said, that'd be another topic. But we truly have to educate ourselves so we can stop walking around calling ourselves places and thinking that means something. In order to be an African American, you'd have to have a dual citizenship. Period. If you have no dual citizenship, you can't be an African American. There are African Americans here. There are Caucasian African Americans. There are Negro African Americans. If you don't have dual citizenship, you're nothing about you is African if you can't go in there without a passport, because that's a place, not a people. They actually identify by tribe and country. These things they didn't teach us, so we think it's cool to walk around in Africa. Africa is an American word. That's not what they people called it there.
Let me ask Ani. I know you got something to say about that, but I want you to tell me, from what we are understanding of what black is, before you go into your soliloquy. Is this dude black? I'm just saying, like, can we just cut out the foolishness?
I would have to go to my soliloquy first, and then I can answer that question.
Look at this dude, man! Like, come on, y'all. Come on. Let's make up another name for him.
We gotta go back to the origin of like why they designated us black, white, and other titles, right? So back in the day, you had to fall under something, and they had to. I think it was more of them trying to separate us.
There you go.
Right?
There you go.
They were trying to separate us, so they had to put something, a title on us that made us like it was a demarcation. It wasn't not necessarily a race thing. It was more like, you're black, you stay over there, you do not mix with my kind because you're not a human being anyway, right? And then further later down the line, they came up with the one drop rule, and I'm sure there were probably more things leading up to that, but the one drop rule, which is why that dude, you say he's not black, but if we're going by the one drop rule or whatever, then he would be designated as black. Now we know better. Now we're educated. We know better that race is not a color. It's not really. It's not even a real thing. Like we're really our DNA is pretty much the same. There is no like different DNA. You know what I mean? So now we know better, and they had to change it to something else. Now they can't say Negro because it's too close to, so then they had to say something else that still separated us by how we look on the outside.
Is that why they stopped saying Negro?
Well, Negro is nothing but black, man. It's from them. I ain't gonna go too deep because I'm sure y'all not too familiar with this. The Spanish conquest, when the conquistadors came here, and the Negroes that were already here, it's just a Spanish word for Negro. So they were just saying black. You know what I'm saying in Spanish, because there were always dark skinned people here. We know everybody didn't come on no ship. Yeah, there were always dark skinned people here.
Isn't that? Don't they say the same thing about the word Moor?
Yes,
That Moor just meant black.
You know that
too?
Moor, that word is deep. That word got a lot of meanings. You know what I'm saying, on a lot of different levels. So when you play with that word, that word go all over the place.
Bang. Come on, man. I need somebody on my side, man.
I mean,
I just want one person to tell me that this dude ain't black, bro. Come on, man. Listen. Okay. Now I understand everything everybody is saying.
Let's say this. What constitutes you as black?
Good question.
It is, because I hate that you asked that question too, because you know what I'm saying? Like,
I gave you the answer earlier. Black is a culture.
But I'm saying, and that's usually what I say. That's my stance on the word, is that black is a culture. Right? I get that part, but that's what I'm saying. I'm just speaking I'm speaking on it from the racial perspective, because of the fact that I know that's how most of us look at the word.
No, and I think you just shooting Clay down. I think you just got a thing with Clay.
No, it ain't just him though. It's a couple of other people, bro. It's some people I can pull their pictures up right now. You probably recognize them. It's this one actor and actress, they particularly them two. And these people are called black. And if I didn't tell you this, you probably wouldn't have known it. You would have assumed they were some regular Caucasian folks.
They're passing.
They passing, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
I want to make sure that you speak on your man crush too, because everything is flying around him. I want to make sure. I want to hear what you got to say about everything that's flying around. I mean, man, he getting chewed up out here. Spit out, man.
Let me interject this real quick.
No, not right now. You can get into it later. You can get into it later.
I'm gonna say this right now. I'm gonna say this real quick, just because you said that. His show last night was absolutely fire. Oh my God, he brought the education to the screen last night, man. And I typically don't even watch it live, but I just so happened to click on just to see. And there was this one chick on there, and man, last night was so fire. Salute to KS, man. But to answer your question, Bang, yeah, it's like if I'm just going with the whole racial aspect of the word, it's the darkness of the skin to a certain degree. Like you can be like your wife is not dark-skinned, but she's black, right? My mom ain't dark-skinned, but she's black. But I'm talking about that right there, this right here. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about paleness, whole different hair grade. You know what I'm saying?
I mean that's a loss of pigmentation. I mean, he don't have that.
Can I say something?
Sure, go ahead. My wife wants to say something.
Because I can't help it. Cause show that picture again.
What's up, D?
What's up? I have cousins that are his color.
Right.
Are they not black? Man. They're my second cousins. Mm-hmm. They have other type of blood in them, but they like his color. But at my family reunion, we ride or die. Like, these my people. Mm-hmm. And I would be hurt if somebody posted up my cousin and said that they not who they are. For instance, their grandmother is my aunt, and she's my same color. They come from a little bit of money, and so she was with them. I want to say they were in Lake Tahoe, and they were younger kids. They were smaller kids, and she actually cursed somebody out because they asked her if she was their nanny, if she was their babysitting. Her blood grandchildren.
I'm not sure I understand.
Siri don't understand what I'm saying.
It's almost like being racist to me. When you just
Yeah.
defining people by the tone of their skin, even if they dark skin, it's very racist. You are the same thing that you call a Caucasian man.
Conversation. It's just a conversation, though.
But listen what I'm saying though. This is what I'm saying. If you show me any white person, guess what we gonna know? That they white. We're gonna know
But
that
they're not white. We just told you what color he was.
Okay,
they're just off,
man. I get all of that.
Tan color.
Okay, cool. I get all of that. What I'm saying is, if I play that video again with Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson, you're not going to question it at all. You ain't gonna think they black. You ain't gonna think they Puerto Rican. You ain't gonna think they Jamaican. They white. You gonna know it, and it is not gonna be a question about it. But only with blackness do we want to just include all the whole. We responsible for the whole spectrum, man. Get out of here with that.
So let me ask.
That's exactly the point. Though.
Go ahead,
It's a spectrum. It's a spectrum. So I mean, you're gonna have different variations of how it presents, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not with Caucasians. We know they're Caucasians. We know that they have limited melanin, right? We know that some of them have no melanin. With us, we know we have rich melanin, we have a little bit less, we have a little bit more. So it is a spectrum. So it's kind of like anything that's on a spectrum. You're not going to have the full exposure in just one person. You're going to have different variations. My husband looks like that guy, and he's black, but of course he has a little bit.
Well, the Caucasian has a certain kind of melanin too. Everything has melanin, aka carbon. Nothing can exist here without carbon. It's just a different kind. I can't think of it right now. I have to look it up. But
well, let's look at it. Let me propose this to you all. Then I don't know if you familiar with this, Bang. I think you might be though. But they say that black people are the original Jewish people, right? When you look at Jewish people now, look how they look. So that means they got that way somehow. And the only thing I can come by is because people like whatever happened that got Klay Thompson here. That's what I'm saying. At some point, that's gonna dilute.
Let me say this.
Who's they that said that?
Well, I'm just saying people say that, that blacks are the real Jews. You have these people that we the real Hebrew Israelites and the Jews and all of that stuff. And I've seen Jewish people not deny it when confronted with it on videos on YouTube.
So let me see it. What do you do when you look at a Mexican that's just as black as you, just as brown as you are?
That's a good question.
What do you do when you look at a Indian that's from India that's just as brown as you are? Some of them browner. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I believe that the color of your skin comes from the origin in which you originate. So wherever you are in the planet, there are certain things about wherever you are that cause your skin color, your hands, your booty, your lips, your eyes, your hair to be different. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say something? So, and I was listening to my husband talk. Some years ago, I spent some time in Europe, and I'm a black woman, right? So my hair getting nappy. And so I went around Europe looking for a relaxer. That was before I went natural. So I'm going around and I'm looking for a relaxer. I run into a lady who's darker skinned. And I was so happy to see her. And I asked her, can you tell me like where I can go get some relaxer from? And she told me, well, you're going to have to go to the side of town where more of the darker people are. And so she and I actually engaged in more conversation. She was my server at one of the cafes I was at. And she made some points to me that actually changed the way that I like just being over there changed my whole outlook on America. Because one thing she said was, I absolutely hate America because you guys are the only country that differentiates and segregates and separates your people. Nowhere else in the world is it done. She says, I am Brazilian, but I'm a darker skinned Brazilian woman. There are fairer skinned Brazilian women. There are, medium skinned. But she said, but only in America do you guys categorize, separate, and like you put different people in a place, just based on the color of their skin. And it really hurt, because it's real. You are the only people that do that.
But she
You
said
have
you
to
had to go
travel
to
too to know
a
that.
darker. So they do the same thing. It sounds like if you had to go
No,
to the darker side of town.
no, you would have
then-
to travel or be aware of it by reading it. That only place that black and white thing exists is here. It does. It's not. It doesn't. There's no such thing as it. Other people don't do that. If you're Brazilian, you're Brazilian. Or you're European, you're European. It's not that color. It happened in 1790 when they did the census here. That's when they created these racial categories, and it was purely to separate people. If you ever get a chance to read the book, The Art of War, you could read that book and you could clearly see what was done to us. And you could clearly see why we think like we do, because psychological warfare has been waged on us. We just don't know no better. But people in other countries look at us like, damn, man, y'all, we need y'all to wake up.
Yes, I actually experienced some prejudice when I was there. I went into a restaurant and the owner asked me out of the restaurant. And I couldn't understand why he wanted me out of the restaurant, but it was me and another girl that was there with me. When we got back to where we were staying, we were telling the chef there about our experience. And the one girl is lighter skinned, but she was Puerto Rican. And she told the chef, oh, yeah, they put us out because Deetra was black. And he said to her, no, they didn't put y'all out because Deetra was black. They put y'all out because both of you are American. They didn't want y'all in their place.
We are looked at as a very ignorant people because this government and the educational system plays a strong role in us being foolish as we are. It's that we didn't do it to ourselves, but we're not changing ourselves. We're trying to justify, like him trying to make Beans trying to make Clay, whatever Thompson, make that something or separate him from us. People of color come in all kinds of skin tones, all kind of hair, we always did that. The mitochondrial DNA of the original woman can produce all kinds of skin tones, all kinds of grades of hair. You know what I'm saying? It's a very unique thing when it's not separated by the stupid things we've been taught here in America. It's not even America, the United States and these corporations which have separated us and taught us this foolishness.
In which the other deeper part to the corporations are actually connected to the segregation and the racial injustice here, because most of them have some type of slavery background or some type of slave owner background or deep rooted, just like J.P. Morgan. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, I'm gonna say this. I get what you all are saying. I value you all's point of views and perspective and information and all of that. But again, the thing that bothers me is that there's like this whole everything is inclusive thing. It comes off as like ego to me. It just does. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen people argue, so let's say I'm arguing with a girl in a group and I say something like, man, Puerto Rican girls be looking good. That's why Puerto Rican girls look better than y'all. And then the girl will say, Puerto Ricans ain't nothing but black girls anyway.
Because they are.
Why can't
you
they
have
just
no
be what they
understanding
are?
of what they are. They're mixed. Oh, these are not root. I'm gonna use the word race. They're not root races. They're mixed people that people are calling land masses. Like they're mixed people. Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, all of these are mixed people. They're mixed people. When you look at the history, you can see who they're mixed with. The people that people keep calling Indians, and those are mixed people. Those are mixed people, man. The Asians came here through for the Pacific slave trade to build the railroads. They mixed in with original people who were there. All of these people that you call in countries are mixed. There's only supposed to be 3 root races, and originally before that, there was 1, and that was the darker tone. That's according to science. But all these people you call in countries are not, they're mixed people. So when you trying to take people and separate them like that, yeah, you wrong. You know what I'm saying? You because if we go with, like she said, the 1 drop rule, then they are our people. All of them, even the Caucasian ones.
I understand that, right? But we can't have it both ways. It's either culture matter, race matter, or don't none of it matter.
At this point, none of it should matter.
Do you remember what's my girl name? I'm gonna marry her one day. Rachel Dolezal. That's my boo right there. Remember her? The white lady who was posing as a black woman.
She identifies as black.
Exactly. She identifies as black. She worked for the NAACP. Hey, they said she was out there helping brothers left and right. But then here come all these people. She can't be black, and she appropriating the culture, wearing her hair like that, and la. Which one is it, man? You know what I'm saying? You got to make up your mind. You can't have it both ways. Either they all got some melanin or they don't. Either everybody black or we not. You got to pick a side. At least I'm willing to pick a side.
But everybody do have melanin. Caucasians got you melanin or something like that. Yes, they are. The Jane Elliott tell you that. You ever listen to Jane Elliott? She tell you that all the time. There are people who aren't fools. Caucasian women who teach it and tell you. Everybody, if anybody's black, everybody is. Jane Elliott tells it all the time. And she tells you about the migration and being closer to the equator, even though the sun can't be the reason we dark as we are, because we are out where it's cold and still dark. So it's got to be something deeper than that. But man, there's people who teach it all the time. You can't separate people by skin tone.
And here's my thing, and I know it's probably going to hurt some feelings when I say this, but yeah, that is an amount of pride that comes along with me having this much melanin. I'm sorry. And I want some exclusivity. I want something that separates me from this. I want something that I'm something that he's not. And I want to know what that is. And I want to be able to say that because he can.
But what you think you are that he not, though?
Melanated, baby. You know what I'm talking about?
But he is too. Hey, you know what the deal is? You know what the real melanin is that matter? The real melanin is called neuromelanin, and it's produced in the brain and ain't got nothing to do with what's in your carbon that makes you dark. Neuromelanin. A Caucasian could produce more neuromelanin than you and still have you locked up. Man, you got to stop doing the skin tone thing.
All right, you win, I lose. I accept it. Clay Thompson.
Let the pale people fit in with the darker people, Clay. And everybody be people.
Okay, let me issue my apology. I'm sorry, Clay.
Actually, Nelly. I gotta argue with you on that one because I got a sore spot in that area. I mean, you can't have me locked up if you making all of the rules, and I don't know none of the rules. You making the rules up as you go along.
Yeah, but is it just pale people doing it?
Right there too. That's so.
You said it just pale people? Is it just pale people doing it though?
Yeah, I'm talking about you, Ani.
I'm not an officer.
Yeah, but it's not. Some of that 1% is dark skinned people too. Some of the people at the top is dark skinned too. So
that's a fact.
You know, how do we just put it on one people?
The 1%ers changed the rules for their money. I'm talking about the people that changed the rules for the segregation and the oppression of the other people in the country.
Right.
It was dark-skinned people doing that too. British Moors, look up the British Moors. They were participating. They were fully participating in enslaving darker-skinned people and like pale people. You know what I'm saying? Man, people are people. I think people are people, man. It doesn't matter what there's dark-skinned there's people. There's pale-skinned terrible people. If you're terrible, you're terrible. I don't think it goes by skin tone.
I think it all started. The whole slavery thing, I think all that started when the women in Africa got mad when the Europeans showed up and the brothers was liking the European girl. So the black women got with the white man and slowed the black man.
See, now you just making stuff up. I
said I think.
I told you, man. Go to the National Archives, man. The first person who owned an indentured servant here was a dark-skinned person. The first person. The first. Look him up. It's not a secret. And he did it. There wasn't no African. It wasn't no African, man. That slavery was a business, man. It's a business. It was a business just like slavery was a business like prostitution.
Indentured servant money?
It always has.
Yeah, I don't got
it. Always has been, and every slavery has been a business. It's been for profit.
Just like prostitution.
The Spanish triangle. What is it? The sugar slave trade. Right. All of that was about profit. It was about money.
When they brought the Asians over here that people call Indians, it was to build the railroads. It was to build the rail. They came over here with slaves. They came over here and assumed the culture of the people that were the original people that was Indians. But everybody came over. We the only people who stuck on that indentured servant slavery thing. We can't get past it. The Caucasian came over here doing it. The Asian came over here doing it. All them bounced back. But we the only people who want a handout. Man, and clearly they ain't giving it to us.
I blame the black woman. Hold on, listen. Let me play this other video. Now, first of all, let me ask you all this. Is it okay to say nigger on YouTube? It's okay, right? I see people doing it all the time, but
I couldn't tell you.
I see people doing it all the time, but the few videos that I actually saw discussing this, they never played the unedited version, and I have the unedited version.
Okay.
So I mean, YouTube, y'all can't.
Fair use.
Right, y'all can't get mad if I play the unedited version, but let's see if they do. I don't know.
You know, the nigger thing.
Yes. Saying the word nigger.
You've already said nigger.
D is just like nigger. Saying nigger. She's calling you a nigger. It's like this boy that he's a nigger and starts calling them niggers. Word nigger. There should be a word like nigger, especially like the word nigger. That's our nigger. About niggers. He says nigger. Guy, a nigger. And then our niggers start saying nigger. Allowed to use the word nigger.
The last one is funny though, I ain't gonna lie.
Say nigger and you couldn't say nigger. And what's nigger? Nigger. Saying the word nigger.
Oh my God.
He said nigger.
Man.
Hey man, listen, man. So I ain't no big Joe Rogan fan, right? I know he got his podcast and all of that. I ain't no big Joe Rogan fan. I really don't know nothing about the man, right?
Okay.
But I'm gonna start off by saying this, bro. I think black people trying to police the word nigga is one of the dumbest things we have ever tried to do in our lives, bro. I do not care about this.
I agree and I disagree at the same time.
Go ahead with let me know why you disagree first. I know why you probably agree. Let me know why you disagree.
I disagree. I disagree when you're using the word nigga in a particular tone and what you mean by it when you say it. So not necessarily policing the word, but the root cause, like where your heart was at when you said what you said, or what were you trying to inflict. Now,
but that could be anything. I hate when people say yo black ass.
No. What I'm saying is, if you saying that word to me to inflict pain or to downgrade me or to call me something lesser than, so forth and so on. Personally, just saying like my nigga or nigga this or nigga that in a joking manner, so forth and so on. And I believe that's more of a cultural thing than a race thing to me.
He wasn't saying. He's saying with the
hard R. Yeah. Oh yes, Lord, he was.
Is it really a difference though?
It ain't no difference.
Man, yes, it is. Tupac said that NIGGA stands for never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. If Tupac said it, then that means it's real.
That was
so ain't nobody gonna show
I agree with him earlier when you said don't police the word, because I don't. If somebody walked in the room and said nigger, are you gonna turn around and answer? So I don't police the word or defend the word, because I don't.
somebody nigga.
Yeah, that's who I'd be looking around like, damn, who he talking to?
Right,
I don't
I
identify as that, so why would I turn
less.
around like I'm that nigger? You know what I'm saying? What?
Bro, I could care less. And I'm gonna show you what I mean before I go to Ani. So I'm at the laundromat a couple of years ago with my lady. So I'm walking in, I got a handful of stuff. This white lady, she holds the door open for me, right? And as I'm carrying the stuff, she said, "You really are slaving it, aren't you?" So
you took it personal.
no, I didn't. This is what I'm saying. Listen, I laughed at it. This is an older white lady, bro. Like I know where she come from. You know what I'm
So
saying?
yeah, you
Like,
took it personal. Oh man,
I didn't. This is what I'm trying to tell you the story. I didn't, but it was a couple of a younger white lady and white man in there with their baby, and they was offended.
Right. I wouldn't take
and his
that
wife
approach,
was
dude.
trying to go say something, and I'm telling her like, no, it's okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I think a lot of people forget that black people weren't the only people enslaved, man. Like, it wasn't just us, bro. Jewish people were slaves. Irish people were slaves. I mean,
the word comes from them. Slav, Slavic. That's their word. That wasn't what they called us. that word, you know what I'm saying? When you go to the root of the word, we wasn't called that. We were POWs. POWs, indentured servants, different things like that, man. It was a lot of foolishness that went on back in the day that they don't teach the whole truth. You know, they tell you one story and group you all in it. Man, there was a lot of different stories happening.
No doubt. Ani, tell me the truth. Do you care if white people say the N-word?
I don't like nobody saying the word.
Good answer. Good answer.
Man, come on. Ani, don't do me like that. Come on now.
No, I don't think we should. I mean, it puts us in such a predicament. Like this guy, right? I mean, we say it amongst each other all the time, but then someone else says it, and then, you know, like, I get it. I get that we signified the word, and now it's a term of endearment, and now we use it amongst each other as, you know, as something that is personable. But the background is it's horrible. So why even use the word at all? And then we put our friends in weird predicaments. Like if we have white friends, I don't want them saying it, but they want to use a term of endearment too. They don't have the right, but then they're our friends, and our other friends are using the word. So then, you know, it's just too much confusion, and it's not a good past to have.
Now, see, that's where I agree with you on. That's why I said policing the word is stupid to me, because on one hand, I see these gang banging Mexicans, and they can say it, and ain't nobody saying nothing about it. But then if the Mexican actress lady said, all of a sudden it's a problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, how you differentiate? Or is it because these guys got guns and they willing to shoot? You don't want to tell
because
them
Mexicans are mixed.
Use it?
Because Mexicans are mixed. And if she go with what she said again, you go with the one drop rule, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, all them cans that you talk about are mixed people.
But you're not hearing me. What I'm saying is this.
I set up and heard two white boys sit up and call each other nigga.
Yeah, I heard that
I've
too.
heard that too.
I've seen that too.
When I was in the country, I saw that too. Yeah. But what I'm saying is this though, Kehoe. When it's the gang banging Mexican dudes, ain't nobody telling them they can't say it. But when the actress used the word, I forget the Mexican lady name, now all of a sudden it's a problem. She ain't supposed to be saying it.
Well, I think
what about the gang banging Caucasians? Can the gang banging Caucasians?
Oh, good example.
For me, if you asking me, I do not care. It's like any word you say. If a woman tells me, with your black ass, I'ma like that. But if
you are stuck on that,
with your black ass, I'm not gonna like it. You know what I'm saying? So it's any word. That's what I'm saying. To me, running around, they said the N-word. Like they can't even say it's N-word. Oh, the N-word. That's how much power you giving it. The N-word. Like, who cares? I could care less if you say whatever your color is. Me personally, but what I am saying is that we can't pick and choose who we want to allow to say it. You see what I mean? Cardi B ain't black. I don't care what nobody say.
Cardi B is mixed. One drop rule, mixed.
Man,
Ain't no one drop.
You
You
see,
ain't trying to hear
I'm
that one drop crap.
gonna say this.
I ain't buying that one drop crap. I'll take everything else you said, but I ain't buying that one drop crap.
Nobody ever thought that hip hop would bring the races together. And when it comes to hip hop, it's blurred lines. I don't care what nobody say. If you put hip hop fans under one roof, it's Caucasians, it's Asians, it's Spanish people, it's everything, and everybody speak the same culture, everybody speak the same language, same understanding, and love the same shit.
That's a
But
good
nobody
point.
ever would have thought that something like that would bring people together.
That's a good point, because you know what? I've never been to a concert like I've been to a few concerts, so to speak, but I was always on some backstage stuff. I never like bought tickets and went to a concert, was in the crowd with 1 million people. I'm just now hearing you say that. I'm assuming it's 50,000 people in this concert, white, black, Asian, everything like you said, and it's DMX on stage, and he, what y'all really want from a nigga? I'm assuming everybody in here is saying that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Very much so.
So, and ain't nobody like, you can't say that. You know, like, come on.
Very much so. Yes.
The word
I saw
only
somebody
has
get
its
fired
power.
on in a freestyle battle the other day about that.
Yeah, that did happen. That did happen. And that dude asked for it. It was the way he did it. Like, you gonna hit me if I said the word. I bet I'll say the word.
Yeah,
He
but
got hit.
you still can't. I don't know, man. If you got to go with not saying it at all, you can't say it if you don't want nobody else to say it.
See, now you're on that Ani
I
stuff.
agree with that.
And I agree with
can't
that.
champion.
I mean, because if you want the word gone, you got to stop saying it too.
I agree with that.
I don't know if I want it gone. I just don't want us to police it. Like, we give it power.
So it goes into you being a representative of what it is that you're asking for. So I'm an adult woman. I have children. I have grandchildren. If you're on my social media, I don't use profanity on my social media. Why not? I'm an adult person. I can say what I want to say, correct? But my children are on there, and I don't want my children using that language. And my granddaughter or my grandkids might go on there. So one thing that I do, and I lead by example. So even when I see my kids doing or saying something on social media, I don't tell them because they're adults as well. So I don't hit them with the, don't be on social media doing this or that. I will say, how often do you see me use that language?
Yeah, some of the children are smarter than the adults nowadays too. I saw a Caucasian fellow. They asked him to spell it, because see, people don't understand the root of it and where it came from. It's too like Niger, but there's another term. They asked this Caucasian guy to spell it, and he spelled it Naga, and he said Nagas. The Nagas was who was supposedly taught the Egyptians. The Nagas, the serpent people, who are really the Mayans, the Aztec. These people from here, yes, they were dark-skinned people, and those were they were called the Nagas. And when I saw a Caucasian guy, a little young boy, spell it out properly, I was like, whoa. So, you know what I'm saying? The children are smarter than the adults.
Yeah, it was niggas. Negus.
Niggas.
Yeah, niggas.
Yeah, niggas. Yeah, that one too. Yeah, niggas. Yeah, it's I know the one you talking about too. That's the African, the African King version.
Exactly.
It's not gods. It's a lot of versions of it. So, and none of them was really disrespectful. None of them was disrespectful.
Right. So basically, what it boils down to is Ani has to change her mind and let everybody use the word. You have to embrace it in all of its forms, and you have to allow it for everybody.
The origin of the how we use the word now, it didn't come from those other backgrounds. It came from how it was used. It was derogatory.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't because they recognized that you're royalty or any of these other things. The slave owners would say, and we're this, and you and we're this, and then the slaves started using it among themselves. You and we're this, and you and we're that, and then it became they turned it into something.
But how you know that though? Where you hear that from?
They signified it. Where did I hear it from?
Yeah, but I'm saying, who told you that these slaves? Where did you hear these slave owners said this to these people at?
I didn't hear the slave owners say to the people, no. But I mean, just like anything else that we know now about back in those days, just like the food we eat, the chitlins and all those things, we learn it from our forefathers. They told us from then, and they kept telling us and kept telling us, like, this is what we used to eat, this is what we used to do. So just like that information,
But
that's where I
chitlins
got it
used to
from.
be a delicacy in some places.
Oh my
Chitlins used to be a
God.
delicacy in some
You're
places, so they lied about that too. It was a delicacy.
Hey man, what
Nobody
we not
wasted
gonna
an
do
animal.
is
If you
promote
killed the
chitlins.
animal, you was gonna eat the whole animal. Yes, it was a delicacy, brother. It was a delicacy in some
Chitlins
places.
stank,
They didn't
man.
waste
Oh my
animal.
God.
Well,
I did
Wherever,
not
I
if
know
they
how
think
we
killed
that
ate
the animal,
chitlins.
they ate the whole animal. They ate the whole animal, man. They didn't waste the animal.
go with the whole how you use your words thing. Cause like I could say beans, man, fuck you. Or I could say beans,
Mhm.
fuck you. Same word, mean two different things. You know what I'm saying? Gonna get two different reactions out of you. So it's the same thing with other words to me. And I
But
get
those
it.
words don't those words don't have a back. They don't have anything attached to them. Like if, well, okay,
No, I
continue.
agree. What Ani and I agree. I
Honey.
agree 100%. The reason that I'm agreeing with it, and I actually saw like a clip on something, the background of the word, and what I was looking at was like a clip that was about the black woman. And what we are not discussing is the hurt, the brokenness that's in the DNA that carries
Mm.
on from
Mhm.
mother to child to child to child to child. So no, we were not
That's
um
big.
in the
There,
slave owners
right.
quarters or whatever it was, but my great great grandmother was. And the hurt
Hmm.
that she felt went to my grandmother, went to my
Yep.
mother, came to me, my daughter, my granddaughter. So,
Hmm.
no, the word might not mean what it meant, but it still carries some hurt, whether we
Hmm.
realize it or not,
Some
along
trauma.
with
Right.
many other things.
Mhm. I
Yeah.
get that. I get that, and I will say, like, it's some stuff, like even cussing, right? Like, um, cussing in front of my mama. Like, if I was in front of Bang Mama, Keyhole Mama, I need Mama, I wouldn't be doing no cussing. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I
Hmm.
get it. Like I wouldn't just, hey, Beans, meet my mom. Hey, mom. Hey, this nigga here, I love this nigga Bang. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that the word has its meanings in different tones and inflections of the voice or whatever, and background and all of that different stuff. But I just think when it comes to these dealing with white people in the word, like, with us trying to police it with them, we give it too much power. You know what I'm saying? Like, let them have that. If that's what the most that they can have, let them have that, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can care
But
less
that
about
ain't the
the
most
N
that
word.
they could have. Now you're gonna make me mad.
No, I'm
Because they
just
got
saying
No,
though, like they do, but
I
I'm
think
just saying though, like
the
in
the way they
2022,
wielded around that, yeah, the way they wielded around though, I get what you're saying. Like, take that power back because they do it to get under your skin. So if
right?
you
Mhm.
just like shrug your
right,
shoulders and move on, they lost that. Like, you win, you control your emotions, and you're like, okay, deuces. Leave them there looking like the idiot calling you the N word, because that's what
right.
they
No
want to
doubt.
do. They want to knock you off your square emotionally. So when you
Yeah.
take that away, like, okay,
Because they
well,
look at us like that anyway.
yeah,
In the
right.
game of chess, they playing chess with our emotions. They already
Right.
know that we're an emotional people. So how
They
can I
know the
get them
word.
to
Yeah.
demonstrate what it
Right.
is that I'm saying about them anyway? You
And
Right.
they
They
want
know?
to
know
keep
it's a
you, and
trigger.
they want to keep
Yep.
you in that mode, like Kehoe said. Like, so many things about history is not even as bad as they make it out to be, and they tell the story a certain way so that you can just be upset and all riled up about it, and always,
Let me say this to
moving
you.
on this in this oppressed state. Like, you know what I'm
Let me
saying?
say this to you though. A lot of times we miss as a people the fact that it's certain situations that they try to push you in to make you react a certain way to do certain things. So, like for instance, like for instance, exactly. So, like if you look at the Emancipation Proclamation, it says that they're abolishing slavery and slavery type things unless you're under arrest or in prison.
That's the new modern day slavery right there.
And in that sense of the word, that's how I can treat you as a slave. I can make you work for 50 cents a week and so forth and so on. Then if you look at the whole war on drugs, how they criminalize Black people throughout time and send things in their direction to cause them to be arrested and have records and so forth and so on. And then once you become a convict, you are not a clean citizen of society. So now you cannot participate in the things. They take away your right to protect your household. You know, now you can't carry a gun. Now you can't live in certain developments. You can't live in certain areas. You have to register as this. You have to do that. You can't have certain jobs. You can't make a certain amount of money and so forth and so on and blah, blah, blah. And then even on the aspects of the way of going around it, because my way of going around it was, I said, well, you can't tell me, you can tell me that I can't work in a certain place, but you can't tell me that I can't own a business. You can't tell me that I can't build a business. I can make as much money as I want to make my business, and you can work for me. Same aspect. So now they trying to close in the gap on that now. Now they trying to make rules and say, like, man, well, I'm gonna just drop a little bit of this, like the whole PPP thing and the thing that they doing with the Cash App and the Zelle and so forth and so on. All this is to expose people that have been doing business and not paying taxes or doing things on the up and up, making them be exposed where they can either put them out of business and make them go back to work, or go ahead and give me a cut of that money.
Because they said they making them report the transactions, anything over like what was it, $800?
500.
500?
500. You know,
there's something about that 500 number. That's how they got me on that felony. Hey, if it's less than 500, you would be all right. They come back and say it's 510. So,
like when I was selling drugs, I tried to make sure I put $9,999 in my account so they won't report it to the IRS.
Right.
I couldn't keep it under the mattress. Somebody gonna come to the house and get it. Only other place for me to put it in the bank. But the other part with that is us putting our money in the bank is just as bogus as putting it up under the mattress, because you're not investing in anything that's going to make you money. So it's
they taking your money and giving it to other people to invest in their communities.
Exactly.
That's a whole nother topic. We're going to have to bring that one up next week. So to close out this
topic,
we
touched on that last time too.
To close out this topic, I just want to say all of that stuff that the homie Bang just told y'all, how they do you out here, you know, with the backgrounds and the taking your rights away and the incarcerations and the trying to stall out the businesses and all of that. They can do all of that without ever calling.
But they just setting a trap though.
You killed it.
They set you don't have to do what they want you to.
You cut me off right when I was.
You don't have to be a crip because I don't want you telling people like that they ain't got no choice. They do have a choice. They're gonna set the trap.
No, he was.
That's not what I was saying. You messed up the whole thing. Now let me rewind it.
I got you. I heard you though.
Let me make sure that the people heard me. What I said was all of the stuff that Bang was just telling us how they can do us when it comes to the felonies and the businesses and the taking away your citizenships and your right and the 13th Amendment, and all of that stuff that they can do to oppress you. They can do all of that without ever calling you a nigga. So get over that word. That was my point to close out that particular topic. Now, before we go to the next topic, it's time for another.
Yeah, all I need is good vibes. Yeah, all I need is good vibes. Yeah, all I need is good vibes. Yeah, all I need is good vibes.
So, and I want y'all to know this Bang used to do this dance to every song. Every song came on. I remember back in the day, his favorite song was that Faith song. I never knew there was a love like this before. He used to be in the car like.
You want to know something funny? He still do it.
He's still doing it.
When he happy, he hit it.
All right, he was them hands up.
You know, that's the I'm free dance.
He hit it.
That's the I'm free. That's I'm going to use every part of my body. I don't care what you feel. I don't care what you got to say about it. I'm free. I'm open.
Exactly.
I'm happy.
So this is our second good vibes moment for the day. Actually, we played this video the week before, I believe. And I said this video actually inspired the good vibes segment. And I'm probably gonna play this at least once a week. I don't care what nobody think. Let's get to it.
The afro. I knew it.
Come on, sisters, bring it back. We need it back. We need it, man. Please, we need the afros back in our lives one more time. That's right. Smile, girl. You better smile with your non-black self. Y'all see how I dropped that one in there on the low-key side of the game? Man, listen, bro. Bring the afros back. We need those in our lives. It's going to make the community that much healthier. We'll need less therapy if the sisters just bring back the afros. So, the next topic of today, I'm kind of glad that this topic is coming up now because I've been waiting for it and I'm tired of waiting for it because this woman that lost her ever-loving mind. I ain't going to introduce it. I'm just going to play the video. Fair use, fair use, fair use.
Very normal for like threesomes when it's two women and a man. But do you think we'll ever come to a place in society where it'll be like a threesome is two men and a woman, and they'll be okay with that?
No.
What does that mean?
I mean,
though?
but some men they do it, but again, it's just to them is a train. It's not a threesome.
It's definitely.
Even for women, a lot of women will never do that.
Yeah, when they ask me, they're like, "Would you do a threesome?" I'm like, "Yeah, bring in. Let me pick the guy." They're like, "Wait, what?" Yeah,
I get so mad.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I've
Let me
only
pick the guy.
done that.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
And
Two men?
two men,
Mm-hmm.
and they traded off. It was like they were friends.
Mm-hmm.
Pause. Here's what we not finna do. She's finna do this, but we ain't finna do this. Watch how she talks about this. Watch how she try to make it seem like it's just this nice thing, you know what I'm saying? And the words she used for it. Pay attention.
And they traded off. It's the best 50th birthday ever.
Oh man,
50 years old out here getting trains ran on you. I ain't just
okay. And they traded off. So it was never like them together.
Together, okay.
It was like they were flip-flopping me. You know, one would please me, then he'd pass me to the other. And one would kiss me, and then he'd spin me around for the other.
Did
It
that
was
feel
like
powerful?
a beautiful dance. Oh my
Nice.
goodness.
one would please me, and then he'd pass me to the other. One would kiss me, and then he'd turn me around to the other. And it was like a beautiful dance.
Wow.
It was
Tennis
like
match.
it was like doing salsa with two guys at the same time. Just like romantic and sexy.
Nice.
And never intertwined, but at the same time it was two.
So they were friends with each other.
They were friends.
Okay.
And I knew they were friends.
Mm-hmm.
And it was all about that Cocoa Patron.
Oh, shit.
The purple label. That
coffee
that
Patron?
coffee Patron.
Cafe.
That
Cafe
that cafe
No,
Patron.
I've had some wild nights on that myself.
That cafe Patron.
So wait, so the next day, how did they act to each other, or like afterward? Did they ever acknowledge it, or was it just a one thing and nobody ever discussed it?
No, we all went to breakfast, and it was like three friends that hung out and had a good time. It was weird because it's not like I was into that, and I had never done it before.
It's a
But it was
birthday
a good
present.
time.
But it was happy birthday to me. And it was like, okay. And as it was happening, I was like, this is happening. Like I was like, this is actually happening.
This
It's
is really a
happening.
real thing.
I would kiss one and he would spin me. I was like, oh my God, this is happening. And then I just kind of relaxed and let it happen. And the next morning we were like the Three Musketeers.
Man, listen, man. I ain't judging her, right? I ain't gonna lie, I am. But I ain't judging her, right? Do what you do. Who am I? I've been in that situation before. I wasn't 50, right? I've been in that situation
with another
before.
man.
So, like, yeah, me and my homie, and you know what I'm saying, we was tossing up a chick. Me and the homie used to get up and go riding all night long. You know what I'm saying, looking for chicks. He just called me the other day too. We talked for the first time in about a year. But my thing is this. She 50 though, bro. Like,
Man, you can't do that.
He ain't dead.
You can't do that.
I know,
Do
but
what
she
though?
You can't do that. And let me tell you why you can't do that.
She ain't dead.
No, it ain't even the fact that she ain't dead. It's this right here. And let me just be brutally honest. What you would do at one stage of the game don't mean that another person would do at that particular stage of the game. So
I get that.
she may not have been open to that at a point in time where you felt like she should have did that.
Agree.
And maybe at 50, she was like, well, I'm going to just go ahead and be free and let it go down. I ain't never experienced nothing like this before. Let me go ahead and just, oh, yes.
No, yes.
I mean, that's how she said it. It was a beautiful dance.
But,
it was a beautiful dance.
Right.
So you can't go in on her for that now.
Listen, far be it for me to do the whole ageism thing. I'm trying not to do that. But I'm just saying, Jody mama out here.
Mama gotta have a life too.
She said my mama gotta have a life too. Okay, listen, I get all of that. But I'm just saying though, what I really need to know is how old these guys was. That's what I need to know.
They probably was up in the same age.
I was gonna say, seeing that she's 50, I don't think that she would have been able to do that with no youngster, because
Yeah, they probably was up in the same age.
Yeah,
though.
they probably.
I mean, think about this.
40, I would say over 40.
I think about this sometimes. Like, the difference between your performance when you 20-something years old and 40-something. That's a whole nother thing, man. Ain't no 50-year-old gonna be able to withstand no couple of 20-year-olds bouncing up and down on her. But no, it's got to be somebody around that same age range,
right?
Ready to tap out.
Yeah.
My thing is this though. My thing is this, and I don't know this for sure, right? So this is just me. I could probably do a real quick Google search and find out. But this also applies to a lot of, like, when I be on Instagram always showing me the chicks that be modeling. I don't follow too many people, so I don't follow none of those. So I don't know why they still show me all the booty girls. But what I noticed that they all will have, like, in their little description, all praise is due to the Most High. Jesus is the strength of my life.
Right?
And then when you get down to their very first picture, ass. Now let me see that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, pick a side, bro. Pick a team.
Well, the beautiful thing about God is He's no respected character. And just because you booty clapping don't necessarily mean you can't be filled with the Holy Ghost.
I am so glad that you said that. I wish M.H. was here. I wish M.H. was here so bad right now. I'm so glad that you said that. Okay, even though I absolutely 100% totally disagree with you, I'm still glad you said it. I wish Matrix said, because I got a question that I want to ask him so bad. And I want to bring the last topic up tonight too. I want to get his perspective on it, but I'm going to get him. He'll be back. I'm going to get him. But Ani. So we already know Ani is on the show. She already said she is what do I call it?
She listening close.
She's
Better
a
choose the word.
She's a BSJ. BSJ. You know how they had the bracelets, WWJD, what would Jesus do? She got to get the BSJ. It means batshit for Jesus. She is Jesus for real, okay? You can't tell her nothing. Shana Mamahaya, all right? She is all about it. At the same time, she's super duper enlightened too. At the same time, though, in knowledge of the world too, so she doesn't limit herself. But I know that you are dead against this whole threesome thing, right? Okay.
I mean, I know with her coming on the show and this how she said it, and yes, her age to me is a big deal because when you get to a certain age, you're supposed to start setting an example for the younger generation. And all these girls are seeing is just stock culture. That's all they're seeing, and everywhere they turn, and it's somebody talking about sex and somebody so liberated and so, like, when do we start setting an example for the people coming back? Like, if you want to have fun, a night of fun, and that's what you do, and that's your thing, and you think that's acceptable, and but don't normalize it and make it look like it's okay, because we want more wives. Like, when you're running around doing stuff like that, you're not a wife. You're not making a family. You're not building up the community. You're running around being a whatever you are, a sandwich. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's just not acceptable. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I just find it distasteful. And I'm like, she's just saying it like it's something like a badge of honor. Like, that is not impressive. That is, to me, it's like, really? You're 50. Don't you have grandchildren and daughters or whatever she has? If people are listening to the show, what's an impressionable young lady's gonna think? Listen to that. Oh, well, okay, if she can do it, I want to go do it too. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Well,
I just found
I probably would think, well, if I would follow her footsteps, maybe I'd be a D-list celebrity too. But
well, she do got she do got a brand new TV show where she's people therapist.
But look how long.
How about that?
It's been,
But
on
she
now.
has an extensive resume though. Like, she's been.
Let me ask Keyhole this. Let me ask Keyhole this.
Thing. I don't mean to cut you off, and that's the thing. Like, these people, these celebrities, and I know you mentioned hip hop culture earlier. Like, that's who we have to look to for leadership. And look at what we're learning. Like, you know what I'm saying? We have no one else up there that we can say, you know what? Look at this person. I can emulate this person. All of it is just, I don't know. So that's why I'm concerned, because D-list or otherwise, girls are looking to these women and these people for like guidance, or and they think money is success. They don't know that that's not success. Like, when you're up there and you're speaking like that, even though you have money, that's not successful. As a woman, that to me, that's not successful.
But
I don't have any.
That training start at home.
I was gonna say, not only does it start at home, but I think that for me, it's not the celebrity is all that it is that we have to look forward to. My husband knows, like, for me, I know that celebrityism is it. I know a lot of people look at the reality TV.
We know that. We as adults know that.
But
know that, yeah.
When I look at my daughters, when I look at young teens, I have this passion in my heart to reach them. That's, for me, is where mentorship starts. So you're not gonna get a one-on-one with the celebrity that you're idolizing, but you can definitely get a one-on-one with somebody who's been down a road, maybe a road that you think you want to go down. Maybe it's a road that you even own right now. But in my opinion, and I know sometimes it's a bit far-fetched, but I got to be that person. We have to be that person. The community has to be these people for these young people. so that they can see something other than what it is that they seeing. That's just
I agree with you, but with to me, they're more impressionable and looking towards people with the glitz and the illusion that they have money and they have status and they have power. Us humble women, yeah, if we start young, yes, they'll listen to us. But when they have no one in the home mentoring them, and you know, they have one parent in the home, and this parent is thotting it up like their grandmother or whatever, you know, so it's like when they try to look beyond their little box and they see these people that they glamorize, that's who they emulate, and they think that's okay and that's the norm, you know. So I agree with you, yeah, we should be teaching our girls and mentoring them and everything, but I think the celebrities, they do have some kind of responsibility as well. Yeah, we look to them too much, but we have no one else that we have as, like, who do we have as our leaders in our community? You know, like who are we?
That's a great point. Hold on, Bang, real quick. Let me go to Kehoe. I got to get him in here. Kehoe, 2 questions. One, the first one is, I mean, do you have any problem with what she was saying as far as the threesome at age 50? And the second one is, will you accept her as somebody's therapist?
Hey, well, they was just talking the biblical talk. If we go back to biblical talk book time, that was whores then, and still women came out all right.
They were shunned.
So I think everybody has a place, man. Everybody has a place.
Shunned.
And
damn, they were stoned.
Everybody has a place, man.
Shamed, and shunned. Like they weren't like put up on a pedestal to have their own show and talk about it. No, they were ridiculed. They weren't treated like queens. They were treated like the lowest of society. Now we're treating these people as the highest
not
of society. So
too many women was treated like queens in the Bible.
I read a book. It's called The Bad Girls
That's
of
a
the
good
Bible.
point, Kehoe.
Some of them were shunned. There were some that were actually women of God's own heart. There was Rahab, who actually was in the lineage of
spies.
Christ. So, like every woman that was a whore in the Bible.
That's a woman?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Her name was Rahab.
Man, stop.
He actually was
that
one
the
of
first transsexual?
Of Jericho. But that
Rahab.
book,
she helped the spies.
She helped the spies. The book is called The Bad Girls of the Bible, and I read it. My pastor actually recommended it for me once when I was looking for a book. But when I read it, I actually loved it because, like, everybody backstory ain't like oh, I've been walking with Jesus my whole life. Like Bean's been knowing me probably since I was 8 years old, and Lord knows I haven't walked with Jesus my entire life. So when I read that book, it actually took the Bible women and it humanized them for me. I've read these stories my entire life, but then when I was able to read them in their human form, it helped me to understand like who they are. So I'm not gonna shun the woman who is a whore. I mean, even AJ Johnson, like I ain't even really got no words for what she did.
Hoes gotta eat too.
I know. But
hoes gotta eat too.
Everybody got a place, man. Everybody get a seat at the table.
Yep.
That God still has, sort of kind of what my husband said, regardless of, whatever their walk may be, because I'm trying to remember, was it Rahab whose father actually put her? No. Another book I read. Oh, Jesus. I'm not going to bore y'all with my book.
Let me do this because this ain't the full transparency show. I do that on Fridays, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you tune in to that. But full transparency, I like porn.
Yeah. So
and I'm trying to what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out how it is that I loathe the women on Instagram, but I like porn. I mean, I don't know how I'm doing this mentally, but
I
what
can tell you.
but hold on. But what I'm looking at is this: they ain't 50, right? When I seen my man Wesley Pipes, who is a porn guy, he did a scene with a 70-year-old woman, a 70-year-old white woman at that. And they interviewed him. They was just like, bro, why would you do that? And I mean, the short version of what he said was, hoes gotta eat too. Like he all said, right? But I mean, I need that at some point. You're thinking, you know what I'm saying? What you're trying to attain in life. Like I understand what you said earlier, Bang, that everybody ain't doing everything at the same age, right? The saying is, don't judge people for not knowing what you know. There was a time when you didn't know it. You know what I'm saying? So I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with Ani on this one. You first of all, you 50, right? Then you a so-called therapist.
Yeah.
And then you own this widely watched show that is, I'm pretty sure if you look at the demographics, at least 60% of it is probably girls 25 and younger.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know
You
what I'm
said she's a
saying?
therapist?
She got a TV
She's
show
just as much
as
as a therapist as Dr. Phil is a doctor.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. Look, life therapy with AJ Johnson to come on.
So is she trying to do
21.
like Ayana Von Zant?
Right, basically.
So let me say this, bro. Let me
She
get this
just
off
ain't
my
holding
chest.
women accountable.
Let me get this off my chest real quick.
You know she ain't.
So so the first thing is this, bro. When it comes to the money, as a people, I'm gonna just touch on this $1.6 trillion spend that we have per year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say that number again: $1.6 trillion spend. So we spend $1.6 trillion per year into the economy as a people, but the wealth gap is 8% and 76%. And this particular year, we widened it by another 14%. So we went down as far as the wealth gap is concerned, and we have less money, but we spending more money, which means we find the value in the things that we buy with the money, not necessarily using the money to survive, build generational wealth, or use the money to make money with. But I'm gonna let that stay right there. The next thing is, on a biblical standpoint, demons and unclean spirits need platforms because they need to have willing vessels to continue on being on this earth. So if you have a 50-year-old that may only have a certain amount of time on this earth or whatever, and she's saying this particular thing that she did was glamorous, you know, I did this, blah, blah, and a 25-year-old or a 20-year-old or a 15-year-old is watching her and say, you know what, that's the type of chick I want to be. I want to do things like that, so forth and so on. Once that thing passes through her, or something of that nature passes through her, it becomes a grooming fest for the younger generation for it to get to them, and so forth and so on.
And those things are tied. Those two things are tied together because we're spending money. We're living individual homes. We're not like family marriages. We're not together. So we're spending money, just no plan for the future, no generational wealth, just having kids, child support, all this. And then these younger kids, especially these little girls that probably don't have a dad in the home to tell them, listen, you're beautiful. You don't need to do all that. You're self-worth, you need to be virtuous because there's value in that. So then to me, it's like, okay, so a lot of this is because of the single parent household, right? I'm not blaming single parents, but I'm just saying, like, we don't have families anymore to keep our money within our own communities, where we have single parent household and we just spend without thinking of the future. We're thinking about the now and looking good now and feeling good now. And then these children that are growing up with just one parent, their self-worth is in other people. They're seeing, oh, you know what? Everybody likes her. She's doing this and she's doing that. I want to be like her. So then they chase what they think she has to offer. And this whole cycle, like,
Ooh, that's a touche shot at the single homes. I don't think every single home like that, but I do believe you partially right. But in the reality of the situation, you look at the money we make, it has to be more than that. Clearly, there has to be more of us here than they're saying. Because look at the people you know. You don't know nobody. But so that's one thing that they got to be lying about, because we've been the same percentage for hundreds of years. There's more of us here than they're saying, and that's why our spending power is so high. Because you don't know no bunch of people who got that kind of money to spend like that. So I don't know
we're
the single
spending it
person.
all willy-nilly. We're spending it. We're not investing it. And even if we keep it, we put it in a savings account, not in brokerage accounts. We're not making more money. We're just like spending it. It goes out faster than we're keeping it or making more of it.
And that's what they talking about too, is like not necessarily income, but outgoing. Because
It's got to come in to go out, right?
Well, yeah, but they can't always count where it come from. You see what I'm saying?
Still,
So that's why
even when you know cats who hustle, you don't know a bunch of them hustle like that. You know cats who hustle ain't but a couple of them who get it. It's clearly going to be, this to me, it's more of us here than they saying. There ain't no way we spending that much money, because think of all the people you know, and you don't know no people getting no money like that to spend like we spend. You don't know that many drug dealers hustling like that.
Oh yeah,
People
we
live paycheck to paycheck.
I'm
People
saying,
here,
ain't nobody, we ain't making the kind of money.
Whatever they're making,
I get where you're going with that, but I
whatever they're
don't think
making,
that's
they're
a good
spending though.
way
Like
to
that's the
say
thing. How many of us have money stored up for an emergency fund? Look at all these what do you call those funds? GoFundMe accounts as soon as someone dies or whatever, and whether they're lying or not. Like a lot of those people, when you look into it, they have no money set aside for an emergency or anything like that. Like even if it's not 1.6 trillion, whatever, we can see it in how people spend. Around tax time, you see how quickly they go and they buy all these stupid things that's just for like to make them feel good in the moment, and then at the end of the year they have no money. So you can see it. Like even if it's not that much, you can see people's patterns and how they live.
Like in real whole life, you know how upset I was when I found out that people that be working jobs and be having and have kids be getting $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 in tax returns every year,
and still don't have a house.
And,
you know
and
what
don't
they do with
be
that?
doing nothing.
They buy boobs and butt, and cars, and the cars look better than the little house that they have. Like like I said, the spending is ridiculous how they think. Like they have a brand new Audi in the driveway, but the roof is falling apart.
Exactly.
Hey, now this is what I was going to say, Keo, to respond to what you were saying, was that according to blackdemographics.com, 40% of Black people don't even have an income, right? 40% of Black adults don't even have an income.
Wow.
Wait.
Not on paper.
Is that on paper?
Right. Yeah, on paper.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
On paper. So but this is what I'm saying. Even if we just did quick math and you say 20 million people and you go with the averages, 42,000 for men, 36,000 for women, and that's based on the full-time averages. Then if you add in the part-time averages, I mean, you will look at that and believe me, it'll get close to that trillion that we talking about.
It can't possibly do that, because people still got to pay bills, man. You got to pay bills. You got to pay bills.
Bro, listen, I'm not going to talk about how much money. I'm not going to say how much money I make. Hold on, let me say this real quick. I'm not going to say how much money I make, bro. But when I do the math on my money, I can literally point to where every single dollar is going to, and I still find a way to eat every day at the restaurant. You see what I'm saying?
I just can't.
And that's
with the percentage of the population we are here, it doesn't make sense. that we got that kind of spending power. It's clearly, and I'm giving us benefit of the doubt. That's credit. It's clearly got to be more of us than they count, because the amount of the population we are, and the many of us that live in poverty, it's no way we have that kind of spending power. It's got to be more than that, and that's giving us the benefit of the doubt that we ain't blowing. Yeah, we blow money, but we ain't blowing that much money. It's got to be more than us than they counting.
But they counting everything though, is what I'm telling you. They counting spending, your buying
No,
power.
I'm saying still, look at the percentage of the population we are. They got to be undercounting us, man. We've been the same percentage of the population for hundreds of years. Are we not reproducing?
That's what happened when people find ways to make sure you're dying off.
No,
Early and often.
Man. No.
Bro, this
Something
ain't
ain't
that
right
hard.
with that. Something ain't right with that.
Bro.
Something ain't right
I'm
with
just
that.
keep it a buck with you. This ain't that hard. I'm
I'm
telling
gonna
you.
stand on something ain't right with it. We need a recount.
I could dig where you going with that, but to me, this ain't that hard. Like
And
I
that's
said,
what
I
I'm
know
saying,
dope fiends that didn't have jobs that somehow stayed high, bro. I know cats that didn't have jobs or income and somehow had weed every day. So that's why I'm trying to tell you, like, buying power is they talking about being able to make purchases to buy
But they weren't
anything,
doing that with
clothes,
money.
food,
That's the trade and
whatever
barter
way.
system you talking about. Before there was money, there was trade and barter. When you talk about trillion, when you talk about that kind of spending power, man, that's a lot of money. We ain't jagging that kind of money.
Do you own
It's
any
not
Jordans?
jagging it though. That's what I'm saying. It's just spending. They talking
Shoes
about
and
everything.
foolishness, that's jagging it.
No, I'm saying that includes everything when they say purchasing power. They're not just
what
talking
they're
about
doing.
shoes. I'm just saying that's what we do. Bro, black women spend billions in hair products.
And y'all spend
Like,
billions
come
on
on.
Jordans.
Like,
yes.
At the end of the day, let's stop pretending like it's not that big of a deal. But that's what I'm saying. When they say buying power, that's what they talking about. The buying houses, cars, all of that is included in that. One of my coworkers.
No, that's definitely ain't buying houses ain't included.
Yes,
Buying
it
houses
is.
definitely ain't included. Man, how many of us got houses? We just talked about this earlier.
lot.
Ain't nobody buying no houses. No,
No, that's not true, bro.
A
no
lot.
lie.
I don't know what
We
you're talking
prefer
about,
to
bro,
get
but
in
yes, that's a
apartments
lot.
and live in an apartment for 30, 40 years. That's
Well,
what our people
that
prefer
makes
to
it
do.
even worse. That makes it even worse because you're spending all that money in an apartment and it's not going anywhere. You're not investing in.
No, you're not
buying
spending
homes
money in the
anything.
apartment. What you're doing is the person that owned the building, you paying their mortgage.
Right. And
That's
you're
what you
wasting
doing.
all
You
your
take
money.
care of them.
Exactly. And more than likely, it's a person of Caucasian persuasion. So then you're putting money into their pockets.
Bees got you shooting at the Caucasian man too. Some of these brothers is taking money too.
I'm gonna tell you another thing that's an issue though.
Don't listen to him, Ani. You're on the right side.
We don't try to teach each other how to do certain things. Like Beans and my wife could tell you, I've been buying property since I was a shorty. Never really understood what to do with it. I never really understood how to make wealth with it. I never understood how it benefited me. I used to just buy it and stay in it for a couple years and I would lose it for taxes or I'd be trying to move my drugs in it or something. I never understood what to do with it. But if I had somebody that understood real estate or had an explanation of what I should be doing, I would be a multimillionaire right now just off of the real estate moves that I made from a shorty till now alone. But there are not enough people in the community that's willing to share the information to give somebody to help them help somebody else. Because if I know, I'm gonna tell my wife, I'm gonna tell my brother, I'm gonna tell my kids, I'm gonna tell my grandkids, because I'm gonna change our community. But if you holding it to your chest, you're wrong. You at least got to teach one.
Yeah, at least one. I agree with you there.
At least one. Just find one and say, hey man, look, I don't want to tell everybody, but I'm gonna tell you.
But see, we live by this code that everything is for sale. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody that make those YouTube videos where they be like, listen, I got the plan for you and I can tell you how to do it and I'm going to tell you right now. And then you sit there for the whole 3 minutes just for them to say, I need you to go buy this package that I'm selling that's going to tell you what I promised to tell you at the beginning of the video. Like
Well,
those
he's
people should
proven
be.
his point, though. That's what he's
Listen to me,
saying. He's
man.
like, no one is willing to give the information. He just said that. Yeah.
Me and my wife was just watching a Zoom prior to getting on here. It's a Zoom about multifamily mindset.
Right.
I forget dude's name. He's in church, so forth and so on. Man, he got on there. He broke down some serious numbers. He was talking about buying property out of state, buying property that you never put your eyes on, how to build income from these properties, and so forth and so on. And then I told my wife, I said, "Here comes boom." She said, "What?" I said, "He's talking about how all of these things that he have on the other side." And when we got to the end, he gave you a link, and the link had a $2,500 bill on the other end.
Exactly.
And then what I told her was, to be honest with you, I'm the type of person, I don't even mind paying you for information. But what people are doing is they take all of this information, they put it in documentation, and they throw it in a download folder, or they put it on a video, but they don't tell you how to use it.
Right. Exactly.
And then they charge you for it, and they give you that folder and say, "I gave you what you paid for." But if you want to go through the boot camp, pay another $565. And that's getting ready to happen now. And if you do it tomorrow, it's gonna be $1,500.
Exactly. And then, but let's be, like I said, let's just be fully transparent though, because see, I noticed that you were saying that Bang was, talking about what I was saying, but Bang is one of those people as well, because like he said, he was buying all his real estate when he was younger, but guess who didn't know that? This man owned that business that had Chinese people working for him. Guess who didn't know that? Me. He ain't tell me nothing because he wanted me to stay up under him. Tell the truth, Bang, and set yourself free.
Oh, touche.
Where's your soundbite?
Right, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, seriously though, I can't say for sure that everything I've ever done, I guess I don't like to use the term blessed, but I'm lucky in this way. Everything that I've ever tried to do, I've had at least one or two people that are rocking with me. Bang is one of them. When I was trying to do my music, he opened his studio up for me, him and his pops. When I tried to do the club thing, he came through, he brought the DJ, he did the plugger, you know what I'm saying? And since I started the podcast, he's been on a few times. I hit him up tonight, he came through. And not to mention, I have bought things from him. I have paid for things, but I would say 70% at least. Shut up, Bang. I would say at least 70%. Okay, I'm gonna be fair. At least 80% of all the things that he's done for me, he did on the I got you homie side of the game. You know what I'm saying? All the plugger work. Even when he brought the DJ to the club, I don't even think we paid the DJ the first couple of nights. We was trying to build the night up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he probably paid him out of his pocket for all I know and just didn't tell me. But I know I didn't have the money to give him. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he was one of them cats that lives by what he's saying now. And it's not enough of that in our community. And I will be honest. I know a couple of cats that was making certain type of business moves and I never knew about it. And these cats knew that I was down and out. You know what I'm saying? They knew I could have used that information. And so I think, yes, for everybody who has spoken that tonight, we definitely need to try to change that narrative. I think maybe we need to do a full transparency show one of these Fridays where each one of us brings some information that might be able to help people out. I know as far as the youngins go, I'm definitely trying to tell them about this apprenticeship programs at places like NICOR and also what is it called? The union programs. Now the high schools are starting to get back with the unions to help the kids get into the unions fresh out of high school because, of course, the labor force is starting to shrink. And I think that's a part of the reason why the money ain't as long as it used to be in our community, because a lot of people ain't wanting to go back to work since this pandemic has been going on. I know people that got, one of my homies got 50K on the unemployment side. I never got $1 on the unemployment side, and I literally lost my job
But
to the
you
pandemic.
know what's
Oh,
happening?
wow.
What's happening right now? What we seeing is exactly what happened to me. So I was working a job. I hated going to work, and I said, God, let me get on unemployment. If I get on unemployment, I promise you, I ain't gonna never have a job ever no more. And they put me on unemployment for 6 months. And what that 6 months did was it allowed me the opportunity to figure it out. And after I figured it out, I didn't go back to work no more. I own my own businesses. I did my own thing. And what people are doing is they figuring it out.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have to trade all my time for this job. I can do this and do that and still pay my bills and still be able to live and still be able to do what I need to do. Well, I think I'll do this. I'll take my chance with this instead. Because one thing that somebody told me a long time ago, you can always get a job. If it get too bad, just go back and get a job.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Did we lose Beans? We lost Beans?
No, he's still there.
Anyway.
Whoa.
Then the other part with our people, man, we got a lot of people that don't want to be woke in certain areas.
Another thing is inflation, right? Like the last couple of years with this whole, yeah. So the dollar's worth way less than what it was before. So prices have gone up on stuff, and people they're not really getting cost of living raises. So they're spending way more than they're getting in too. So that I think that contributes to it as well.
Very much so.
We definitely on the verge of an economic collapse. If you pay attention to stocks or the market at all, you can see it coming, and that's what the inflation and all that is built upon, man. The market is we are sneezed away from a collapse. One bad move, one bad break, and once that happens, the economy is coming right behind it.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not speak that into existence.
I believe they trying to turn us into a place where we go back to manufacturing in the United States.
You think
But
so?
that's what we've been missing. We ain't got man. We got a bunch of desk sitting people, man. We got no laborers no more. The labor getting done somewhere else. We need that.
Yeah, real talk. But
Yeah,
I think
man, we
that
got them in the Western. Don't forget about the overseas police officers. What are they called again? Oh yeah, the military.
I don't like all these shots. First you talk about desk people, now you're talking about military. Like
That's
just
right.
coming guns blazing at me tonight.
That's right.
I read the military had let a bunch of people go who didn't want to get vaccinated. I don't know how much was to that, but I heard they let a lot of people go.
They sure did. No questions asked either. Oh, sign this paper. You're out.
Wow.
And then with the new physical fitness test, most of us aren't passing. I mean, I passed, so but I'm just saying, like, most aren't passing, so they're trying to figure out what to do. So I don't know if they're gonna get rid of a bunch of people, mostly the women, or what they're planning on doing. So it's not looking too good.
But technically, you don't need if you go into a one world type of thing. I know people look at that as a bad thing, but if you go into that one world government, you don't need no bunch of military people. If you're dealing with a one world government, you don't need no bunch of people. Everybody under the same rule, so it ain't gonna be necessarily that much fighting.
Well, you know what
Unless somebody come from outer space.
They need to take older cats like
with them trying to set up a one world government, one world currency. That's what they trying to work towards. I'm saying they don't need no bunch of military people in. For what? What are they worth?
You know what they need to do? They need to take all of the cats that's like 30. Hey, 35 is younger than what you think, actually. So I'm gonna go 38. And they take all the cats, the Latino, Black, You know what I'm saying? The trailer white neighborhoods, like all the cats that's like 38 and up, and just make all of them like sergeants and lieutenants, you know what I'm saying, and captains and stuff, and just put them all in the army and just give us all like military bases just all over the country and all over the world.
Oh
You know what
my
I'm
God.
saying? And just let us use our level of maturity and expertise to guide, you know what I'm saying, the younger generation with all of that. What is your major malfunction, Private? Your mom can't save you now, sir. Give me 10 of them right now.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta get. Hey, listen, I was in military school. I liked it. I don't know about nobody else, bro. Like I laughed at them when they used to do all of that yelling and screaming. I used to be busting up laughing. Like I don't know who y'all think y'all hurting with that, but it is not me. Anyway, we're gonna move on.
Just made me feel very fearful.
What did?
Yeah, that would be quite dangerous, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
What
you just
you
want
say?
to take a bunch of people with PTSD
Right.
and
Exactly. And to throw them
Yo.
in there like the
Oh
most
my
sophisticated military armed forces in the world, just throw random people,
So
and
you
just
really
give them
finna pretend like that ain't what's happening now already? That's what you
positions of
finna
power.
do.
I mean, they go through training. You're talking about just pulling random people. Oh, you 38? Oh, you 35?
Yeah.
Uncle Sam wants you. No.
It definitely ain't happened. They cutting the roster right now, so they definitely ain't bringing nobody. They cutting the
You ever
roster.
seen the general's daughter? Listen, man, it goes down regardless. You ain't gonna get 100% no way. It's always gonna be a fill
You're
out
not.
process.
You're not, but you'd rather 10% than the whole army be like dumbwits. I mean,
They'd be all right. Put them on an island by themselves with a bunch of women and kids to mentor. You know what I'm saying? See, y'all don't got no faith, man, in men. That's y'all problem, man. Where's Kevin Samuels when I need him, man?
Faith in men? What
Let me
does
see
that
if I
have
can
to
get
do with
Kevin on
men?
him.
What does
Because
it have
that's
to
who
do
I
with
was talking
men?
about sending over there to take over the military. Y'all just don't. Y'all got no faith in men. And this is a great. You know what? I'm so glad you said that, Ani, because this is a great segue into the. I'm skipping one of the subjects because I want to get right to this one because it's about that time of the show, baby.
Should I good vibes?
No, we're not doing good
Kevin
vibes
Samuels,
right
is it?
now. This is hold them accountable time.
He's on a
That's what
live
this
show right
is.
now, so
Is
I'm about to
he?
click off and go watch his live show. I'm
Oh
just
no,
kidding.
you're not.
I'm just playing.
Cut your internet off.
I'm just kidding. I don't watch him like that anymore.
I hope that. Let me make sure everybody is going to be able to see this. See, I don't know if they can.
Oh, this stupid thing.
Oh, really? That's what we doing? That's what we doing.
You had the whole Facebook group so mad at this one little. Oh, it was Josh. It was Joshua. Somebody posted it.
So this meme says, basically, it is challenging the idea of women being independent, right? And it's talking about all of these different positions that men hold. You're looking at electricians, 99% male, plumbers, 98% male, all construction jobs, 96% male, truckers, 92% male. That number is going down, though. It's a lot of female truckers now. Police, 84% male, firefighters, 95% male, agricultural workers, 80% male, and loggers, 96% male. And then you have here the guy pushing the girl on the bike, and she's saying, I'm doing it all by myself. I'm an independent woman. I thought this was hilarious when I first saw it. But then once I started really reading all of the different stuff, it started making more sense to me why somebody went through all of this effort to put this meme together in the first place. But we do have, and I've been trying not to use this word lately, but I'm going to use it. We do have a toxic level of pretentious independence from our women in our community. This idea that you're doing it all on your own is such a fallacy. And I think it's one of the bigger issues in the community. First of all, nobody is doing it on their own. Nobody is. Everybody is getting some help from somewhere. This reminds me when we talked about the whole bootstrap theory, right? Even if you say, man, I went and worked, yeah, but you went and worked at somebody else's idea. Somebody else had an idea and built a business up, and that's how you got a job. So you was depending on that person's idea in order for you to pull yourself up. So nobody does anything on their own. But this whole idea of independence, and I'm glad there's a couple of women on the show, grown women, married women at that. So when I ask this question, I should get a civil response. Why do women feel the need to stress that they're independent? What is that all about? Like, what is there some sort of comfort in bragging or just, stressing the point that you are so independent that us men don't get? I want to start with you, D. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. So it's not a bragging. And so I think I can truly only speak for myself, because before there was Deetra and Byron, there was Deetra. As a single mom, raising 2 children, a boy and a girl. Being who I am, though, I desired to have a head.
Oh.
I was made to be independent by my choices, but I desired a head. And
that's different.
I knew as a woman that there were things that I was not going to be able to give my male child. And it was difficult. So I was never the woman to be like, well, I raise my kids, or I do this and I'm that, on my own. However, when God did put me and my husband together, one of the difficulties was putting us together after I had lived so long being that person. Like, I was financially my own, I was spiritually my own, I was emotionally. So when it came down to having to share that part, it was extremely difficult. Like, it was things that, and of course, so me and my husband had known each other, that we have known each other and been in each other's life since 2003. We didn't get married until 2016. And God definitely anointed our marriage. He definitely put us together, but it was a struggle. And so I don't necessarily speak for the woman who says I'm an independent woman, because in my opinion, and because I'm a person who reads, believes, and trusts in my Bible, it says that Christ is the head of the church and the husband is the head of his house. So wives, you be in submission to your husband. At this stage in the game, I don't have no business speaking about my independence, because he's my head. And then Christ is the head of us, of this union, right in the center of everything. I do believe that some women, and I'm going to say based on my life, are forced in the position of having to do that. And then some women function under the curse that I was born into a matriarchal family, where the matriarchs were the head of the family. Grandma ran everything. And even when me and my husband got together, he asked me, because I come from a predominantly woman family. We're all women. I have 6 sisters. I have female cousins, but we all got kids. And my husband used to be like, now I see all y'all, but where the daddies at? Where everybody else at? What are y'all doing? And truth be told, we function under the curse. That's functioning under the curse. That's not the way that it's supposed to be. The man is definitely supposed to be the head. I do believe, though, that in some instances, the roles were reversed. Me and my husband often had this conversation about what happened to the days when the man was proud to say what he did for his family, or that was a bragging right for him to discuss what he did for his family, instead of coming back and saying, yeah, my wife, she do this, my wife bought me this, my wife take care of this, or my wife take care of that. If you're gonna be the head, be the head. And that's not to say that the woman should not contribute, that the woman should always take the back seat. The husband is the head, but the wife is the neck. We turn the head. Understand that. Now I believe that.
I'm gonna respond to that from a male perspective. That part you just said, but I want to go to Ani first. Don't let me forget either.
Go ahead, so you don't forget. Go ahead.
No, because I want you all. I want to get the ladies. I'm doing the ladies first thing right now. I want to get your perspective on that.
Were you finished, D?
I'm done.
Okay.
Silly ass. I'm done.
You cut her off, so I was making sure that she was
I'm
done.
running a show.
My apologies. As far as I agree with D. I don't think women are bragging in a way, but I think it's something, because it's something to be said for being in a position where you can take care of things, because we're supposed to be the weaker sex. We're supposed to be, traditionally, we're supposed to be dependent on a man. And it's not a bad thing. But then we got to a point in history where we started, we had to step out on our own, as far as we weren't going from dad's house to husband's house anymore. We weren't going from dad's covering to our husband's covering anymore. We were going out on our own for whatever reason, whether it's by personal choice or just circumstances. But it became something like, once you could make it out on your own, it was something to be said, like, okay, it seemed like it was going to be really hard and impossible, but here I am doing it. So it's something to be proud of. It's no slight to men, but it's like, okay, I can, I'm a productive member of society. I'm not dependent on anyone, for anyone to take advantage of me. It's just more of, it's kind of like a rite of passage for women in a way. And it became even, it became some more achievable, or more positive, when a woman becomes independent than when a man does, because a man is expected to be independent and productive and all these things that we're not expected to become. So when we do it, it's kind of like, oh, okay, I'm doing this. And then with the culture, men started praising independent women. All these songs that they made about I love her because she got her own, or all those songs. So then we started feeling like, okay, I'm less independent, I'm doing something good. But then we lost our sense of interdependence with men. We started thinking that we don't need them to be something, and we're, our ego took over. So and I'm just speaking from what I can see. I'm not saying this is every woman. I'm just, when I look at it, when you ask me questions and I think deep about it, I try to analyze it from like an objective standpoint. So that's what I see, and that's what I experienced when I was a quote unquote independent woman. So we lost that sense of interdependence with our men. We stopped seeking to be interdependent with men. And then once we have become independent, it's hard to become dependent, or even interdependent sometimes, because we're used to running our own ship. As a captain, like if you're a captain of your own ship and you meet another captain, and then you have to trade off, you have to really talk about it, like, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to trade off here, and we're going to trade off here. We both can't run the ship together. And then the person who probably has the more experience or the better foresight will then say, okay, I'm the main captain. But it's kind of hard if we've never been in that position where we were dependent on someone to then become, and it's more of a trust thing too. Like we haven't learned to trust men.
Yes.
Some of those independent women, we never really learned to trust men. So it's hard to. It's not like we don't respect leadership. It's just we've never trusted our everything to a man. We've learned to be independent. We've learned to run our own finances, run our own household, run everything about our lives. So then it's hard to come and say, oh, wait, I can't do that because why? Because you say so, So a lot of those things, it's ingrained in us from back in the day. It's culture, and it's just misunderstanding, a complete lack of trust in leadership. And honestly, some men don't know how to lead. So then, we're learning together. Like, women might be learning to be interdependent and men are learning to lead. So then it becomes this power struggle. And we lack trust. We don't communicate, and we don't know what we're doing. We never saw it being done with mom. I never saw my parents do it. I never saw anyone else do it. So then it becomes like this thing. Okay, I learned how to be independent. I know how to do that. I don't know how to do anything else. So
now I have to give pushback on that last part of your statement. Yeah. When she said that some men don't know how to lead. It's not that that's not a true statement, but I don't think men not knowing how to lead has anything to do with a woman's independence.
Well, I was talking about trust. I was talking about the trust. Like leadership, if we see a man that is a good leader, it becomes easier for us to trust him, to let go of all that independence. But if he doesn't know how to lead, and we already know how to lead because we were running our independent household, it's going to be hard to just like become interdependent with him when we're looking at him like, dude don't know how to run his finances, but he want to tell me what to do. I'm going to stay independent, So we have that mindset. So that's what I mean by if he doesn't know how to lead, that trust for us to be interdependent and submit, it's gonna be.
But then at the same time, this dude that you're talking about is somebody that you chose, obviously. So at the end of the day, the problem still doesn't lie with the man.
The problem doesn't lie with either one, but we both, like I'm saying, we're both coming to the table with lacks. We can't just go around and say, I'm not going to choose this person because he's not perfect, right? All of us are coming to the table with imperfection. So I'm going to give like he knows how to lead in the areas that matter, but this area right here, finances or whatever, because to me, finances is a big deal because money is power, right? So if he can lead in every other area, but he can't lead with the money, with the spending, his foresight is lacking, then I then have to step up because I can't trust. I can't trust him to lead. But I chose him based on his leadership qualities. Now we're going to establish the trust. I'm going to give him grace, and he's going to give me grace as I learn to submit. And then we're going to establish trust together, and we're going to come together as one. But off the rip, he may not know how to lead. But it's not like a slight against him. It's just we're both coming to it like, okay, he has shortcomings in this area. But
so I'm not asking this question that I'm about to ask is it's not in disagreement with what you're saying now. I have a totally different train of thought. Okay, I just want to preface it with that. Who is the leader of the military?
Who's the leader of the military?
Yes.
The president?
The president is the leader of the military. How much time does he spend fighting?
Fighting? 0.
There's not even no guarantee that he even knows how to shoot a gun.
Correct.
But he's the leader of the military. So for anybody who might be watching at this point, like, why is he saying that? I don't think Black people in general and Black women specifically even know what a leader is. I don't think they even have any clue. Because I'll give you an example of what I'm saying. I have had some of the best ideas ever. I know this because I've seen other people take the ideas that I had and make them work. So I wasn't able to make them work, but somebody else was. Does that mean I'm not a good leader?
Well, I let me use myself as an example, and you tell me if this is what you're saying. So I was an army commander for 2 years up until last year, right? I suck like at land navigation. I will get everybody lost. Like I know that for a fact. 13 years in the military, I know that. So my first thing when I get anywhere, I'm gonna find the person who knows land nav very well, and I'm gonna assign him, listen, this is your job. Don't get us lost, okay? This is what you need to do. I suck, right? But as far as like being a good leader, I had the wisdom to know that that was my shortcoming. So I have to appoint someone because I have the whole company is looking to me for leadership, right?
Thank you.
So it doesn't mean, and that's what I mean by you're not going to be perfect in every area, but the areas that matter, you should be well equipped, right?
Well, let me interject so I can double back to the point that D had made. So I'm one of these people, as I say this, who believes that you are demeaning me and you are devaluing me when you limit my worth to protecting and providing. I hate that term. It is insulting to me, and I don't like hearing it. I actually was saving this for next week, so I'm not gonna pull the meme up and stuff. But I seen, well, not a meme. Somebody made a post on Facebook, and I got a couple of things to go with it, where they said the black man's purpose on earth, the reason we exist, is to provide and protect for black women and children. That's it. And I ain't trying to make it seem like I'm some tough guy, but I'm probably, when I make the video next week, when I bring it up, I'm probably gonna call dude a bunch of names and invite him into the street. I think that is the most disrespectful thing that you can say to somebody.
What?
I'm serious. I'm probably gonna call him a bunch of names and I'm probably gonna invite him out into the streets. And I'm gonna make sure I tag him in the video when I put it online. Because that's not to me that I'll take nigger. I'll take nigger. Like, call me nigger. Don't tell me my worth is my ability to provide for a woman. And in the very next breath, tell me, well, women deserve to be able to choose.
But you know better though, so why does that bother you so much? You know
Because
that's not true.
because it had like 700 likes and hearts.
That's a bunch of women. That's a bunch of women
Probably,
who
and that's the
feeding
problem.
their ego. So why does
And
that
that's
bother
the
you
problem.
so much? Why
And
does that
that's the
bother you?
problem. And
It shouldn't
because
bother you to the
that's the
level.
problem. The problem is our women's ego is out of control, and it's dudes like that feed it. Then if they see that dude get beat up, maybe they won't take his word so much. Like, at that, to me, I don't know if you remember this, but I put a post in this group that Ani and I in, and I said, if a man who can't provide isn't a real man, does that mean a woman who can't have a baby ain't a real woman? And it was all of these women that was so mad, they was going off on me, and you attacking women, and you hate women, and your mother is black, and all this other goofy stuff they was yelling at me. When the whole point was, you're not gonna tell a woman that if she's incapable of doing the thing that is deemed a woman's duty, that she is somehow less of a woman. So why are you saying this to men? Why are you telling men that their value comes from their ability to provide for a woman? This is why we have all of these women who down talk average earning men. Oh, I can't be with no man that make $42,000 a year. Well, how much money do you make? $42,000. It's
Would you want those women
absolutely
anyway?
ridiculous. I'm sorry, go ahead. What you say, Andy?
Would you want those women anyway who speak like that?
What I want them as what?
Would you
Anything.
want them for a wife? Would you want to be with them?
Well, to answer the question, no, because I have somebody that I really love and want to be with. But I do want them to get their shit together. Like I do want that. I do, like you said, you would rather have 90% of the military being mental healthy and 10% being weeded out versus the other. I want it to be that way in the community. I want it to be less women who think that my worth is what I can do for her financially. My leadership, Jesus was a leader, was he not?
He was.
As far as I know, that man didn't have a dime to his name. Correct me if I'm wrong. So the greatest leader of all time was also the brokest man of all time.
The brother was a carpenter. The brother was a carpenter, so he had to be making some kind of bread. He had to be making some kind of bread. Trade and barter system. He was doing something.
He knew how to
Keo to the rescue. Keo said he was a carpenter. He had some bread up. But that's what I'm saying, though. With the thing about this meme is that, like we say, yes, you're a woman, and you saying, man, I got out here and I went to school. You went to a school with a curriculum that somebody else put together, and a building that was built by somebody else. You got a grant that was funded by somebody else. Everything that you have going on in your life, there are other people helping you achieve this. You're not doing any of this on your own. None of it. But our women are the only women that we see really perpetuating this stereotype and this idea of independence, right? So when D said, man, why is it that men used to be like, man, I did this for a woman, I did that for my woman, but now it's like they more want to brag about what their woman did for them. Well, why wouldn't we when y'all independent? Y'all the bosses. Y'all getting to the bag, right?
That's not what she
also
was.
She
was inferring something else. She was inferring.
She was saying that men today will rather brag about what they woman did for them. She bought me this. She bought me that. Yeah, because y'all the one.
Something else.
What were you referring something? Were you referring to something else?
I'm thinking she's inferring something else, but I could be wrong. D, what were you saying?
I'm referring to the mentality of the man, not the thing itself.
Exactly.
Just the mentality and the
what's the mentality?
He's not dependent. He's not dependent on the woman.
She just told you came in driving sideways when you called independent bragging. So when you came in sideways, you twisted up. You already had it coming in defensive.
Time out. You said depending on the woman, right?
He's not become dependent on the woman and proud of it.
Right. He's dependent on the woman is what you said, D, right?
I'm not saying that he is dependent on the woman. I'm saying that the mentality of the man changed. And I'm not saying that the woman isn't like the reason that it's changed, or he looking and saying, well, it's so many independent women out here yakety smackety. But what I'm saying is, how can we, those of us who desire to be submissive, who desire to have a head, how can we do that and know that it's somebody out there that is going to cover me when you looking for me to cover you?
Me with what? Money?
No, it's not about the money. It's not about the money.
Well, that's what we're talking about right now, though.
She said
it's about the mindset. Because understand that
time out. We have to say this because I don't want to do the semantics. We have to say right now, what exactly? Put a title on it. What is the mindset? Put a title on it. What is the mindset? What's the mindset?
Well, if I could answer.
It's specifically short to the point. The title for the mindset.
The mindset.
It's not money.
The mindset is that there of understanding that having a woman or a wife comes a responsibility. So
right, but how does that? But we have to, because she said something specific earlier. She said
What?
that the men used to be like, man, brag about what they did for the woman, but now they will brag about what the woman is doing for them. That's
And
the thing that I said I was going to respond to.
That's what I'm saying. When you have a wife or you have a woman, there comes a responsibility. And that responsibility is to understand that she's a part of the bigger spectrum. And it's your job to maintain how that spectrum fits together. So, like, for instance, it's the man's responsibility to be the priest of his household. So when your wife is acting up, or she doing something out of turn, you supposed to go to God and say, hey, man, I got this woman acting a fool. I need you to come down here and do something about this because, you know, I got to do blah, blah. To get to, and you having the right and being the head of that household and the priest of that household, you have a certain rite of passage when it comes to her because she's your responsibility. That's your rib. That's another part of your body.
So it's not that I don't understand what you just said.
They no longer have that mindset that they're the head, they're the leader. And I don't know if that's what you were saying, Dee, but they don't have the mindset that they're leading. They're under the impression that they're being led, and they're comfortable being led. So then the woman now feels even more like she has to be more independent. So
okay, now how are they being led? Please be specific. Because we're gonna come back around to this. I don't care how many times y'all try to dodge it. At some point, this is going to come back around to money. So when we get through with all the, we can play that. We can ride this merry-go-round as long as y'all need to. At some point, this is going to come back around to money, because this is exactly why I brought up who is the leader of the military. The leader of the military is the president, but the president don't do no military stuff. And he's still considered the leader. You see what I'm saying?
He has a position. That's just a position. He's appointed that position. Like if a woman is assigned the position of presidency, she's assigned the position of presidency. It's not. Is
a husband not appointed his position?
But let me finish. You're comparing apples to oranges. The military and a husband and wife has nothing to do. They're not even the same.
I'm not comparing the military and husbands and wives. I'm comparing leadership. I'm trying to show you what actual leadership is. Leadership don't have nothing to do with money. Absolutely nothing. You can be a woman in the house paying all the bills. That does not make you the leader. It doesn't. It only makes you think you the leader.
It makes you. You're not gonna submit to a man that you're paying the bill. You're gonna lose respect for him if you're
because you're a woman. Now let me rephrase that. Because you're a black woman and you think that a man's job is to protect, and let's take protect out the window. Provide. Because we see in other races, where the women make the majority of the money. You have like those Middle Eastern type women that be doctors, and their husbands be whatever. They don't be making nowhere near as much as they wives make, and they still be the leaders in their household.
You said pay all the bills. So a woman is paying all the bills for her husband. Is that what you're saying?
I'm gonna say this.
So here's
I don't know that for sure.
Here's what I'm saying.
I don't know that for sure. Let me respond to that real quick.
It's not necessarily that she's paying the bill. It's not. So she can make all the money. She can make more money than him. That's no problem. But if she bears the responsibility of headship, she is the head.
You're not. Just because you paying the bills does not make you the head. It doesn't. It's no. Only this, and this is what I'm saying.
You're not listening.
Okay, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not hearing you. Maybe
you formulated your own opinion, and you're not going to hear what we're saying. So I'm not saying it's solely based on the bills. If she bears the full responsibility if she bears the financial burden, because that's what you're saying. If she's paying all the bills, that's what you're saying. So to me, if he's not paying any bills, it's just something that happens within us. We're going to look at you like, if I gotta work this hard and you're just chilling, how long? It's like the roles of reverse.
Okay, time out. Stop. Thank you. Stop. Thank you. Now, why is that okay in the reverse?
Because the man knows that's his duty. Like
you look
That's what he was trying to bait you into that.
Feel turned off?
There it
You really
is.
You let him bait you into
by
that.
having to pay the bills for a woman? You really feel turned off by that?
What I'm saying is this.
That's what the mindset she was talking
You
about.
don't get to say as a woman, I should be able to do everything a man can do. But then anytime a man, hold on.
Most women don't say that. Though. Most women don't say that.
do say that.
Most women don't say that.
Most women do say that.
Babe, let me talk to Babe for a second. She, you got her to say what you wanted her to say. Let me tell you something. I think not just think, but I've seen it. If a man cannot provide financially, then emotionally he must find a way to fill that void. There's other things and other ways that he brings to the table, which would still put him in his proper perspective. But money is superficial. You know what I'm saying? Money is very superficial. But when a man ain't bringing that to the table, he has to bring other things, a variety of other things to the table to still play that leadership role in the home. So there is a way a man can do it without being a provider.
It makes a huge difference as to why he's not paying the bills. If you say he's disabled, okay. If he's unable to pay any bills, okay. But if you're saying the woman pays all the bills and he pays nothing because he just don't want to,
this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying not to get like overactive and stuff, or like I don't want to appear mad because people always want to say, oh, you this, you that. Like I'm passionate about this subject because here's what we're gonna say. We're gonna say if a woman is doing this job, oh well, she's this and she's that, and she's a housewife and she's this. But then if a man is doing that same job, oh, he's just sitting around not doing nothing. Why aren't you assuming that he's doing the same exact thing that a woman would be doing in that situation?
If you're saying
washing dishes, vacuuming, taking care of kids, and all of that.
If you're saying that we're coming to the table, we're both coming to the table, and we're equally sharing the responsibility of the table, of the relationship, and the roles are reversed. I'm providing, and he's doing the other part of the relationship. Then that's different. But you're saying that he's not bringing any money in at all. So what?
Right, because that's what a housewife is doing. She's not bringing any money at all.
But you didn't say that. Housewife she's not bringing any money, but the value she brings is priceless. Just like if he's a house husband.
So then what? See, that's my point.
Listen. You're not listening. You see what I'm saying?
I am listening. You just literally just said.
I said, oh, I gotta go. I said, if a man, just like I was about to say, just like if a man is a house husband and he's the same value he's bringing, then that's different. You're saying that he's just not bringing any money. So you have to specify, like if a man is just not doing his duty to be any part of the relationship, no, we're in this together. How is he just
I'm pretty sure when we rewind the take back, the first thing I said was if a man is in that role, whatever the role is, it doesn't matter. Whatever the role is, whatever role
situational. It's situational. It's situational.
I would agree with that. But what I'm saying is this, bro. What we can't do, because it makes the conversations really stale, is pretend like there isn't a norm. And what you not gonna do is go out here and just find a random 10 women and tell me 9 of them gonna say they okay with having a house husband, bro. Like, that's not gonna happen. But what I'm saying is we live in a society where our women are told that if they should be able to work the same job as a man, they want to be if you was in a burning building right now, would you want a 120-pound woman coming in there to save you, or would you want a 230-pound man come and save you?
I just want somebody to come save me. Period.
But if a 120-pound woman wants to be
120-pound woman might got the brain power to get me up out of there. A big man might be trying to carry me out. You know what I'm saying? It's situational. You taking it all personal. You're taking it personal. You're disturbing her.
Trying to save you.
It's a situation. She might come in and get you out smoother.
No, she ain't got the muscle mass to get you out of there. But my point is this: we live in hold on, Bang, and I'm gonna let you go. We live in a society where our women are told they can do and be whatever a man can be. And when they are in these positions, they are not demeaned or devalued for being in those positions. But then when you take a man and you put him in the same position as a woman, the terminology even gets twisted.
It's a double standard. That's it. That's just it. It's a double standard. Just like everything.
I want my daughter to be independent.
Double standard.
Because I want my daughter to be with who she wants to be, not who she needs. So my daughters are taught to be independent for that purpose, so she can be with who she wants to be. not with who she needs. I never want any of my daughters to need a man. Never need a man. You be with who you want, not who you need. So that's why I put independent in mind, and they're gonna be that. And if a man don't want to deal with it, he can scoop.
I get that. I mean, I get that when you say everybody should be independent, right? Until they get with their wife or their husband and they do they dual thing. But Bang, you was finna say something. Go ahead.
Do you believe that a woman and a man is created equal?
Hell no.
You should have knew that answer. You should knew that.
So explain it.
Ani is in the military, and I respect that. She can't whoop me. We ain't equal. Won't happen. I don't care how much training they gave her.
Okay.
But at the same time, mentally, Ani has just as much, if not more, knowledge than I have.
Okay.
So that don't, but we still ain't equal. So it's different. Like I said, if I was in a burning building, bro, I would rather Bang come to get me than D. I would rather Keyhole be coming to get me than Ani.
My question is this then. If y'all not equal, then why would a man take the place of a woman and a woman take the place of a man in certain situations if y'all not equal?
I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I'm saying we can't have this one-way conversation where when we talk about a woman in the space of men and masculinity and masculine positions, it's not demeaned. It's not devalued. Look at the way Ani said it. She said, now she said this, and I'm going to acknowledge it. Ani, I acknowledge it. She said, well, you have to say what it is. Okay, cool. I didn't say what it is. Let's say I didn't. But we know how I talk. All things being equal. Okay. Good faith conversation is what I like to have. So
You're
the same
not
way
having a good faith conversation.
I am, because the same way how I'm not I haven't demeaned a housewife not one time. I haven't said anything negative about a woman being in a house not doing nothing is this low thing. I didn't. But we talk about it.
Wait a minute. Now, being a housewife and being in the house.
You did not need. You didn't. You did.
Yeah, them two different things.
Say that again, Bang.
I said being a housewife and being in the house not doing nothing is two completely different things.
Right, but this is my point. When we talk about a woman in the house, it is automatically assumed that she's cooking, cleaning, bathing, taking care of kids, everything else. But when we talk about, but when we talk about a man being in the house, he automatically becomes the nigga who laying around not doing nothing. That's my point. That's automatically the narrative. All I did was say the dude in the house and the woman bring in all the money.
Don't you let me find out you
projecting. The man ain't doing nothing. He just laying around. That immediately became the narrative.
Well, the Bible
we started the conversation because D said that men went from bragging about doing stuff for their women and now bragging about getting stuff from their men. And my response to that was, well, if all these women is bosses and they work in the same jobs as men, why shouldn't they have the same financial responsibilities? Why shouldn't they be buying stuff for their men? You out working the job. But we work the job and you expect for us to provide for you. Why shouldn't you provide for us when you're in that space? Make it make sense. You in the space.
My woman not supposed to buy me nothing, but I mean, you still supposed to take care of your woman.
What does that mean? Take care of her. What are you talking
about? It sounds like you don't even know what it means. That's rough. Because it doesn't have to be with money.
How are you going to get the trust and vulnerability and all that you need from a woman? Do you need that? You need to be, how do I explain this? There's just something biological that happens, right? We need trust. We need to be able to be vulnerable. We need security. That's just how we women are. So there's something that happens within us. If we're the one that's taking care of you, we lose respect. Like I'm sorry. If you're if you're a house husband,
some men need that too, though.
What's that?
Some men need those qualities too. I ain't saying it's just by balance,
but it's provided in a different way, and that's what I'm saying. Like if we're coming to the table in a relationship, we're both bringing things that add value to the relationship. So if I'm providing all the value, there's just something that happens within us. I can't tell, and it happens in any relationship, whether it's white, black, whatever. Yes,
I have to ask you a direct question. When you said all the value, What are you talking about? Please be specific.
I said when we're coming to
Oh.
when we're coming together in a relationship, I'm a man, I'm a woman. We've agreed that men and women are not equal. There's certain things I bring to the table. We don't. You put your head down. We don't agree that?
Because I'm asking you to define value. I heard everything else. I just want you to define the word value as you're using it. You said if I'm bringing all the value, so what is value?
So what I mean is I'm talking about my femininity, my supportive nature, my domestic skills, my inspiration, my being sexy and fit and all those things, along with being the provider of the relationship. If I'm bringing all those things, the security, the trust, the provision, protection, and all that, and I'm with a man that's not bringing any of that to the table, I'm in a one-sided relationship, and that's what it is.
So here's what's happening right now. I don't know. I don't know, Bang. I don't know if you, because I know for a long time, Bang didn't even have a TV in his house. It used to weird me out. But I don't know if you're paying any attention to this. But here's what's happening. This is what's bothering me. There is a demographic of men, a very large number of men, who are beginning to ask women, what do you bring to the table? Right? And I think what is happening is that these men are being perceived as the type of men that they're talking about right now when they say, well, the man is in a position where he's being led and he's okay with that. Just because you make the money does not make you the leader. It does not.
No one said that.
Hold on, let me finish.
If
when you take your money, hold on.
No one said
you
that.
You take
though.
your money and you go get with an accountant. That accountant is managing your money. When you take your money and you go get with investors, those investors are leading your money. It's your money, but they're the one who's taking it and managing it and leading it.
No, I think the leader is the one who went to the investor because the leader decided I need an investor.
So your husband can do the same thing.
Yes.
He does not have to be. If your husband, if you just decide, like Bang said, that there's a part of society where you get a background, this and that, they start trying to oppress you. You can't do this, you can't do that. And you decide to get with a man from that type of background, and then you want to verbally and emotionally and psychologically abuse him and beat him down because he can't manage to become this leader financially,
you're
working his way up a corporate ladder when you could just say,
She's
really misunderstanding.
What I'm doing right now is explaining a thought. I'm not competing against your thought right now.
You're saying it with conviction as if that's what we're saying. That's none of what we're saying. I'm not saying that if I make more money than him, that he's not the leader. No, I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. I told you I'm not disagreeing with anything that you have said, except for the fact that we keep saying that if the man isn't bringing in any money, this is what you just said when I asked you what was value. You named a whole bunch of things that didn't have anything to do with money. And what we're basically saying is if you take all of the things that a man could be that does not include money, none of them can supersede money, and that is absolutely insane to me.
I don't think nobody said that,
bro. She literally just sat there and said that if I'm paying all of the bills, if I'm bringing in all of the money, that's what she
didn't say what you said. She didn't say what you said.
All the money. I'm keeping myself up. Like I'm staying physically fit. I'm supporting you. I'm loving you, and on top of me doing everything it is that I can do for you emotionally, spiritually, around the house, and financially. You're not bringing anything to the table. You have
but this is the thing, D.
That's what she said right there.
In a good faith conversation, we're not even talking about that. All we talking about is the absence of money. That's it.
That's what you're talking about.
Yes, it is. That's what you're talking about.
You're not understanding what we're saying because you're
so how am I wrong if that's what I'm talking about?
But you need to understand what we're saying. Go ahead, D. I'm sorry. D, go ahead.
If
I'm the one being not understood here. Am I missing something?
Yeah. Hold on. Can we pause for a second? Everybody pause for a second. Everybody pause for a second. It seems like you. Let me talk to you like that. It seems like you don't understand what a man could bring of value besides money.
So wait a minute. Before you go on, has anybody here stated what a man could bring besides money? Yes or no?
Yes, they have.
You didn't
They
ask
have.
that. You didn't ask that though.
Hold on. I agree. I didn't ask that. But this is what I'm saying right now. If I'm saying something and then Ani saying what she's saying something different, that don't make me wrong. So stop addressing me like I'm wrong because I'm not wrong.
But you have to listen. You're not even listening to get an understanding. That's why.
What is it that I'm not understanding? I'm making my own point. Why is that wrong? Why is it wrong for me to make my own point?
I'm not saying.
That's what I'm asking.
You have to ask a question.
You want to make the point by yourself? You're having a conversation with 4 other people.
Right. So why am I the only one being told I'm wrong about anything? That don't make sense. If I'm making a statement, I'm asking directly, and you keep saying the thing that I'm saying is that a man without any money, that's what you said. I don't care what keyhole try to play. What you said was if I'm paying all of the bills, that's what you said. If I'm bringing in all of the money, and I'm saying if we live in a society where women are being told they are equal, they can do everything that a man can do, they can work every job that a man can work, then why can't a man work a job that a woman does? Why is he devalued because he's an at-home husband? Why is it that as soon as I bring this, I'm going to rewind this back. Y'all already know this. So I'm going to bring the receipts out. Why is it that as soon as we start talking about a man in a situation where the woman is the provider, he's just some nigga laying around not doing nothing? Why isn't that we all the okay? Thank you for saying that. Why not
clarify? Like, why not clarify? Why go on this tirade of how you're? Why
because
not
y'all keep just because we saying something different don't mean we're arguing.
But you went right off into this whole thing. Why not clarify and redirect the conversation so we understand what you meant? Because it's obviously a misunderstanding of what we thought you were saying.
Okay, so can I ask you a question sincerely? Please don't deflect. If you say something and I misunderstand, wait a minute. I'm serious. Don't laugh, Kehoe, because this is serious. If you say something and I misunderstand you, who needs the correction? Me or you?
But you have to let me know that you misunderstand me, and then I can redirect. Like that's how grown. I don't know. I don't. This is not.
That's
how
why
I
asked you. See, all you had to do was say yes. It would be me because that's my point. If you saying you misunderstood me, then I'm not the one who needs the correction.
But then I don't know you misunderstood me until you say I misunderstand you. Then you say we're conversing. You know that we're conversing, right?
I do. And when you said you misunderstood me, and I started off, I told you, I said, what I'm about to say. I'm not saying this in competition with you. I'm not saying this to go against you. I'm having my own train of thought. I am going to rewind this back and show where I said those little words. I'm having my own train of thought here. And what I'm saying is in response to what you said and what she said and my own thought, based on her originally saying that men used to brag about doing for their women, but now they brag about women doing stuff for them. And what I'm saying is, why not? Why shouldn't men be provided for too?
That wasn't the issue. The issue was the mindset that she brought up. And I thought we had that clear. Now, if you're saying what else we're saying that men bring besides provisions, is that what you wanted to get into?
I mean, we can, but I'm still trying to figure out. You explain the
biological, so you don't want to solve the
situation. Side of
you don't want to get to an understanding. You just want to argue. Because I
want to know is you explain it from a biological point of view. Even Bang brought in a religious point of view. But what I'm saying is, if all of that is the case, then why aren't we telling women that they need to stay in their place?
We do.
I haven't heard one person say women, y'all need to stop working jobs.
Listen, I don't think men and women are equal. My husband leads, okay? I don't have an issue with no kind of money, nothing like that. Now, if he sat on the couch all day, that would be an issue. But I don't think like that. I don't think that men and women are equal, and we should. I don't think that's not how I think.
So, and even from a financial standpoint, I don't believe that men and women are equal. If I went and made all the money in the world, and I know who I am, and my husband didn't make as much money as me, when he say, this money is in this bank account, this is what needs to be done, we got yakety smackety, yada yada, guess what?
That's what we're doing.
can I say? Because guess what? He's my leader. And even though I'm bringing in the money, he's my provider.
That's right.
So he is definitely going to be able to let me know, lead and guide those finances, even if I went out and worked for them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Thank
and
you.
that's the point I think you were missing. Like that, we
No,
weren't
I
saying
wasn't
none of
missing that because she never
I
said
think
that.
me,
And now that she said it, I
we
appreciate
didn't
her
get any.
saying that. I do. I appreciate you saying that because that is not normal. That is not the norm. The norm is exactly what Ani said earlier, that there is something biological with us, that if we making all of the money and the man isn't bringing in any money.
Nothing. Yeah, like he's okay.
What? Go ahead. Say what you're saying.
You're listening. You're listening for you're okay.
Did I just misquote you?
Whatever.
It's not whatever. Did I just misquote you?
It is whatever.
You
You're
literally said that if a man is
No,
not bringing in any money, that's going to be you're not going to be able to be submissive to him, and biologically it's going to cause this problem.
I'm talking
Did you
about
or did you not say that?
everything. You just said if she's paying all the bills and all this, so you gave me the impression that she's paying all the bills and doing everything. So I assume she's doing everything. So of course that's not gonna the proverbial table is not gonna stand when it's one-sided. I assumed and I had the impression that you were saying it's a one-sided thing, and for women we don't know how to handle that. Right?
And what she said was taking care of all of that stuff. The woman do feel like, you know what, not even what they gonna say in their head. And I'm gonna be 100% honest. When the relationship is one-sided, the woman starts to build resentment. Yeah. And then it gets to the point where it's like, you know what, I'm good. And it's not even what am I trying to say? It's not even a
wait,
fight.
D, can I tell you something real quick? Can I tell you something real quick that's not that isn't really said? And it's probably gonna, it's you know what, when I first said it's probably gonna be like, well, I don't know, but just think about it. I guarantee you, if we can have a conversation with the men from the 50s and 60s, I guarantee you was a lot of resentment in those men.
I'm sure
those men that had to get up and go to work every single day.
Listen, most of those men wanted to. Their families were taken care of. Their legacy was preserved. Their legacy was being taught. Like those women were. I mean, that's what they wanted. They wanted the women to stay. Okay.
So,
I think you have an agenda. You're not.
Oh, I'm listening to you. I ain't even saying nothing now. That's just more. I am listening to you.
You're not.
But this, like I told you, what you do a lot is you refuse sometimes to accept that not all like that not all like you got Byron right there who's trying to cut into the conversation to say not all, to let you know that it was why do you have all of these women from the 60s and 70s telling their daughters that they need to get an education to be able to be independent, to not depend on no man because a man will walk away from you? So if all of these men were walking away, please tell me why they were walking away.
Because they was having more than one household.
the men weren't even walking away. Like
I agree with you on that, Ani. I agree with you on that. Thank you for saying that. But there was some.
And this whole not all thing, like there's no need to say not all. We know we're talking about the majority, and the majority only has to be 51%. So when we're having these intelligent conversations, we do not need to say not all, because it's understood that we're saying the majority.
I agree, and listen, I feel the same, and I feel the same way when we having a conversation about relationships, and we talking, and I say something about like, oh, the guy ain't bringing in no money. It don't mean he's a two-time loser beating on her and she bringing. I'm just saying, if you take a list of all of the good things that a man could possibly be, and you take out money, he could be everything else, but all of a sudden now he ain't worth nothing. He ain't worth no effort. He ain't worth no love. He ain't worth no submission.
Frame the conversation differently, because that's not the impression I got.
Okay, but see, when you said it, you said that's not the impression that you got. So then you should ask me, and then I will clarify. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just talking. I'm not trying to say it in a certain way. I didn't mean to confuse you, is what I'm really trying to say right now. My body language is probably saying something different, but inside, I'm not upset, I'm not angry, I'm not none of that. I told you in certain subjects I get passionate, but if there is a misunderstanding, if you misunderstand me, then you have to say that. And then I'll clarify to you and say, hey, no, I'm saying
But I
just
didn't
take out the
know I
money.
misunderstood you. And when you saw that we misunderstood you, you didn't even redirect. You're still on this fire. Like you're the
I did. I literally said I'm just talking about money,
You're
Ani.
moderating the show. You should be able to read us. Like you can see that I'm confused. Then you say, okay, let me spin it. Let me say it another way so that you understand what I'm saying.
Like
Because
when I was
obviously
confused,
my response to you obviously was not the response you expected because I understood differently. So then you redirect. Like that's all you had to do.
wait, this was so crazy. Your response is exactly what I expected. You said exactly what I thought you were gonna say. That women are biologically and all the emotionally and all this other stuff, you need for a man to provide for you, and you're not gonna have respect for a man if you're making all of the money.
I thought you meant that the man's not. You're doing all the work in the relationship. That's what I thought you meant. That's why my response was like that.
I know that's what happens. I'm not gonna pretend like that ain't what happened. But no, I'm just saying, like, listen, if I would love I want to retire my woman. I wish I could. If I won the lottery today or tomorrow, if I built the business, I would love for my woman to just be able to stay at home. But what I'm saying is, I don't have it. I can show you better than I can tell you. It was a post that this woman made about retiring her man, her husband. And everybody, all these women lost their mind.
That was Tabitha Brown. And most women did, but then there were some of us who did not because we understand what communication and partnership looks like.
Shut up,
she and her husband had a partnership. And when she made the statement about retiring him, it was because they had an agreement in their marriage. And in their agreement, he was going to work and be a police officer while she was doing what she was doing, while he was helping her to establish what she was establishing. Now she got where it was she needed to be. And she said, I'm going to retire my man because he don't need to go out there and risk his life. Absolutely, baby. Do what you got to do. That's what you and your man discussed. That ain't even nobody.
So listen, Keyhole. You still there, Keyhole?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Let me. I know you like to say that things are situational. I'm starting to realize why that's a good mind frame to have. But I want to ask you, and I want to ask Byron, could you see yourself in a situation where your woman was the breadwinner, period?
Well, the difference between me and you, if my woman is the breadwinner, then it's gonna be all kind of other things that I'm gonna do to
Why is that the
balance
difference
that
between me and you?
I mean, I'm just because you just had a whole lot of things going on. This is my thing. If I ain't bringing in more than you, then that means I got to do more. I got to do it more than I would do.
Okay.
And that's just that simple. There's a way to find it. There's a way I got to find a balance in between there.
I never disagree with that. But what I'm saying is you don't. I can't say we don't because we do. But I think it's messed up that I see this all day, every day. So many videos, and I actually don't just want to pull them all down because there's too many of them where there's the women saying that making average money ain't good enough. So making no money ain't good enough. But these are the same women who tell their stories as if I don't want to have to make no money. I'm finna go to school for 10 years and get this degree just so I can get a husband who gonna pay for everything. Like that's the narrative. I'm not making that up. I will go get the receipts if it's necessary. So, bang. Would you or would you not be okay with being Stedman?
So let me just be 100 and answer that question off the hip.
My man, I appreciate it.
No, I would.
You know what?
I would not.
It's 2022, bang.
Let me tell you why I would not, bro. I'm not built like that.
Yeah, I know.
So like for instance,
my
wife right now.
Don't rub it in, Ani.
Biological.
So like for instance, my wife right now, bro. My wife worked with
that ain't Christian like Ani. Rubbing it in. Go ahead, man.
And we build our businesses together. She can do what I do. You know what I'm saying? So we both bring the money in, and it's not about who bring more money, who whatever. It's about we got things to take care of, and this is how much money we made today. This is what we got to do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's also been certain points in times in the marriage where she made more bread than me. Yeah.
D, let me hold $5.
You guys
I mean, if y'all get it like that.
About that.
So wait, so you said points in time, which means that's not currently what's happening.
I mean, I'm saying
if I made more money than him right now, you would still have to talk to him about it.
Sometimes it fluctuates. Sometimes it fluctuates.
Okay.
But finances is one of the top 5 things.
Come on.
That break up relationships.
Come on.
And people be in relationships still having issues with finances. Like me and my wife still have issues with finances. Because there's certain things that she need financially that I'd be like, what the hell you need that for?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I'll get to a point where I'll just be like, man, whatever. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal. I'm not looking at that. And what happens is you find out a lot of issues that you have in certain situations is because you're dealing out of past hurt or you're dealing out of past pain. I can't function with this woman the way that I functioned with the woman that I was with before her or the woman before her. Or I can't say she's going to do exactly what somebody else did prior to her because she's not them. You feel what I'm saying?
I do. So now I got to ask you, Ani. So you saying personally that you would not be a sole provider in your relationship?
Well, he's not doing anything at all.
He's not bringing in any money. He is everything else.
It's situational though. Why? Like she said, why? What happened that he would? Because currently he is.
He's
situational.
He don't want to.
No, that's trifling.
No.
Yeah, she not.
Okay.
She not. You
I'm
gave
glad
it
y'all
meaning.
doing this. I'm glad y'all doing this. I'm going to get the videos
He
now.
has to be a productive man. Like that's a part of my attraction for him. Being driven, being productive, being a go-getter. So if he don't want to do nothing because he don't want to do nothing, I'm just not attracted to that.
So then here's my question. Why should a man be? Why should a man be attracted to a woman who don't want to do nothing?
He shouldn't be.
Because she don't want to do nothing.
He shouldn't be.
So let me ask y'all this. How many videos do I have to go get right now? You give me the number and I'm going to get them of women saying that's what they want. They want to be housewife. They don't want to have to work, especially after having kids. They don't want to have to provide none.
You should stay away from those videos and those women. That's what you should do.
It's clouding your judgment. It's clouding your judgment.
It's not my judgment because my relationship ain't like that.
It's making you very angry.
No, that's not what makes me angry. What makes me angry is the devaluing of men. That's going to always make me angry. I don't like it. I don't like the people to devalue men.
If you addressing that fact, right? Then address this right here. Because this is one that confused me, and this is one for the books. Now, when I was younger, I frequented the stripping community.
What?
Still don't get that.
I was gonna guess it. You like porn? You can't judge him.
Hey, Matthew 7.
So when I frequented the stripping community at the point in time that these things were happening, it was not it was frowned upon to be dealing with individuals in the stripping community.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like a big deal. It's like, oh yeah, he messed with them girls, them girls that be on them poles.
Nasty.
He them nasty girls. He messed with them. That's what he messed with. He don't want no regular woman. Now, in this day and time, People is going to
in
trip
love with a stripper.
and be like, huh,
Right.
I want to take her home.
That's my wife.
That's my wife. So we living in a different day and age, man.
He said a regular girl. Bro, it's gonna be some strippers gonna clap back and hold on, who you saying ain't regular? Bruh. Listen, man. I've never understood people's affinity with the strip club. It is one of those things I put at the top of my dumbest things ever list, bro. I never got it. You know, all these women half naked that you can't touch or talk, take home, none of that. So it is what it is. But like Anise said, I can't judge you. But I get what you're saying. And I think again, and let me clarify this one more time for everybody that's gonna watch this video. I do not like the devaluing of men. You know what's wrong with so many black men in our community? Look, all of the things that y'all say, they this, they weak, they lazy, they blah blah blah, they woo, all of the bad things that women say in general. I got a post. I'll look it up right now while we talking, where I asked the women, what's wrong with the men? And they listed all these things that's wrong with men.
Who are these women?
Okay, hold on. Let me clarify something. I do not like the devaluing of strippers. I do not like it. I won't stand for it in here.
Hey, I'm in love with a stripper. Come on, Ani. I'm in love with a stripper. We got to do the bang dance. I'm in love with a stripper. Hey, you are done.
Damn the men. Damn the men. Leave the strippers alone.
Right. But no, listen, this is what I was saying. I put up this post. All these women came when I said everything that was wrong with men, bro. We got hundreds of comments. Now, I didn't say it.
Was your post leading? Was the question leading?
No, I just said, tell us what's wrong with the men. And I said, fellas, please don't say nothing. Let the women answer.
The women in there don't like black men.
With men. How about tell us what's right with them?
Yeah, but you can't fix things when you don't talk about what's wrong. In order to fix something, you have to diagnose it. So you have to say what's wrong first, and then you can fix it. If we spend the whole day on kumbaya, we ain't never gonna get nowhere.
When you say what's wrong, let me tell you what happens a lot more often than not. If you ask me what's wrong with, I ain't gonna go there. If you ask a person,
now we want you to go there.
I can't. If you ask a person who has some past hurts pertaining to particular issues,
like the women in that group,
out of their hurt, not out of their healed. So if you ask a woman who has a baby daddy, I got a baby daddy, had a baby daddy, and he did this and he did that, and I thought that I was a pretty good baby mama. But if you ask what's wrong with baby daddies, and my only experience was negative, I'm going to give you some negativity. But if you talk to a woman whose baby's father was there and who did this and who did that, she doesn't even get the opportunity to say what he is. You might get a little bit. However, if you ask the right woman about a man, about black men, because there are some things that's not right, but guess what? Everything's not gonna be right with the black man or the black woman, because we've all gone through some hurt and some pain that caused us to react due to that. But what we have to do, and this is what I need you to understand, bro. Everybody not doubting y'all, because some of us love the shit out of y'all, no matter what. I'm on this one right here. I'm gonna keep lifting him up. No matter what. On my baby.
Listen, don't nobody care because y'all two husbands got lucky. We don't care. We don't care about y'all husbands and they luckiness. Don't nobody want to hear that crap. With me and Kehoe stuck with the strippers and the pornographers.
Don't do Kehoe like that.
Kehoe said, wait a minute.
So let me finish telling you this though, D. The thing about it was this. My point in doing that post And there's a couple of reasons. The major reason why I did that post was because I spent a lot of times diagnosing what's wrong with women. So I wanted to and people was like, man, bro, sometimes you got to talk about the other side. So I said, well, I'm not going to talk about men. I don't deal with men. I don't have relationships with men. I'll let the women talk about the men. And so I put up this post, and everybody that was commenting, I ain't argue, I ain't debate, because here's the thing. Everything that those women were saying was exactly true. It don't have to apply to all of them. It only needs to apply to one. I'm not going to gaslight you. Your situation and what happened to you matters. It matters to you if it don't matter to nobody else, and that's enough. You see what I'm saying? But what I don't ever see is that same type of conversation from a woman's perspective to men, saying, look, just tell us what's wrong. And for me, the number one thing would be the devaluing of men. I'm not saying that men should be looking to become housewives. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, and Kevin Samuels, my man crush, as Keogh calls him, says this all the time. The Mexican dude will come over here from Mexico, stand on the side of the road and sell oranges, go in front of the Home Depot or the Menards and wait for a pickup truck to get work. And guess what? They get the same submission. They get the same love. They get the same respect. They get the same femininity. They get the same fitness and all that other stuff. They get all of that.
Can I say
He's doing
something?
what he can as a man.
Can I say something though?
Hey, bang. Let me. I heard him say something. I don't think them boys got lucky. I think they made good choices with their wives.
You talking about banging Ani husband?
Yes, I think they made good choices. There is no luck. They knew what they were doing.
I seen Ani husband. She chose him. She was in her masculine frame. Hey, she was at a dinner for her corporate. She was at one of those corporate dinners, and she was like, "That's him." Her friends was like, "That's who?" That's the one that's gonna marry me.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
She went and was like, "Get your coat and let's go." She was like, "Okay." Walked up out of there. Let me went straight to the courthouse. Day one.
Yeah, I think brothers who make the proper choice and don't lay with women because of what they look like, then the brothers who make the choice, the right choice, they come up. It's not luck. I wasn't shooting at you either when I say with don't lay with women because they look like. Don't take that personal because they just you would have been there.
Bro, listen to me. He chose Ani because of what she looked like. It ain't nothing he could tell me. I seen the picture. Her new profile pic is head to toe. I saw it.
No,
that's why he chose her. He was like, Michelle Obama? Yup. Ring. She got that whole Kelly Rowland stature working for her. That's all right, though. It's cool.
So the thing that you said about the Mexican.
The who?
Mexicans.
Oh, okay, put some respect on their name. Pronounce the A in the N. It sounds like you said Mexicans. Like you just took the N and replaced it with the S.
So this is what we have to address with that.
Right.
They are taught from the womb what to do as far as being a man is concerned, as far as being a woman is concerned, and as far as building a family is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We not taught that. And
what is that?
Have many examples
Not about that.
to show what we supposed to be doing in those situations.
Feminism.
Man, I heard a woman properly explaining feminism not that long ago. I'm gonna have to get at her so she can come break it down. When it's properly explained, it's not even being expressed right.
Yeah. Matriarchy. Oh, God, excuse me. Pardon me, y'all.
COVID.
Did you see that video? Did you see that video on World Star when the chick came on and was talking and said everything, and she said, "This dude asked me what I had to offer, and I realized that I ain't had nothing to offer him but some coochie."
I did.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I did. Yeah.
That was real.
And listen, and this is the thing, bro. Like, in real whole life, I'm not gonna lie, right? I know for a fact you and D at a different place, but y'all went through something. This ain't the beginning. This ain't year one. You see what I'm
True.
saying? So y'all been through some things already. Y'all grown emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, right?
True.
Ani is a newlywed, but this ain't her first marriage. So she has an understanding of what not to do based on what she did before and what to do based on what she went through before, right? So what we have now in our society is a lot of situations where there's a complete devaluing of both sides. That's the one part of the manosphere that I don't like. I don't like the fact that they try to minimize women to, these arm pieces. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me say this to you. It goes back to what I just said, bro. And it's a thing that a pastor said to me one time that I took with me all my life. And he said, if you don't know the purpose of a thing, the only thing for you to do is to abuse it. If you don't know the purpose of a wife and you don't know the purpose of a husband, the only thing that you can do is abuse it.
That is deep. I'm not surprised that came from a pimp. I mean, pastor.
Any place called the manosphere don't sound like they know the purpose of a woman.
Hey man, listen, man. Hey man, Kehoe. Hey man, we know where you live at, bro. Slow down, bro.
Man, I told you what it sounds like to me, man. It sounds like a bunch of guys eating ice cream, dwelling in they hurt.
They call the Kevin Samuel followers the Samuelites. Don't have me get a Samuelites. Yes, man. Listen, man. I gotta say this, bro, because I want to play this video for y'all real quick. And this is so funny to me, and it was such a great segue for Bang to use that pastor, right? Because this pastor on this particular video, I think, hit something on the head, man. Let me play this video for y'all.
God said to me, here's the problem. You guys in the church can be so hypocritical. He said, in the African-American church, you really got to be careful. I said, what do you mean? He said, because you are guilty of condemning the Supreme Court system and preaching against something. But if you look at half of our choirs, and a great number of our artists that we call abominations and we call demons, we demonize and dehumanize the same people that we use, and we don't say nothing about the gay choir director because he's good for business. As long as the choir sound good, I ain't saying nothing about his sexuality.
Here we go. Bring it home. Bring it home.
We have done what the slave master did to us, dehumanize us, degrade us, demonize us, but then use them for our advantage.
Watch this.
It's hypocritical to talk about the Supreme Court and calling them Sodom and Gomorrah, which is not what it's all about. But if that's the case, half our churches have been Sodom and Gomorrah for 100 years.
Now make
he
it
told me,
plain
boy,
for
you
him.
got to examine yourself. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, on one hand, you quote homosexuality is an abomination from Leviticus. But you say that right after you ate some shrimp, some catfish, and some lobster.
See, this is why I wanted to make shit for this one. But that's okay. I got a couple more Jesus.
You quote Leviticus while you're wearing a wool blend suit. It's also in Leviticus that you shouldn't wear mixed linens.
Now make it plain.
It's in Leviticus that if your wife is on her cycle, that you shouldn't go in the same house with her or even sleep on the same bed with her. That's in Leviticus too.
He's sacrificing lambs.
Here's my point. We pick and choose the scriptures that we want to use to beat folk up with, rather than look at our own lives.
There it is. We pick and choose the scriptures that we want to beat folk up with, rather than look at our own lives.
They shouldn't be eating that swine. They shouldn't be bringing Christmas trees in your house. I know that book. That's why I don't pledge no oath to nothing that I couldn't live up to the fullest. Otherwise, I'm living a lie.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't do the whole Islam thing, man. When they told me I couldn't have bacon, I was just
They ain't supposed to eat Christians. They supposed to eat pork either.
Yeah, I know.
They diet is in the book. They diet is in the book, and none of them live. None of them eat bad. They make a mockery of it.
So here's my
thing. I tell you, I take them all and respect them all from the outside. I'm not gonna step into nothing I can't fully embrace.
Right. So here's my question for the panel. I'm gonna start with you, Keon. Pick and choose the scriptures that we whoop other folk with instead of looking at our own selves. The Bible also says, "Thou shalt not judge." I don't know if I know it's a little bit more to that verse, but my question really is, how do you know what you're supposed to follow inside of the Bible? And I know you got a different perspective on it, which is great for me.
Well, let me give you this. There is no way possible for them to do it because it contradicts itself over and over again. It contradicts. So it says one thing, one place it says something. There is no place. You couldn't. But there's a lot of things that they could do if you was gonna commit to it. But there's so many contradictions that it's, you know what I'm saying, with their different perspectives. That's what I say about that. That it'll be hard to even try because it contradicts itself over and over again.
See, so Bang, you understand the question that I'm asking, right? Because, like he said, it says in the same book where it says, "Man shall not lay with man," and everybody know that one, and everybody repeat that one. It also says that you ain't supposed to wear dual blended clothes.
True.
It also says, like he said, you ain't even supposed to lay with your woman when she's on her cycle.
Right.
So how do you determine what you are? Because I hear a lot of people say nowadays, and I think I said this before on the program, the only words in the Bible that matter are the red ones. Right? That's this whole new thing. If Jesus didn't say it, then it don't matter. Right? But those same people who say the only words that matter are the red ones will still pick and choose other scriptures from the Bible that don't supposed to matter to beat folk across the head with.
Right.
So how do you supposed to know?
So let me say this, then I'll let D go after I say it. So my thought process is anything that's in the Bible that I'm going into as far as like following is from the New Testament. Anything that I'm learning from, as in building my relationship with God and learning what type of God he is, what he like, dislike, and where things came from, is me using the Old Testament in comparison to the New Testament to come up with an opinion of who I may think that he be in unison with praying and coming into relationship with him in my heart. So people like to try to use different verses in the Bible to beat people up with or to make themselves right in argument. But at the end of the day, we all got issues. And that's the reason why he chose us in the first place. So, for instance, if you read about the saints in the Bible, like Noah was an alcoholic. You know what I'm saying?
Was he now?
Yes.
And God has actually slept with him.
Yes. His daughter slept with him.
No. That was Lot.
Lot's daughter slept with him, made a baby. You know what I'm saying? It's
Wait,
just
Lot's daughter slept with who?
Him. They got
her
him
father?
Yes.
But, yeah.
Please tell me that Lot was somebody that God used.
Yes.
Lot,
Yeah.
his wife Lot was actually saved from
He was
Sodom and Gomorrah.
He tuned out. You gotta laugh. Oh man. Oh man.
Ooh, wee, boy, wee.
I'm gonna be quiet because I always be on the book, man. I think that I'm gonna tell you like this though. I think if whatever you believe, to believe means to accept something as truth. So you've accepted it as your truth. You don't push it on nobody else, and if it make you better, then go and do it. But don't push it out here as truth because you've accepted it. You know what I'm saying?
Keyhole. And
Yeah.
that's why I'm at with it. That's why I'm at with it.
like
Whatever you
that.
believe can make you better. If that's what make you better, then you go ahead and roll with it.
Mhm.
I ain't gotta try to make you be no Christian. I ain't gotta try to make you be no more American. I ain't gotta try to make you be none of that. Just be what it is that you want to be.
The only problem comes when you start pushing it off on other people like it's truth and it's something that you've accepted as your truth. And that's all right. You can do that. But when you push it on other people like it's the truth, then that's when you become really, really excessive with it. And you know what I'm saying? You take it and use it for what it works for you.
So so I need a question on deck right now is how do you know what to believe, what to follow, you know what I'm saying, which scriptures to follow, which ones, you know, are the ones that you're supposed to adhere to or whatever. But based on what Keyhole just said, he said that, you know, you take it if it works for you. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to push it on anybody else. So I wanted to know, in your opinion, does that include pornography?
God, MH need to be here for this one.
You want to be absolved of your little.
I do. Because mentally, I battle with this. I'm serious. When I see girls on Instagram or on Facebook Reel, like, I'm serious, man. It's really getting out of control where we are right now, because the videos that they're putting out here, like, okay, just look at this. Tell me what this is about.
Feel like a workout. Damn, you so loud. You almost got a nigga burned out.
That's it.
You just wanted to get you a peek, didn't you?
No, I seriously had that video because I had a segment that I was going to use to have this conversation in, but we segue into it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand what is the point of that? To me, that is all ego, right? But at least
her hair.
You liked her hair?
Her hair was very pretty.
Was it?
She feel like a workout.
You gave him reason.
He didn't even see her hair.
It's a nice color, but
the locks is everything. Baby.
I don't know if I like them really big old locks, but this is what I'm saying. She's not advertising to sell anything.
So let me ask you.
But she's feeding somebody lust demon right now.
Let me ask this question.
Okay, yeah, she is doing that, but that's not pornography. Pornography is people coming together and making love and doing this beautiful act that God designed.
That's your
making love. Hey D, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I want to Google the definition.
No, don't do that. Let the definition be what I'm saying it is. Okay, don't do that.
So let me say this. They have if you ever noticed, man, like you gotta visit it all. So like if you
hold on, bang. My bad. Hold on. I had asked Ani. I didn't let her go. I'm so sorry about that. Please hold that thought, bang. Ani.
No problem.
What scriptures in the how do you know what scriptures in the Bible you are supposed to follow or believe?
So I don't know what you're supposed to follow, but I learned the New Testament first, and then I learned the Old Testament. I'm sorry, I learned the Old Testament first, and then I learned the New Testament. And once I learned, you know, Christ came, he died for us, he created a new law, he atoned for us, so we don't have to make sacrifices anymore. We don't have to. Some of those, we're not we're not restricted by the law of Moses so much anymore, because Christ came and atoned for us, and most of his scriptures, most of the things that were written, it speaks about the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, and confiding in the Holy Spirit, and seeking guidance from the Holy Spirit.
But you
and
know I'm not as
also,
aware, right? So when you
you want
say a new
specific
law,
scriptures?
no. When you say a new law, like how does it define the new law? Does it say, okay, you don't have to worry about Leviticus? Like how does it tell you that you don't have to worry about not sleeping in the same bed with your woman when she's on a menstrual cycle anymore?
It said that Christ came to fulfill the law, and it also said that it didn't say not to follow those laws, but it said that it specifically said the law of Moses. It talks about the law of Moses. I don't remember the specifics, but he said that the 10 Commandments can be summed up in like two commandments, which is love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy mind, with all that, and love thy neighbor so as thyself. So if everything you do is done in love,
I got
then you're not
jokes,
gonna
but
kill
I'm
your
gonna keep it to
neighbor.
myself.
Kill your neighbor. You're not gonna commit adultery.
Think you heard me? When you said love your neighbor like you love yourself. I had jokes right there, but I was just like, let me just go ahead and give it to myself. You know, I was about to use that to back up my pornography argument. You know what I'm saying? Like I had good jokes right there, real good ones.
I don't know how y'all supersede the old one like that. Each one of those characters was a Christ character. Every one of them was on their journeys, and that's why their journeys are very similar if you get off of them. And really, it was only 3 of them who elevated with their physical body still, and Jesus wasn't even one of them. Now, I ain't gonna get into that way. We can get deep, but there was only 3 of them who went up with their bodies. The rest of them died. Jesus actually died, but there was 3 others who left with their bodies.
And James 1:5 said, if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of him that giveth freely. So there are certain scriptures that I stick to because, like I said, the veil was lifted. I can go to my Father and ask him questions myself. Of course, there are preachers there for interpretation, but as you can see, they interpret things how they want to, and they use scriptures how they want to. So if I have questions, I'm going to study to show myself approved. And if I have questions, I'm going to go to God for myself.
That's right.
I can't wait till I find me another agnostic to be on the show with me. We're gonna make our own religion.
Right there.
No, Kehoe and agnostic. Kehoe, he got a religion. His religion, he is it's a terminology for it. I used to use
No, I don't do anything that starts. I don't. I read them all. I find truth.
Exactly.
I find truth in all of them. All of the books.
It's a word for that.
All of the books.
Yeah, it's something like that. It's a word.
All of the books are connected. It's the same. It's extensions of the same story. The characters are just play different roles in each one. You know what I'm saying? I'll never be, it's Allah, it's Buddha, it's Buddha. Now, I'm not caught up in that because it's all the same story. It's literally all the same story and all connected. If you read them all, then you can connect it. But if you select one, then you'll just be stuck there. It's all right, though. Whatever works for you. I choose them all. I mean, all of them.
I had that conversation with my sister not too long ago, just based on the religion that my family grew up in. And like I was explaining to her, I can't allow my family and their religion to dictate terms over my life. And I use that same example because if you ask a Buddhist who is their almighty, it's going to be Buddha. If you ask a Muslim, it's going to be Allah. So
yeah, like I said, the books is connected. Even in the Christian book, it tells you don't have to believe for to come to the table of God. You don't have to be a believer. You know what I'm saying? It's the same. A man is judged by his heart. So everybody chooses what they want to choose and how they want to choose it. But I could say it's all mine because it's all the same story. It's all mine. It's all connected. It all just the same entity being called different names. Period.
Right, and that term is omnis. It's omnis. That's the person who is a follower of all religions. He accepts accepts all or certain aspects of all religions, and
Mhm.
so that's a religion in itself. I'm the only sane person here. I ain't following none of that stuff. I'm eating my bacon.
Stick to your pornography.
That's
And
right.
go sleep with your wife when
That's
she
right.
on her menstrual.
And you
That's
ain't
right.
taking care of
God,
nobody.
Run
Find
all
out.
kinds of red lights.
God, man. You know what?
He running all red lights.
Y'all did not have to, y'all. Hey, listen. No, I know I'm not. I am a follower of the laws of the land. That's also in the Bible. I do not run red lights. Don't listen to them officers. I know y'all watching me because of my background. so they watching everything I do and listening to everything.
Hey, I'm
And you know
glad you
what?
made it through that episode earlier, boy.
That's
Hey,
not.
listen, man. I'm learning, man. I told
I'm,
you
I'm glad you made it.
I take everything that y'all say. It be in my head. I usually I don't. This is
Yes.
what I was going to
I
ask you.
thought
Hold
we was
on.
gonna go full-fledged narcissist. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever.
He on his way, man.
You wrong,
He on his
man.
way.
But no, this what I wanted to. I'm glad you brought that up because this is what I wanted to ask Ani. So if you watch that video of that pastor, you see the guy. He's having this. When he's talking, he's saying that he's having this conversation with
Yeah.
God. Bang, you heard that, right?
Oh, with God? Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah,
it was
he
with
said
God.
he's saying like I'm talking to God and God is saying back to me like they two homies sharing a blunt. That's how he was telling that story. Like I said, what? And God was like, boy, you know you need to stop judging them gays. And he was like, well, when I can't judge the gays, like, cause you got all the gays in your choir. He like, man, my choir sure is full of gays, ain't it, God? God was like, sure will. Like that's basically how he was saying it in so many words. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is this. Is that the type of relationship that you have with God? Are you really having a conversation like you talking on the phone with him? I want
do.
all y'all to answer that question.
I do.
But we're gonna start with Ani.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's the same kind of conversation. Now, sometimes I don't hear anything back, and there are times when I don't physically hear anything.
I know what
I
you
don't
mean.
hear.
You
Right,
mean in your mind.
yes, and there are times when if I'm fasting and praying and in my word, what I hear is completely different than when I'm not in my word like that. So yeah, I have those conversations too, just like that.
D. Is that how your conversations go with God?
Yes.
Bang.
Yeah. He talks back to me.
Same way, bro.
So
Yeah.
then, Kehoe, I know the answer to yours, so I ain't gonna ask you. So my
Sky
question.
Daddy. I talk to my Sky Daddy like
But no, I got a
Ah,
different. When I tell you I deal with all, when I deal with all of them and incorporate what I get in the Bible, it tells you God is not a man; it is light. Thoughts are light. So if you were hearing it and it was coming to you, it would be in your head, that part that you could only perceive. See, everything in the physical realm, you use your physical senses, sight, sound, touch. The voice inside of you, you don't, because it's something else. So the thoughts being light, that voice you would hear is connected to something else and could be considered the higher self, the higher, whatever you want to call it, could be considered that.
so you know what the next question is, right?
What is it?
Everybody, all y'all should know what the next question is.
I'm not schizophrenic.
What does the voice sound like?
Sounds like your voice.
Sound like your voice.
It's the thoughts. The thoughts. You pick up on all kind of thoughts all the time anyway. You can pick up on other people's thoughts the same way you can pick up thoughts from it. You can walk in a room and hear somebody's thoughts. You just don't realize you did. And you look over at the person. Yeah, hey, that's how light works. And it tells you in the Bible, God is light. God is not a man, it is light.
I thought he was part of the Trinity.
I wanted one of y'all to say it was my voice, but forget y'all then.
Your voice?
Yeah, why not my voice?
You would tell us to watch pornography. No.
You'll never find. Hey man, listen, man. Hold on, bro. I need to Google this because I'm pretty sure it's a nice percentage of people that do pornography. Like y'all can't make it seem like these people that's making beautiful, sweet love, you know what I'm saying, as art, you know what I'm saying, and as an expression for the people, I mean, it's worse stuff they could be doing. They could be eating bacon. I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
They could be wearing they could be wearing dual blended clothing. I'm just saying.
Well, you gonna stay on that one.
Hey, listen, I remember one time one of my cousins passed away, right? And my other little cousin went and got our cousin tattooed on him. And my mama was like, boy, you know the Bible said you ain't supposed to mark up your body. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure that same night she made smothered pork chops. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, how you gonna tell this man he ain't supposed to get no
you know what
tattoo,
happened? If the Christians, if somebody really lived it, when you came in the house, they'd have a bucket that'll wash your feet. If they was really about that business.
Bro, don't make me take
and it'll
that
be another
into my
man washing your
life.
feet.
I need D. Are y'all washing your husband's feet?
I will.
No, I said another man. You would come over his house and he would wash your feet if he was about that life.
Yeah, I ain't. Hey, bang.
So it's kind of this kind of parts that people be like, okay, you know.
Bang. Let me say this now. You one of my longest friends, probably about 30 years now. I love you to death. If you try to touch my feet, it's gonna be a problem, bro. I'm letting you know now. We ain't that cool, bro. Plus, my bunion on my right foot got a little bit bigger over the last couple of years.
Yeah, they was living a different life then, man.
Well, look, I do. Keyhole, you got the master keys tonight?
No, I'm about to go do something, man.
Every week, bro. I'm finna start doing master keys on my own, bro.
We got it next week, man. We done rolled on a little late. I got something waiting on me right now, though. I got a gift waiting on me. Something I need to go put myself on.
Okay. You about to pull out right now? Pause.
Yeah, is it closing?
No. I wanted to know before I bring this other topic in real quick. Because we had one more topic. It was about this chick. She was asking for some money on the first date. Since you ain't going nowhere, I'm gonna go and roll the video. Let me ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the show. All right.
You silly.
Hold on. Let me see if I got it. I think I got it.
Hey, you know what I would have asked you earlier, Beans, when you was talking to the ladies? You know, I got to come around the corner. I'd have asked you, what do you think that you give a woman besides money?
Oh man,
what else do you have to offer a woman besides money?
Man, let me
tell you her that Wesley Pipes.
First of all, yes. But second of all, no. Because he gets on my nerve. He talks too much. Okay, so but let me tell you something, man. And this is real talk. And it's gonna sound like it's ego, but I promise it's not. I am the greatest lover in the history of Tauruses.
Okay, that's surface things. I mean, outside of that.
I'm not even talking about sex at all.
Okay, go ahead.
I am the greatest lover in the history of Tauruses. You will never find another Taurus that will express love and adoration. And man, listen. And it comes in many forms. I remember we had a video on the show a couple of weeks ago. We've had Ani say this. And so you can't backtrack on it now just because it's coming from me, Ani. Ani said that correction comes from men. And then when it's coming from a man, it's coming from a place of love. And this is what I mean when I say I'm a great lover. All things love. I'm not even talking about sex. I have not had, man, listen, let me just put you like this. I ain't nobody's rich guy. My money been funny for a long time. And my woman.
The correction game funny too, because you wasn't correcting right with them ladies at all. So you got to scratch that one too.
Correction is what too?
Your correction game funny too. You couldn't correct the conversation with them ladies, so you got to scratch that one too. What else we got?
Well, I mean, no, listen, that was really me and Ani, but that happens when you're expecting a
Okay, now you're
certain
making
type of
stuff up.
conversation. No, this is the truth. When you
I
expect
think
for
he's right.
somebody to be speaking something a certain way, then you're going to respond to it that way.
But you
It just
expected it,
is
so
what
you
it
got the
is.
issue, not the person. It's you. You
No,
got the
she
expectation.
expected it. That's why she thought when I said the man, didn't have no money, that like she said, she thought I was saying that the woman was just doing everything and the man was just laying around. I would never suggest that.
Okay, well,
I
back
would
to the
never
point
even assume that.
about
But
what
the
you was
way I
offering.
talk, it
Matter
might
of fact,
come
I want
off
to hear
like
all the fellas on here. I want to hear the fellas on here. What you got to offer besides sex and money? What do you bring
I
to the
am the
table?
greatest lover in the
Okay,
history
we
of Taurus,
bypassing you.
bro.
Go ahead, fam. Come on, Bangs.
No, you don't
Go
get to
back to the same
bypass
foolishness.
me.
There is no growth in what you said. Go ahead,
Ladies and
Bangs.
gentlemen, welcome to the show hosted by Keyhole.
I just want to hear the men go around and say what we got to offer besides sex and money and the typical things: sex, money, and protection. What else are we bringing to the table that makes us different?
Bang, say sex, money, but say it in a different word.
No, sir. I'm one of the best things that I bring to the table is faith. I come to the table with great faith, and I make sure that everybody around me, everybody that deals with me, believe in self and is able to bet on themselves, along with using the power of God to take them to the next level. So that's one of the greatest things that I bring to the table. My wife said, "I better let you know that she the best Taurus lover."
I mean, I've been trying to figure out for a long time why D settled on you. I have no clue. He can't grow no dreadlocks.
Now, to be honest with you, I've been asking her that for the past 10 years. I ask her all the time, "What you messing with me for?" She got you one of them other dudes.
The normal men.
Listen,
What you call those girls? The regular girls.
Yeah.
Right, the regular girls. So let me ask you, Keyhole, what do you bring to the table besides being an omnist, and knowing all of the books ever?
Well, I ain't gonna go into them, but I do come with flaws. But I come with care, understanding, acknowledgement. The little things is what matter most. So I try to keep the little things in mind and do the little things, because that's what these women or somebody you love remembers the most, the little things you do. But I come with a lot of flaws too. So I try to balance it off. You know what I'm saying? With other things, but I know we all flawed. So that's just the
you
basic
got
understanding.
you got one glaring flaw too. That's why you don't be camming up, because you ain't got no melanin.
No.
Over there looking like special ed.
No, man. I ain't the pale guy, man. I'm the copper colored guy. But yeah, man. So Beans, I like his answer. I gave you something, man. We back to you, man. Now give us something.
Now I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, bro. Like when I say that, I really mean that. About
I
being
mean, no.
Listen,
We
hold
ain't
on.
letting you get
Let me
off like
finish.
that.
No, let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I might be wrong, but
Well, you probably are. If you start the conversation off like that, I don't believe
I could be wrong, because what I'm about to say
Just
is
come
based
on and tell
what.
us.
Listen,
I'll tell you what my husband brings.
You gotta let me talk. Oh yeah, then
Yeah.
I need. First, let Ani go. We got Ani. Yeah, you can go ahead and tell us now.
I think my husband is very resourceful. That's one thing that I really, really love about him. I think you could drop us off anywhere on this earth, no matter where we are, and he's gonna make sure that we're sheltered, we're fed, we're protected. He can turn anything into, I don't know, nothing go from nothing to anything. I think he's very he's understanding too. He's patient. Oof, got the patience
Patience
of
is a
Job.
must.
Yes. And he's as far as protection goes, and I mean like not just protection like defense, like my feelings. When it comes to like making sure I'm straight, he's good with security. Now he's working on being more, because I'm demanding as far as like security because of my first marriage. I have issues, so he's working on being extra, giving me extra security. He's driven, he's hardworking, and he's gonna make, like I said, get blood out of turnip. Like we work hard, but we're getting to the point where he wants us to be self-sufficient, live off the land. We have some animals. We've got plants and trees and vegetables. We've got a little lake here. We're about to like turn into a fish farm. Like he's gonna make sure we're straight, no matter what world we live in, no matter how inflated everything gets. So that's
if you can live off the land, you've graduated to another way of understanding. If that's a great thing to be able to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely,
like you sound a lot like him. Did I tell you like you were his favorite when he listened to the live broadcast? I'm like, really, Kehoe?
So I got a question.
Hold on, Bang. Before you ask your question, let me say this because I need think she's slick, bro. Like all of that stuff that she just said, she wouldn't be saying none of that if that dude wasn't light skinned. Like real talk, bro. Let's just keep it 100, bro.
Now he didn't maneuver all around, talk about what else he brings to the table. Now he trying to change the topic again. Come on, Bang. Come on, Bang.
All this boils down to is he light skinned with long hair. And I am tired of this. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead, Bang.
So, Ani,
yes, sir.
When I hear you speak, I hear another language.
Oh, I'm Jamaican.
Accent.
Okay. So your husband?
Yeah. Is he Jamaican too? Yeah. No, he's black and Cape Verdean.
Who?
Cape Verdean?
Cape Verdean?
Cape Verdean from the Cape Verde Islands.
Oh wow. Okay.
It's in the Atlantic by Africa. It's like off the coast of Africa.
Okay.
So they're like black and they're like African and Portuguese.
Okay. So
see,
y'all
if I would have said what I was finna say, then I was gonna be wrong, right? But I was finna say when she said Cape Verde, I was finna say, bro, it just means he white, bro. That's all it means, bro.
That's not true. He's not white.
It just means he white, bro.
He's not white.
He's one of those white Africans. That's all.
No, he is straight hood. He's
hood. I could tell though. He look like he could fight too.
He's hood. So.
Yeah, but see, I respect her loyalty though, to her relationship and everything and all of that. It's just that I don't like it when dark-skinned women feel like they gotta be with a light-skinned dude. You know what I'm saying?
Who said that? I remember
I'm just talking crazy because I know he gonna watch this. He gonna be like, man, this dude here, man. My girl dark as me. So I'm talking about I can't, and I wouldn't want it no other way. You know what I'm saying? Like my girl got that melanin and she makes me appreciate it every day. Like it's women that I used to look at that I wouldn't think was attractive that I look at now and I can see the attractiveness in them based on their melanin. You know what I'm saying? So it just is what it is.
That's because you're racist, though. You got some racist antics about skin tone and all that matter to you too much.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, it does.
But I wasn't joking. I know you got some prejudice or racist ways about you a little bit with the skin tone.
That's what happens when you spend 2019. That's what happens when you spend the first 17 years of your life with people using your complexion as a weapon. That's what happens when they use it to downgrade you or talk about you and make you feel bad about yourself. You know what I'm saying? Then when you get older, you find out, oh, they was really jealous. Oh, they really wanted to have this melanin. Oh, they know this melanin is all of that. Oh, okay. Now I see what it is. So now I'm using it as a weapon to let other people know. I don't care how much money you got, how long your hair is, how big you, none of that don't matter. If you ain't got this, you ain't better than me. Look how my shoulders got big, Bang. Look. This is my presidential pose.
I think I I think I want to hear my wife say what I bring to the table.
Or her favorite thing about what you bring to the table. Maybe that would be easier. I don't know. It's easier.
I think I'm willing to be transparent here and hear what she has to say.
All right, that's what I'm talking
I
about.
don't know if I want to hear this. I'm not sure if I want to hear this. It's not fair. I don't get to act. I'm gonna call my girl. Go ahead, baby. What's the question again?
What you bring to the table?
Yeah, what do I bring to the table besides money? Okay,
other than finance.
Right. What do I bring to the table besides money?
Yeah,
And pipe.
pipe.
Hey,
Right.
Hey, this weekend is Valentine's weekend.
Oh yeah.
Just saying.
Oh yeah, that's right. No, one of my most favorite things about my husband is that and it's one of the things that truly attracted me to him, because God talked to me.
Let me get my tissue.
Well, actually, I was having a conversation with him when I knew that I was ready for marriage and for a relationship, and me and Byron were on a hiatus. And I told God that I needed somebody who would love me for me. And even when I said that, I didn't even know what it meant until after I saw how broke I was on the inside. And that I needed a person who, I said, I don't need no man that got a job. He don't have to have a job, but he has to know how to get money, and he has to be ambitious, and he has to have drive, and he has to have enough drive for me, as selfish as that sounds. And so the thing that I truly love about my husband and what he brings to the table is all of those things. He loves me. And he loves the dirty part of me. And he is so ambitious. And when he said the thing about faith, I actually nodded, because this man will jump with no parachute. If he see it, no is not an answer for him. Like I don't even think he believes in no. I believe that he believes that, a way is gonna be made. And it's funny that it rubbed off on me, because somebody told me no a couple weeks ago. I'm a chef, and I was contacting a supplier who told me that I couldn't get some food, and I was like, really, why? And he said, well, that's because we only sell to grocery stores. So I laughed and told him, I said, now that's funny, because I'm not used to people telling me no. So now I got to go and buy a grocery store. And so after I said it, I thought about my husband, because that's something that he would say. That's who he is. That's what he brings to me, and I love him for that.
Oh, don't nobody care. So listen.
Yeah,
you know,
jelly.
So listen, I don't know how she got past that big old head of his, but at the end of the day, Bang is a nice guy. He got a few dollars. He all right. You know what I'm saying? He cool, The only reason why Bang is not the only, but I think one of the major, probably the biggest reason why he is the person that he is and the success story that he is because he had both of his parents.
And it's because of what he said. Like he wants others to believe in themselves. He believes in himself.
Right.
So regardless if he had that or not, he believes in himself.
No, that's BS.
Don't take nobody credit and give it away.
That's BS. That came from somewhere. That belief came. I know his mama and his daddy.
But that means they gave him what he needed. They gave him what he needed. And he took it and used it. He applied it and used it. And he used it to succeed.
He didn't have a choice.
Believe that there's nothing he can't
You always be trying to make it a 2-parent, 1-parent thing. You can't really do that. Some people only had one parent, and they made it with that.
Hold on, Keyhole, because I gotta address this right here.
I ain't
so
never
first
seen
of all,
it, ever.
I want you to understand, I've been hanging around this man since I was 17 years old. So any knowledge that I had, he was welcome to it because he was right there.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that was, he just chose not to apply it.
Put him out there. Put him out there.
Man, shut up.
Man, you ain't ready to hear about yourself. Because he's saying whatever he was privy to, he offered you. It was there for you.
Man, listen, I'm not finna sit here and let Bang lie, bro. He know that's not how it went down, bro. This is how it went down. Yes, he's using the word privy, but the way he's using that word is to say that I was in the environment. But being in the environment is not the same thing as being focused on it. I was not focused on it, and he know I wasn't, bro.
Yeah, that's because you had other stuff on your mind.
Yeah, I was sitting there wondering, man, why? I was looking at his mama, and I was wondering, man, why my mama ain't like this? You know what I'm saying? Like, why my mama?
So you wasn't getting the knowledge that his mother was passing.
No, I wasn't. I was too busy wondering why my mama wasn't like that. Like his mama and my mama was alike.
At least he was at home with his mama. I was in the street.
That's true. But this is what I'm saying. When I was around his mama was really mild-mannered. You see what I'm saying? She was really mild-mannered. And so, I'm saying when I was around, Bang, I know what she could be.
Well, my mama,
when I was around,
I don't know who you talking about.
I'm saying when I was around, she was really soft-spoken and everything was femininity and church and Jesus. His daddy was real strong and masculine. I used to always be like, Bang, why your daddy always act funny when we were around? He said, man, my daddy don't like young people.
Still don't.
Still don't.
I grew up to be that same person. Young people get on my nerves now.
Now he don't like old people either.
Yeah.
Right. But this is what I'm saying though. I saw his dad, and then I'm looking at my dad. My dad was a dope fiend. I saw his dad was a business owning workaholic.
Wait, hold on. Let me add to it now. My pops, he good people, but he was addicted to that coochie hole.
All of y'all is though. You, your pops, and your uncle.
He was
all three of y'all was.
Now, if it was me or the coochie hole, he was going for the coochie.
Hey, as he should. That's how you. Tell him. That's how he learned how to be his own man. Tell him, Tell him. No. Come on, you the resident therapist. You gotta let him know.
No, I'm not a therapist. No.
Come on, you gotta tell him that's how he learned to be the man that he is today.
No,
because his father was choosing the
behavior.
coochie hole over him.
Oh, okay, sure. Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that for real?
No. That
you don't? Oh, that's messed up, man. See, I thought you was on our side. You don't like men either. You don't want us to make no masculine decisions. You want us to be all emotional and choosing the kids. Man, look, I be telling my girl all the time, F them kids, man.
Coochie kids.
Yeah, coochie. Wow. These kids, especially nowadays, these kids don't care about you.
Legacy coochie.
That's how them cats in the manosphere think.
Keo, all right, that's the last straw.
You keep messing with them.
Manosphere, yeah, man. His address is 111111. South 11th Street. Go get him. Listen what I'm saying. Okay, come on. I need you to be on my side on this one. What I'm saying is this: your dad he's a superhero, right? Have you? Any of y'all watching the new Superman and Lois show? No. Okay. On the new Superman and Lois show, they got kids and everything, right? But guess what? Superman is still a superhero, so he gone a lot. You know what I'm saying? He off doing superhero stuff, but he's still a superhero.
They remixed it like
No. I need you wrong for that. You know that he ain't chasing the coochie, but it don't matter. Okay, in our community, that makes you a superhero, though. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say
Let's
this.
be honest about it.
I'm gonna say this. So when I was coming into manhood, my father helped me with my musical journey because he's a musician.
No.
So that particular part of my life, he always promoted. But me seeing who he was helped me get a grip on things I needed to be disciplined in.
Okay.
Exactly.
So you learn what not to do from him. Like,
exactly.
And his dad went for none of it. His dad was a strong, masculine dude. And then his uncle was too. You see what I'm saying? So, and all three of y'all look like brothers.
And he addicted to coochie too.
He is too. Yes, he is. Hey,
So-
me and him I thought we was gonna be best friends until he realized I couldn't provide with him with as much coochie as he wanted.
Wow.
That man never cared if he saw me ever again, boy. I thought your uncle was the coolest cat ever, bro. That man let me know real quick, like, this ain't gonna be what you think it's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't that guy. And I wasn't. You know me. I was always the in love. And let me get back to this so I can answer Keyhole's question. Yes, man. When I say I'm the greatest lover, bro, like I really mean that. I am the expresser of love and adoration, and if you don't think you can do it,
I can't agree with that. I can agree with that.
If you don't think you can do it, when you get through talking to me, you will. Straight up and down. Like
even when we was young, I used to be telling him, like, man, let's go down here and mess with these hoes. And he used to be like, but I just wanna be with my girl, man. I don't want to get caught up in that type of stuff, man. That's not right, man. I wanna be right.
Man.
That's messed up, man. You ain't have to add all that extra.
Hey,
there, bro.
I used to be telling him, I used to be like, nigga, you 20 years old. What you talking about? Be right? You don't be right at 20, nigga. We be wrong.
Oh, man.
That's the only time you got an excuse to be wrong.
Now this is my 30-year nigga. So now you see the type of cat. This is really who I am. I was a lover of women. I'm talking about heart on my sleeve, right?
What happened?
So you can imagine what I didn't have. Hold on, let's back this straighten up. Look, like Keyhole always say, I'm exposing myself. Here comes the exposure. What happened was I didn't have no money, so it didn't matter what else I had. It did not matter.
Who didn't have money that they have game though.
Right, I was still getting laid. I was still in long-term relationships, but like you said, after a while, there's this expectation that this man is gonna retire you. Like my son mama told me, I thought when we got together that I was gonna be able to quit work and just have a bunch of kids and just raise my kids. And I'm like, you thought that when you met a dude that didn't have no job, that was living with his mama, had just got out of jail 2 days ago, and had a car that had a cardboard license plate. Yeah. That's what you thought. You thought that somehow that guy was going to retire you and let you sit up and have a whole bunch of babies. Come on, man. You see what I'm saying?
I think we probably say those kind of things sometimes.
She had the baby anyway?
Yeah, she had the baby. Because she had the baby. She had the baby because I'm awesome.
I know what it was.
It was the pipe.
No, what it was the way that he acted, and the clinginess. She was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna send him out there to get that money. Tell him he can get some more of this when he come back. Then he's gonna pay all the bills. See,
right?
And I'm gonna have some more kids." And then she would tell him to leave, and he'd be like, "Why? Watch TV and eat popcorn, kiss on each other. And I used to be telling, man, come on, let's go sell some weed.
Right.
Come on.
I want to be outside. I want to be in the house with my woman. I don't want to. The Bible says, he who findeth the wife findeth a good thing and obtaineth favor from the Lord. That's what I was trying to do. That's what I was.
The Bible
focused on.
also said the man that doesn't provide for his house he's a sinner.
Yeah, well, I had
without work is dead. Faith without works is dead, brother.
It wasn't no providing. I had them felonies. They was red tagging me, everything I was applying for. It was ridiculous. And my auntie told me, she said, you got to get, because my auntie worked for one of those programs where they helped felons get jobs. And she said, I'm going to send you to the 3 places that I send all my guys to. I can't remember all of them, but I remember one of them was a print shop on like 111 somewhere. And when they didn't hire me, she said, yeah, you being redlined. It's a thing. It's in the system what they have where it's it's red flagging, where they say this guy isn't hireable. And she said you need to get out of Illinois. But I wasn't gonna leave my woman. You know what I'm saying? To get out of Illinois.
Why was they redlining you?
He was one of them people.
Well, I thought it was because I had. What you
say? So
stayed in the middle.
Wanted to be too good, but then he didn't want to be bad enough so he could be good.
I get that. I get that. But no, listen, here's the thing, Kehoe. At first I thought that it was the drug cases, but it wasn't. It was the domestic violence cases. Those was the ones that was holding me back. Those was the ones.
His stock just dropped some more, didn't it? The greatest love of stock just dropped.
But listen, this is the crazy thing about it. At that time, I had 2, and I didn't touch nobody. Literally. I only have those charges because I can't deal with jail. I've copped out to everything they put in front of me because I don't like sales.
Oh, okay.
Everything they put in front of me. The people, man, you could beat that, man. I'm getting out of here. Y'all can have this case. Take it. Yep, I did that, Your Honor. So did. I ain't fighting nothing. You know, them first 2 domestics, I never touched nobody.
I'm still fighting the domestic violence
so crazy.
when I was 20 right now.
Wow.
So I'm trying to tell you.
One.
And that's the hard part about that is like you heard what Kehoe said, stock dropped immediately. That's what I'm saying. You know, who do you think is going to really believe that? Like a few years ago, before I actually left Illinois, I was literally getting in touch with those women to say, look, I need y'all to sign like some affidavits or something saying what happened in these situations because nobody's going to believe me. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to believe that this big black guy was just afraid of jail, so he just copped out to everything. You know what I'm saying? I need y'all to tell these stories. Yeah, now one of them situations, I got down. My daughter mama came to my house and took my baby. I tracked her down and I got up with her. Same thing if it was a woman. I posed this question, I think, on the panel before. If it was a woman, nobody would say she was wrong. You don't come to no woman's house and take her child, but at the same time, you want us to be 50% responsible, right? So you don't get to come to my house and take my child. It was my turn to have her. So, but nobody's gonna care about that. Oh, they gonna look and see domestic, right?
See,
I'm just a bad guy.
Back then, I was a bad baby daddy because if you came and got the baby, I'd be like, go ahead on. I'm tired of you anyway. I got something to do.
That was my first child. She was a girl. I spent the first 6 months not being in her life anyway because I didn't think she was mine. So I was really trying to make up for lost time.
Your stock just dropped again.
Wow. Bro, hold on. Have you watched any episode of Maury ever?
No, I'm looking at Ani's face. Your stock is just dropping.
Okay, but I'm saying, have you watched any episode of Maury ever? I just seen on one of those podcasts, the dude put up a statistic. Listen, I'm just quoting what he said. I can't say whether or not this is true. I didn't look it up for myself, and I don't remember exactly, but I swear and I think he was talking about in Jamaica, the number
70%.
Come on, say it.
Yeah, I saw that, but I'm like, is that true? That's a lot.
Hey, what was it? I missed it.
70% of he worked at a DNA testing paternity
place.
testing place too, and he says 70% of the tests are negative. Like they're not the fathers. 70% of men are not the fathers.
70%. That's a high number.
70. And in Africa, I think it's like 30. Certain parts of Africa, they said it's like 33% of the men are not.
They out here home.
Who's shelling out all this pipe?
They out
No,
here
the
home.
men ain't the fathers though.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But somebody else is running around shelling out all this pipe.
Well, yeah, that's true too.
And how you don't know who the father of your child is?
Because somebody running around all this pipe.
Nasty.
And y'all want people to pretend like that don't be happening.
Oh, man.
When my daughter was born, I looked at her and I was like, that is not my baby. Look, she was in the house. You know how they had the babies all in that little room and they all be in their little things or whatever. And so my baby mama had a C-section. So I had went, got some food, come back. So her mama like, your daughter here? I'm like, daughter? Like, I can't make no girls. She's like, you had a girl.
Ooh, stock just dropped again. Let me get out of here. I keep watching you decrease. So, hey, man, I'm going, man. I need y'all be cool. Beans, all right, bangs, man. D.
Yeah. All right, man. Much love, Keo. See you next week, bro. So listen, when I came back, she said that she took me around there. She said, that's your daughter right there. Bro, Courtney was the only baby in there hollering. All of the other kids was just chilling, like, man, what is this place? She was in there, wow, feminism, I'm strong and independent.
That's crazy.
So I'm like, man, that ain't out of my baby, bro. Y'all bugging, bro. She was real light and everything. And, her grandma was like, boy, she gonna get darker. Look at them ears or whatever. So for the first few months, we was going back and forth. And then I went and seen her when she was like 5-6 months. And she was sitting on the couch. When I walked in, they had her just propped up on the couch. And she looked exactly how I looked in this picture that my mama got me sitting on my grandmama couch. I broke down, fell to the ground, started crying like a baby, holding my baby, apologized. Like, I'm sorry, Courtney. Please don't hate me. She was like, goo gaga, told you was my daddy, You know what I'm saying? So, and from that point on, I was just trying to do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to be honest with you. One of the things that Ani said about her husband that she loved was the resourcefulness, man. Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't have the drive. For me, the woman was always my prize. I didn't have the drive to chase anything. The only thing I ever really tried to chase was music. And Bang, man, he's my partner. He was there, and he know when it came time for me to make those I gotta go away decisions. Everybody else is spending hours here and days there, and everybody else is going to Atlanta and New York. I was too afraid to leave my woman. I was too afraid of being cheated on. I was too afraid of being abandoned. These issues that came from my childhood, from my grandmama dying when I was 5, because she was my primary caregiver up until that point, from my mama going to the military right after my grandmama died, from my Reese, my stepdad, leaving when I was like 9, getting on drugs, not having my dad. Like, I have real strong abandonment issues to this day that still affect how I operate and make decisions in my relationships. And so, I mean, the best part about now is knowing what it is. It's a freedom, a peace that come along with just at least knowing what's going on. But when you're young, you don't understand. You just think you're just making choices. You know what I'm saying? You don't even understand that it's all of this other baggage from your history that is, pushing these choices or these ideas on you. And so, I don't pretend like I'm the best guy in the world, money or no money. Even if you gave me $1 million right now, I would still have the issues that I have. It wouldn't change anything. I would probably just now be worried is this woman only stand with me because I got the money, even though she's been with me for the last 11 years. You see what I'm saying? So, but the good thing about me is that I love hard. I want you to know that I love you. I want you to know that I believe in you. I will definitely apply correction because I believe that's how I show you that I love you. You know what I'm saying? Is by helping you become the best version of yourself. I did that with my lady. I was trying to do that with her kids. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do that all the way right all the time either, man. It was a lot of guilt there. How can I be the father to your kids all the way down here in Kentucky when
I
my
wouldn't.
kids is all the way back in Chicago and I'm not there? You know what I'm saying? And that guilt prohibited me from doing more as a stepfather with her kids that as I should have been doing, but I didn't. You know what I'm saying? And I feel bad about that to this day. But I'm gonna say this: it's late. I ain't gonna hold everybody. Uh, I'm gonna play one more video. I don't know if y'all gonna stick around, but it's this one video I seen of this girl on this podcast I just started watching called "We Need to Talk." They setup is pretty good. There's a couple new podcasts I've started watching. I like how they do this stuff. And I'm a foot man too, and they be having these women showing their feet and stuff on the on the couch. D, don't judge me. Matthew 7. It's in the book. Let me play this clip real quick.
We are the most helpful and kind, unhelpful motherfuckers on this planet. A woman will go to the death for her friend, and they will create the most cozy space for their family, the most endearing space for their best friend. But for some reason, when it comes to a man, it's a pit that you get in your stomach, like, oh hell nah. And I think it's also like, what are my friends gonna think if I talk about catering to my man? I can cater to my friends all day.
The reason why I wanted to play that video is because I want to acknowledge the women out here who are being honest about what's going on in our communities and in our relationships. I've been in that situation before, and like I said, what it always boiled down to is that I didn't have money. I had the looks, 5'8", pigeon-toed, bow-legged, six-pack, athletic guy. You know what I'm saying? I had a talent, I could rap, produce, all of that, but I didn't have any money. And that thing that she was just describing, I went through that. You know what I'm saying? Where these women felt like they couldn't be all that they could be because of something that I wasn't. And I bring that up to say I believe that is a freaking cop-out. Imagine, I seen somebody post this the other day. Imagine a man saying, I'll be masculine for the right woman. Exactly. Like whatever is the best version of you, that's what you should be, regardless to whether or not you have somebody or not. And that scripture that says, he who findeth the wife findeth the good thing and obtaineth favor from the Lord. The key part in that is that he who findeth the wife, that means you're finding the person who is already a wife. Mm-hmm. She's already that. Mm-hmm. You're just taking her up on it. You see what I'm saying? I was so focused on that I wasn't being the guy that I was supposed to be being as far as provision goes. The Bible says, love your wife as Christ loved the church and gave himself for it. I was doing that. That's exactly what I was doing. I was all about love. Every day was a poem. You know what I'm saying? I would write some of the most magnificent poems and love letters. I've made songs, man. You know this. I've made songs for women and everything. But this is why earlier today I got a little triggered, because I just don't think that you can take this person who can be all of these things, whatever it is you can want from a man, they can do it, but they can't buy you something. And then all of a sudden, they become not worthy, right? And when you look at a woman, like she said, well, these women we'll be this way for our friends, but for some reason we won't be this way for our men.
Those are the single women.
Yeah, I agree with you, but at the same time, you know the divorce rate. We talked about this. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just the single women. Go ahead, D.
So for me, I think it goes back to the mentality of a person. And for example, and I don't know if my husband will remember this conversation, but we had a conversation and it had to have been at least 13 years ago. And I was we were laying in bed, and I want to say one of my friends called me. At that time, I'm single, he's single. My friends are single. My friends were single. And he asked me, he said, you're willing to get out of the bed with me to go and see about your friend to make sure your friend is okay? And I looked him square in his face and said, absolutely. I said, but I don't want to get out of the bed with you to go see about my friend. I want us to get up out the bed together to go see about my friend. Now, that's the friend that I was until I realized that most of the people that I was friends to was snaking me. Now, over the years, my mentality changed. We went through our breakup. We went through a lot of things. When he and I got back together, nobody wanted us back together. My sisters and my friends.
Wow.
And I was on the verge of pulling back away from my husband because of what other people were saying to me. Until, I'm not gonna lie, I sat there and I thought about it. You got your husband, you got your man, y'all go home to y'all booze at night, and y'all want me to keep my house open and keep myself free for y'all to come over here. But I really want a man. But y'all gonna run my man off. My answer is no to that. And it's no to that today. Today, my answer is not me making a comfortable space for anybody other than him.
Couldn't care less.
That's my priority. Seriously, I could care less about what you think about me catering to him. Yes, I'm leaving you. Yep. Even before he was my husband when we was dating. Yep, I'm finna go because I'm finna go get booed up and I'll see y'all later. And other than that, it is what it is. So I don't like the first part of it. I could relate to it because I used to be like that, except for the fact that it wasn't what he had that would make me shun or get that pit in the bottom of my stomach. It was what you said earlier, bro. It was my life pain and my life trauma and everything that I went through with men that made me say, can't do this. I can't give him all of this because he gonna hurt me. He gonna leave me, whatever the case may be. I don't feel like that today. And it's not even just being comfortable in the marriage. It's being comfortable in who I am today and who he is today.
I know you want to respond to that too, but I want to ask you a real quick question. Do you think that men, when they go through certain traumas with women in their life, become more clingy or become more cold or distant? Because I, for one, became more clingy, but I'm not so sure if most people do.
I think most men don't become more clingy. It takes them a while to develop trust to where and when I say trust, I mean where they can be vulnerable. Because I mean, like you guys said earlier, men need to feel safe and secure too. So I think they become a little bit more guarded, so less clingy. To answer the question.
So as far as the video goes, and I saw you agreeing with D, and we already know, like I told you, I have mad respect I believe you told me when I first asked you to join the podcast, you said I'm gonna have to talk to my husband first.
Yeah. So I don't agree with that lady. I've never been in a position where my friends, I'm not really a friends type of, you know, so I've never been in a position where I put friends over my because when I'm with someone, I'm thinking that we're one. Like I've never been the type that, oh, I'm gonna go take care of you. Don't call me. I'm not answering the phone. I'm in the bed with my man. I'm not answering the phone. Sorry, I'm just not. Like I don't, And it's interesting to me. Like one of my friends, well, my best friend, she asked me the other day. She's like, "How did you go from being one way before you met your husband and to now being?" And she's fighting herself with the word, like fighting, like what's the word? And I said, submissive, and she shuddered, like, ugh. And I'm like, yeah, submissive. And she's like, yeah, I guess so, if you're going to use that word. And she said, how did you get to be that way? Because she's like, you're an alpha woman. So how did you? And I said, there's no such thing as an alpha woman. She's like, yes, you are an alpha woman. So then I said, well, if I'm an alpha woman, I'm an alpha woman around other women, right? It just means that you're a leader. So then you're that way around other women. But when you're with your man, there's no alpha nothing. He's the head, he's the king, or he's the king of the pride, and I'm his, no, like whoever it is. So I say that to say, like, even she couldn't even say the word. Like, she knows how I am with him, but she couldn't even say the word because it's like taboo, shameful, or whatever. And in my head, I'm
Right.
like, you know me, like I'm strong, yes, and submission don't mean doormat. You see what the submission is when I'm with him, so I'm not a doormat,
Right.
But it just, I mean, I've never been the type to just put anyone else before my man. I don't know. So
Now, but you two have to admit this, and Bang, I want you to chime in on this too. The things that you are saying right now, I mean, as wonderful as they are, this is not the norm. Y'all do recognize that, right?
what do you mean
Like
not
me
the
and
norm?
Ani are in this group. Ani will tell you how the women are in that group, but at the same time, Ani will tell you that ain't all women, and we know that it ain't all women. But we have never really said, I don't think on this panel is it really a majority, just meaning 51%. So would you say that 51% of women think like you all think? Yes or no? And Bang, I want you to answer that too.
You're asking me?
Yes.
I think there are more women that think like us. The thing is with women that think like me and D, who are quote unquote submissive, or who put our men high up there, we're usually quiet. We don't usually go, the people you're seeing are the squeaky wheels. They're loud, they're few, but they're loud. They're gonna be talking about men, they're gonna be, and I don't get into all that. Like, you see how I got when we started going back and forth earlier. I was ready to
Yeah.
run because I don't do, you know what I mean? So those type of things we stay away from. So you won't see most of us in the limelight. You see the other ones that, like you said, they come on there and they say men ain't whatever, men are only providers, they're only good for all that. You hear all that from them. But as far as us being in the limelight, just, we usually stay reserved and don't. So I think most of us are like this, honestly. What do you think, D?
I think so too. I think it goes really back to the scripture that you said, he who finds a wife finds a good thing. She's already a wife. In her mind and her mental and everything it is that who she is, she's already a wife. And it goes back to what I said earlier. Even when I was that single woman, I desired to be submissive. I desired to have a head, and it wasn't like I was looking for somebody to protect, what you say, provide and protect. That wasn't what I was looking for.
Bang, that's you beating on something?
I'm sorry, bro. I didn't even know that was that loud.
It is.
That's a nervous condition.
It is. He just doodling.
How you gonna be nervous when you got a wife? Hush.
I mean, you said something that I wanted to touch on earlier too, with you, Bays. When we were talking about the provide and protect, and Ani said one of the most beautiful things, and you saying the lover that you are. Ani said the protector of me, not in a physical sense, but in my emotions and in different ways. That is so important. That is like, man,
One for women. Yeah.
when you feel the anger that you feel about the provide and protect thing, I think that should actually soften you to help you to understand that the word protect is not always about going blow for blow with somebody, but understanding who it is that you're dealing with and the fact that your actions actually give her a sense of security and protection, which allows her to be more vulnerable and open.
And I don't disagree with that, and I ain't gonna lie, that was deep when Ani said that. I just at that moment I wasn't in the mood to give her any credit for it.
So to address what you said, bro, it's kind of crazy because in the situation of me being married, well, let me say a couple other things first.
No, first you're gonna answer the question. Do you
I'm
think
saying, hold on,
that a majority of our women are like Ani and D?
We're already married though. The ones that are like us, we're married.
I believe.
I'm so
all
glad you
women,
said that.
We're already married. We're wives. So
you say what?
I believe all women are the way that they are.
Man, get all right.
Let me
all
tell
right,
you
ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out tonight.
Because I am like, really?
Let me tell you why. There is, like the Bible verse says, he who finds a wife finds a good thing.
I'll put y'all up on that too.
Which means that whatever. But basically it means that you search yourself to find something that you believe fits you. And a female that you meet, you believe will be an addition to what it is that you're trying to build. So we got a saying in the street, which I know is going to be completely left field from this, but I'm going to say it anyway. So in the street, we used to say, they all hoes, they just hoes for somebody and not everybody. And I'll reverse that and say, they all wives, they just wives for somebody and not everybody. Because I'm pretty sure it's somebody that dated my wife that said she ain't bit more wife material than the man on the moon.
Not one of them.
You understand what I'm saying?
Not one of them.
They're trying to come back.
You already know. He know I'm the wife type.
So what happened with me in our situation, you know what I'm saying? With you knowing the old me, new me, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? In order for me to come to a realization of actually getting married, I had to be humbled. Like God had to humble me. And I always tell my wife that the time that we was dealing with each other, I was in one of the worst financial situations I had ever been in my life. And I said, to you, it didn't look like that. But to me, I was hurting. You know what I'm saying? So in a sense, on another level, I was confused because I always had motherfuckers in my ear. Sometimes it would be the right ones. Sometimes it would be the wrong ones. But at the end of the day, you become confused, especially when people know your financial situation. And you don't know if they try to deal with you because of what you can do for them, or if they try to deal with you because they genuinely have love for you.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
So in that particular situation, I was able to have an understanding that no matter how shitty I felt like my wife acted, no matter what she did, she had a genuine love for me, which was actually what I was looking for. Right. And him humbling me to that point helped me understand that I can build something with her instead of having something and then trying to protect what I have because I don't know if she's coming to try to take it or not.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So I don't have no problem.
That's a good
like
point, man.
every credit card I got, my wife got a copy of it. Like she can go and swipe me under the goddamn pool house right now. If she wants.
Right. No
But
doubt.
me 10 years ago, hell no, you can't have no copy of my credit card.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
But this is my thing though, bang. Like I love what you just said because that was so like it's where I am emotionally with my woman. Might not be where we are physically, but it's where I'm at emotionally and psychologically. But no, I'm not finna sit here and let you tell that bald-faced lie that it's all of them. You ain't finna do that, man. Listen, this is what Ani said. Ani said, the ones that are like us are married. I 100% agree with her. And that don't mean all of them because there's some that's on their way to that, right?
Yeah.
They just haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. The percentage is 26. That is the percentage
now I'm gonna say
married black women at any one point in time.
This is what you want me to say. So I'm gonna say what you want me to say. And that's this. Most black women put their foot in their mouth when it comes to being married.
True.
That's just being 100. Because I have dated some women that I looked at like, I could probably see myself with her. And I always tell my sisters, like, y'all lose so much, y'all don't even know when y'all winning. So you actually getting ready to go across the ticker tape and win the race, but then you'll stop and argue with the motherfucker behind you, not even knowing that you're getting ready to win the race. You feel what I'm saying? So
and that's kind of in line with what my argument. Again, I am not saying men should be out here being housewives. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is this. Just like we know there is a reason why so many women ended up in the workforce, so many women ended up independent, so many women ended up making raising kids on their own. There are reasons why a lot of these men can't be the men that you want them to be. But the same way how women want to be accepted where they are in life, you have to do the same thing with men. They offer something else. It's something, the value that they will bring to the table besides money.
But
straight up and down.
Got to look at how society set it up for the African American culture, bro.
Facts.
So how they set it up for men in general? Because
exactly.
as a man, you're supposed to be productive, whether you have a woman or not. It should bother you when you're not productive. And if you're a man and it doesn't bother you that you're not productive, then there's something wrong with that, and it doesn't attract women. And if it attracts women, it attracts those women that want to take care of men, but after a while, they don't respect the men, right? That's just what happens.
It's not that I disagree with what you're saying.
You have to have a drive.
Check this out. In America, some women have kids or they have situations where they doing like depending on the government type of thing, or they doing some type of assistance. And the way the assistance is set up, if there's a man around, they won't give it to you. Or they'll tell you you can't have it. So for years, the black woman would hide the black man in the house and make the government the head of the household.
And the man was okay with that?
Well, if the man wasn't able to provide what the government provided, then he had to lay low and cower in that situation for his family to be taken care of. Well, I'm just telling you what happened. I'm just telling you what happened. Now,
I agree with you. I just think it's like
now listen to this.
It's horrible.
It take a specific type of man to say, damn that. We ain't gonna do none of this government shit.
Right.
I'm finna go out here and do whatever I got to do.
Exactly.
I got to work 2 or 3 jobs to make sure that I'm taking care of my household. And then what happens is when you cower down to the government and your son watches, what happens now? confused about his position as a man in the house.
That's true. And when
Because
he watches his mom make that decision to go to the government, the dad allows it, then he's, yeah, you're right. I think you're right. You're so right.
So now his example of a man is perverted.
Yep, that's true.
And then no matter what you say, you may be saying something different out of your mouth, but kids watch what you do, bro.
Yeah.
Like
true.
I laugh at my kids all the time because my son used to always tell me stuff like, "You don't really know nothing about women, man. You've been in a relationship all your life." And I said, "It's funny because you've never seen the other me. You don't even know what he looked like. But you know what I showed you. And that's the person that I've showed you, which shows I did a good job."
Now watch this. Those men who become perverted versions of men, they was raised by somebody. And those same women who raised them are the same women saying we don't want to deal with them. That is the ultimate level of disrespect, man. Bro. Again, if you gave me $1 million right now, that money would not be my greatest attribute. It wouldn't be. When I got with my girl, her sons was getting suspended from school every other day. I'm not even making that up. They would be suspended on Monday. They can't come back to Wednesday. By Friday, they were suspended again. They can't come back to Tuesday. Okay? They was getting suspended all the time. When she started listening to my direction, that stopped. They were running through the house.
That's because you're a man, and you're a man. You were once a boy, so you understand. This is one of the main fights that me and my wife had when we started coming together, and she had her son, which wasn't raised with me, and I'm telling her like, "Nah, this is what we got to do," and she was like, "You're gonna hurt my son. You're gonna do this," and I'm like, "Nah, I'm telling you, if you just listen to what I'm trying to tell you, this will all make sense in the end." But we in the bedroom at night arguing. You know what I'm saying? And I kept telling her, like, you don't know how to raise no man.
Don't.
Stop acting like you do.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you that I'm raising him out of love. So I'm not doing anything to try to impress you or do something to get him out of the way. My actions are out of love.
Let me say this because I disagree. I'm trying to get him out of the way. I'm trying. That's
both.
my.
It's both.
I want my girls' kids out of the way. I want my woman to myself. That's what I want. I want to. My son, I have a plan right now. Well, my son, 19, he should have his own crib. If everything goes the way we got it set up, he'll be in his own place at 19. Get out. Get out here, step out on your own. Start doing that early. The people who I seen do that early, they accomplish way more in life than the guys that I seen who did it late. The cats who I knew that was 18, 19, 20 out the crib, whether they was in their own cribs with some women in the cribs, in the military, whatever, they stepped out, bro. They went out. They took a step out on the limb. They took a risk. You know what I'm saying? They believed in themselves, even if they fell back and came back to mama crib for 6 months and then was right back at it again. You know what I'm saying? They got out here and they got it done. Yeah, I want my girl kids out the way.
Are you preparing them? Are you preparing them?
You already know the answer is no, because she didn't do what D did. She made a different choice. She chose her son's feelings. She chose their feelings over being more concerned with their future. She said, I don't want, I feel like I'm in between you and my son. Well, you feel like you're in between us because you looking at your son, you're giving your son equal plateau with me.
The effort that you're putting into getting them out of the way, are you putting that effort into preparing them to get out of the way?
No, I'm answering that question. I'm not putting any effort into getting them out of the way because I'm not being allowed to. She didn't choose me. She chose them. You see what I'm saying? I get that, but at some point, D is here, and I'm pretty sure she can testify to this. At some point, those arguments turned into, you know what? This is why he here.
Well, he husband.
He's the head, but okay, but we ain't gonna go into that because I'm gonna stand on that. Sex is the ultimate marriage. I ain't got to go take no vows and have no weddings and throw no bouquets to be married.
Well, if that's the case, we was married.
Tell that to a woman.
Exactly. So
Tell that
my
to your
girl.
woman.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ani.
Your woman's okay with that? She doesn't want to be married?
Well, according to her, she don't want to be married because marriage is in the divorce anyway. So why waste your time? But my thing is this: she seen them boys used to run rampant in the house. No discipline, no punishments, no chores, no nothing.
Ain't no man in the house, bro.
Okay. When I got in the house, all of that changed. That's my whole point. I brung structure. I brung order. I got rid of the chaos.
I said those words. I said those very words that men bring, didn't I? So why you came at me earlier like that? I said men bring structure, order, correction. All these
You said that
things.
in a previous show. I don't remember you
yeah,
said that
but
earlier.
you made it look like I'm just this gold digger and I only think men only provide.
Hell no. How could I make it seem like that when I know you? I know you ain't like that.
Okay, just making sure.
Like I said, my whole thing is about, again, I'm gonna keep prefacing it with this. I'm not saying men should be aspiring to be housewives. But what I was going to push back on what you said earlier when you were saying if a man ain't productive, it will mess with him. I get that, right? But when I was in the house with my son, I did not feel unproductive. I'm raising my son. And I knew I didn't have that. So it meant that much more to me every day to be in the house with my son. You know what I'm saying? Like even when my son mama cheated on me, that was my motivation. I'm like, now I don't care about nothing, right? I screwed every girl in my building except for my homie wife. Every girl that was trying to get weed for me for free. Yep, here you go. Let me get some of that because I was upset that I had got cheated on, right? Watch this. My son was still with me every single day. When I got it, I went, got me a little Saber, had my little sounds and stuff. Me and my son was getting up 8 o'clock in the morning, taking our showers and getting dressed and stuff. We would jump in the car. I had a few spots that I used to go dump. I used to go dump to the moles because they used to be in tour with each other over there off 79th and Jeffrey. So I'll go over there early in the morning. They be calling me, yeah, bro, bring me 6. My homie want 3. My other homie, you know what I'm saying? So I'm selling my weed. I got my son with me, and we ran. By 12 o'clock, we at the lake, and we at the lake till about 7 o'clock at night. You know what I'm saying? I had my son with me every day.
Selling weed?
Yeah.
Say yeah.
Guess what? It's legal now. So now what? So now what? If I'm selling weed with my son now, is it still bad seeing it's as legal?
With the kid in the car? You selling weed with the kid in the car?
I'm saying right now it's legal. Would you still say it's bad?
You're selling drugs with your child in the car.
Yes. If it's legal, is it bad?
You're selling drugs with your child in the car.
It's weed. It's not like it's crack or ADHD medicine. It's weed.
Oh, okay. So you had weed in the car. You're selling drugs, right? So that means you had a gun in the car too, right? For protection.
No, I never carried guns. I could fight. I never carried guns. I could fight. Plus, I was with this guy one time. He got caught with the banger. That was enough for me. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, I ain't trying to deal with that stress. I never carried guns.
I never knew how not to keep a gun.
Huh?
I said I never knew how not to keep a gun.
Always had a 380 or somewhere. I never understood you and my brother with that. And both of y'all could fight. So I never understood why y'all always had guns. But I never liked guns. I mean, I still don't.
I wanted to keep my clothes clean.
There you go. I can dig it. But I'm just saying though, I got my son every single day. If you meet my son right now, you have a conversation with my son, you have a conversation with his mom, they're gonna tell you I am 50% of the reason why that boy is charming and nice and mild-mannered and he don't get in no trouble. All he want to do is be in love and be with his woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, huh?
Wait, that's all you want to do?
Well, I try to talk to him about careers and all of that. He be thinking, he be like, I want to be a gamer, right? All these kids be saying that I want to be a gamer. You know what I'm saying? He's 16. But see, I got a plan for him. So, like I told him, when you turn 18, you follow my plan, I'm gonna invest in your game. Long as you following my plan, I got you. But if you don't follow my plan, I can't do nothing for you, homie. And he was like, okay, Dad, I got you. I'm gonna do whatever you want me to do. Okay, cool. So you 16 now. Need you to start working on getting your license. They just finished up the something I never had, the driving thing in school, whatever it is. So he's supposed to be getting his license. Then he gonna get the little job across the street at the pizza place from his house. Save, have his checks. 18, boom, do your apprenticeship. Go to the go ahead.
You're telling him that because you just said something about him want to be up under a woman or loving a woman or that's all he want to do. You're telling
his
his
heart is all he cares about.
Nah, you need to tell him that's not.
I am. That's what I'm saying. Like I did. That's why last year I started taking him shopping, like bad him nice, like Jordans and stuff. Hey, listen, man, you got the care because he didn't. No, I mean I know you're making that face, but listen, the boy don't care. He will put on some Sauconys with some high ankle 1986 NBA socks and some Walmart jogging pants and a hoodie, Under Armour hoodie, and not care about how he look.
That's okay. Take him to the gun range. That's not going to toughen him up.
Well, I can't take him to the gun range because I'm a 3-time felon.
Okay, but the boxing ring or something.
I was worried about that until a few years ago when some kid was messing with him on the bus stop and he knocked the kid out and got.
I'm talking about learning how to take hits though. Like he needs to toughen up. Not all this sit up under woman stuff. That's not gonna be good for him.
Well, he's changing now. That's what I'm saying. The last 2 years I've been up here, I've been spending more time with him and stuff. School been better. He ain't been messing up in school. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like he's starting to learn how to love himself. You see what I'm saying? But at first, he didn't care about nothing but that girl, boy. He was like me.
How old you
say? And that's what I'm saying. So what's wrong with letting the man be the nurturer?
How old you say?
Good at it.
How old you say?
Do the bang dance. Do the bang dance.
Huh? You said what?
16.
16?
Yeah.
When he turned 17?
2 months.
2 months? Start lifting your weights now.
Why? You think he don't try me?
When they turn 17, they all do. Every one of my sons tried me when they turned 17.
Let me tell you why it ain't gonna happen.
Though.
Exactly. But that's a good point, Ani. Thank you. But let me tell you why it ain't gonna happen. Because his mama got a boyfriend and he tried him this year.
Oh. Okay, well, I told you he's gonna try somebody.
Hey, he called me on the phone like, Dad. I'm like, Jeremiah, stop, slow down. I know, buddy, that didn't go like that. Start from the beginning of the story. Don't start at the part that you know gonna have me pissed off and want me running over there. Tell me what you did. And he was like, well, I was throwing my controller and stomping my feet on the floor. And he told you to stop throwing your controller and stomping your feet on the floor in his house where he paid the bills at, as he should. So I don't know what you expect from me. I'm not finna run over there, get in that man's face. He told you right. Stop throwing the controller. Be cool.
Right.
But let you know, if he get out his body in any way, form, or fashion, please call me. I will be there. I'm looking for a reason to beat this guy up. You know what I'm saying? Even though I'm trying to be cool with him. But no, trust it. And this is what I'm saying. For so long, I mean, it's triggering for me. For so long, when you're a man and you're being reduced to providing by people who don't want to be reduced to making babies. Once you can't make no babies no more, what, you ain't worth nothing no more? You don't deserve the same protection no more? You don't deserve the same provision anymore because you can't make babies anymore? We have been through something in this country that we have to shake all of those BS standards. You are dealing with people Like you said, and when I said take everybody that's 38 and up and make them heads in the military, you know that's crazy, right? Because you know what you're going to be getting. And that's what I'm saying. That is the majority, just like the majority of men have that type of craziness going on. The same can be said for women, but we are still choosing to have relations with each other and make babies with each other and all of that. When I'm looking at the other race of people, it like I said, the dude could be on the corner selling oranges. It does not change his woman's position. It does not stop her from being feminine, from being cooperative, from being submissive. Or I don't even like the word submissive myself. I like cooperative.
Oh, you too.
Yeah, I mean,
because word's so bad. My friend,
it ain't that I. Yeah, no. Listen, you know what it is, Ani? It's not that I have an issue with the word. It's that I know people do, and so therefore I don't like the reaction that I get when I use it. So since I've started hearing people say cooperative, I like that better. Go ahead, D.
Okay. But do you know what the word submit actually means?
Well, according to the person who I look at, what's that lady name? The lady who wrote the Black Man's Guide to Understanding a Black Woman.
Oh, Shahrazad Ali.
Yeah, Shahrazad Ali.
Shahrazad Ali. Yeah.
According to her, the word submission just basically means to agree. It just basically means to agree.
That's all it means. So it's not a bad word. Or to give the right to go ahead and just, and it's more than just an intimate relationship with the husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, or whatever. I can submit to you. I submit to you when you say, hey, we gonna open up the floor for this. Ani, so we've all submitted to you. We've all submitted to each other during this podcast.
Yeah.
And it shows, and that's how I need, and I think it's to a detriment, honestly, if I'm being honest, for real, because sometimes I just be wishing you would finish a statement or a sentence. Like, don't stop saying what you're saying because you think I'm not gonna understand it or I'm gonna have something to say behind it. We got a whole audience that we talking to. It ain't just us. We having a conversation, but something you might say can be something that might change something or spark something for somebody else. So I don't ever want you to stifle yourself. But I know that you don't like you said, you don't like debate.
My husband hates it. It drives him nuts. He's like, just finish what you gotta say. And I'm like,
right. See?
It drives him nuts. It's just something with me, I'm just like, I just
and
want
my lady is
to
like
squash
that too.
Everything.
Yeah, my lady is like that too, and it gets on my nerves. Say what you're thinking, complete the thought.
Just say
and she'll be like, you ain't gonna do nothing but tell me I'm wrong anyway. Like, I'm not gonna necessarily, it's not about you being wrong or me being right. It's about being on the side of righteousness. I remember I said that before. Ani was laughing at me, D. But
you change it up now. Yeah, you change it up. I like the way you put it now.
No, that's what I said. I said, I'm not trying to be right. I just want to be on the side of righteousness. She was like, nah, that's just the way it's slick way of saying you want to be right. I'm like, well, when you say it like that, it might be true. But at the end of the day, in my heart, I'm genuinely just saying this seems like the right thing. Like with my girl kids, I have love for them in my heart. I have love for my own son and daughter. But guess what? If my son and my daughter was living in my house, my plan would be to get them out. Straight up. I want my woman to myself. That is what I want. I want to be able to not have her. I don't want to share her with a job. I don't want to share her with her family. I don't want to share her with her kids. I want my woman to myself. That is what I really, really want.
You need some intervention.
You know what? It's cool though. I'm gonna just claim it.
I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna just claim. I'll be that. No, listen. I ain't gonna lie. If I'm being honest, yeah. Especially after the way Bang broke it down earlier, I was definitely a simp. I was a simp for real, for real. He like, I just want to be with my woman. He didn't have to do me like that, Bang.
But look,
you said it
literally just already. Those same words.
Yeah, he did like several times.
Because it's the truth. I mean, my lady now, she's in Kentucky. I know she wants to be there at least until her youngest son graduate high school. So that's going to be at least at minimum 2 years. But like I told her, what does that mean once they graduate? What that mean? Oh, I'll be willing to move. Then what? What that mean? Wherever you move, they're gonna move too. So it doesn't make any difference for us to not be living together because you're trying to wait for them to graduate high school. That don't make sense.
Let
Why
me
don't
say
you
this
tell her
to
what
you.
you want? Tell
Let
her
me
what
say
you
this
want.
to you, bro.
Yeah.
Where you at?
I'm in Chicago.
Where?
What you mean?
On what side of town?
Oh, south.
You're
I'm
on
in
the
the
south
south suburbs. Yeah.
In the south suburbs. Okay.
Mhm.
So if you're on the south side in
How far is it
Chicago,
from Kentucky?
what
4 hours.
type of drama you think gonna happen? You move somebody from Kentucky to the south side of Chicago.
No, we wouldn't be coming here. That ain't the plan. My thing is this. I know I don't want to stay in Kentucky forever, but I did think it should be okay for us to come back to Illinois if we can just be like somewhere out here. You know what I'm saying? Because it's nice out here in Matson. You know what I'm saying? It's nice, bro. Like I would live here, yeah. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, look, wherever my woman is, I will be. Because this is the way I look at it. Whatever job I have, it's just gonna be a job. You know what I'm saying? I don't have some career where I'm stuck in a specific company. So whatever job I have, it's just gonna be a job, some forklift at a warehouse somewhere making $20, $21 an hour. So that's just what it's gonna be. Now, whatever businesses we create, like I'm trying to do with the podcast and create another stream of income, we can manage our own streams of income so that we can move wherever we want to move to. But my thing is right now, what's holding us back is that I want to live together right now. And I don't want your sons to be a determining factor on whether or not we live together. It just makes sense financially. It makes no sense for me to move all the way to Kentucky to get a crib and have to pay all of the bills by myself. That just don't make sense. If that's the case, I might as well do that here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If I'm coming all the way to Kentucky to be with you, then what makes sense is for us to go find a nice, big, spacious crib somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Where we can share. If we got to get a basement, and hey, listen, the son can have a basement. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Here go enough space for you to get over yourself. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, take some of this discipline and some of this direction with you. That's gonna help you out better in life. Matter of fact, this would be a motivating factor for you to hurry up and get going, because that's what I want anyway. And my lady know that, but she used to think it was personal. And I'm like, are you insane? I got the same plan for my son. Get on. Get out here and do your own thing. All that waiting till you 28 and 30. No, ain't nobody else raising their kids like that.
No.
Everybody else is get out here and get it early in the game. Because so that way, when you make those mistakes, you making them early. You making them at 19, 20, 21. You're not making them in that 28, 30, 32. You know what I'm saying? So
these kids messed up though.
Yeah, they are. All they got is YouTube and video games. I mean, and that's why for me, it was important for me to have somebody like Ani on the show. It was important for me. I'm trying to get this other chick from the group that we in. Her name is Hanifa. It's important for me to have those type of women on the show. It's important to have a D on the show, a Bang on the show, because y'all are married. Because you all are a representation of what is the foundation of the building blocks of our community. That's family,
right?
Marriage, husbands and wife getting together, doing their thing, building. That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's important to have that element on the show. You know what I'm saying? I want to get some more of the people who don't necessarily have that element so they can express why. But it was important for me to have that. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, if I believe something, how can I not have representation of that?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I have to have representation of it. So I'm saying to my lady, okay, look, he go Bang and D. He go Ani and her husband. You know, he go Hanifa and her husband. Look at these other people. They are getting it done. This thing that you want, it takes something. You see what I'm saying? It's a give and take thing.
Oh yeah.
And them goddamn kids will break your ass up, boy.
Yeah, they will, and that's sad, bro. Like I not get it though, because it took for me to start listening to some women who had an understanding on this. Women are emotional, and mentally they are always in protect my kid mode, and I get that. Men are more logical, and we are always in legacy mode. We are always in build you up, construct you, discipline mode. I want to see you be whoever it is around you. I want to see you be the best version of yourself.
Exactly.
That is the mode that we're always in. So I know the world is not going to care about your feelings. So what I'm saying and doing with you at all. So I have to prepare you for that. Where the mom is just in protect mode, but she don't realize you can't save them.
Man.
If you put them on the bike, they're gonna fall off a few times. You might as well just get the band-aids ready.
Man,
that's true.
You see what I'm saying? So when you send them out into the world, you might as well send them out properly prepared. We keep sending our boys and our girls, for that matter, out into the world ill prepared, and then all of us sit back and talk about how bad they are. When we the ones raised them, we at that age now. I got a 20-year-old daughter out here. I got a 16-year-old son out here.
Yeah.
My daughter ain't nobody's feminine, friendly, cooperative, submissive wife.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I'm a part of the reason why she ain't that.
Right.
You see? All I can do is try to talk to her and tell her though. You know what I'm saying? Hey, this is the thing I should have been giving you when you was 12.
Right.
But I had to move to a whole nother state just to get employment.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I had to make some decisions just to stay afloat. So you didn't have to say I had to bury my father. You know what I'm talking about.
Right.
So now that's what I'm trying to do. Besides, I want this stream. I want this to become a stream of income. Of course, I'm putting a lot into it, a lot of man hours. You know what I'm saying? And I'm always recruiting people and trying to, and make it the best possible version of the show it can be. I got some stuff I'm investing into it right now.
I got a left field question. What's going on with the real estate?
Bro, the market is so terrible. First of all, I don't have any money to invest anymore. That's done.
Okay.
Everything I get right now is going into this podcast.
Okay.
But the market is so terrible. So for the first time in months, I went online and looked to see what I could see. The first thing that came up in my Redfin was this, not even 1,000. It was like 990 square feet. Ranch house.
So
$230,000.
I got you. So let me ask you another question. Is your credit okay?
Right now, no.
When you say no, you mean like you could do a couple things to make it okay, or like I did something fucked up?
No, it just ain't okay because my credit cards is maxed. And I'm just basically, paying the minimums. If I just paid off my credit cards, I'd be right back.
So the trick to that, bro, is to find off-market properties. You don't find properties on the MLS. Don't find properties on Redfin. Don't find properties on Zillow. Find off-market properties. Make a deal for the properties before the properties hit the MLS, and you ain't competing with nobody. And then you got a whole inventory that nobody even know about.
So, but where do you find the off-market properties at?
Well, that's the trick. What you willing to put into it?
You talking about an investment?
No, I ain't talking about no investment. I'm talking about your time, your energy.
Oh, I was going to say right now, I'm telling you nothing. I'm all in on this podcast.
You just said it 3 times. I heard that part already.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying,
if it got anything to do with being on this internet, I'm all for it. I spend pretty much all my
So-
time on the internet.
So what you can do is, you know anything about wholesaling?
A little bit. A little bit.
So you can find off-market property. You can wholesale it to somebody else that want to invest in it, make you $5,000-$10,000 off the deal by like double closing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You ever heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's his brother that I'm following for a while.
All right. Then you'll be right back to it. You know what I'm saying? But they got apps that help you find off-market properties.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that thing because I was just waiting on Jesus.
Yeah, you can't wait on
to get me on the main line.
Jesus
So I
done it
could
on the
tell
cross
him what I want. Whoa.
He done done it on the cross already.
Yeah. Nah, see, I'm gonna have to get up with you and rap with you about that, man. Like see if it's some leg work I can put in on that effort. But like I said, I mean, I'm just right now. I really just been focused on maintaining. Right now, I'm good. I'm working, so I'm paying my bills, but I'm trying to put all my energy into this. And then it's like, okay, if I end up back in Kentucky, whatever, then I know, okay, cool. I can get with my lady. I'm gonna work. Then we're gonna have our savings that we're gonna build up for next year so that we can buy something, because that's the only thing I know. I don't know nothing else. Besides that, that's why when you asked me that, I'm like, it's so odd because I haven't been looking at nothing. Nothing, because I already knew what it was. Because of that everything else costs so much more.
If you do a couple wholesales, you get you 20, 30 bucks. Get your credit situation on point.
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't remember where I got stuck at when I first started doing it. It's this short, dark-skinned, bald head guy that I was following. I was following, on Instagram.
Short, dark-skinned, bald head guy.
Yeah, he got a show that he be doing on YouTube, and I was following him on Instagram. I want to say it was Mr. Flip It or something. I can't.
Mr. Flip It. Oh wow.
Porn.
I can't remember bro's name, but it kept getting to a point where it was like, yeah, man, I could tell you how to do it for $700. I'm like, bro, all right, whatever.
Yeah, that's how they go.
But it was one video that he did that was like really. He kind of did really like break it down and say what you needed to do. But like you say, bro, like if you want to show somebody how to drop an engine, you don't tell them how to do it. You know what I'm saying? You walk them through the process. Exactly. So you know what I'm saying? And so basically that's what they do. They know like I can get this information, but at the same time, you're going to need a mentor. So now, well, just pay for my mentorship.
Right.
Don't pay me for the information. Pay me for my time. Well, my time is worth money. And all that. I'm like, you know what? I get it. It's nothing I can say. I can't argue against you on that because I know that it's true. But at the same time, if you really want success for people like you say you do, it shouldn't even be that big of a deal. You can put something together. If somebody reach out to you that you could send to all of them if they wanted it to. I mean, the girls, there's some girls on OnlyFans whose subscriptions is $5 a month. So why y'all got to ask for thousands of dollars for everything? Why y'all can't ask for $5 a month like the OnlyFans girl?
Because they feel like they finna give you some game that's finna change your life. And especially dealing with real estate, I find things that's $100. I find things that's $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on what you're looking for. But it's so many different ways to make money in the real estate game right now, bro. It's crazy.
I'm gonna put it to you like this, man. If you willing to walk me through a transaction, bro, I got you on the bag.
Okay.
Seriously, because I just need one. That's all I need is just one to make a major correction for me, because I got my lady on board now with the truck thing. So I mean, that was the thing. You know what? That was the thing that was been holding me back, bro. Is that even after I fixed my credit and everything, they did not want to finance me a truck because I didn't have no work history. And I just thought like that is the dumbest thing in the world. I'm not even gonna have no job as soon as y'all finance this truck.
That's just it though, bro. So it's a couple different things you can do. So like, man, you can. So you got a LLC or a corporation?
Yeah, I got LLC.
Man, you can take that LLC, you can put yourself on the payroll, and then you can pay yourself for however many amounts of months you need to pay them, pay a little taxes on whatever that bread is, and then take them check stubs.
That is insane.
Yeah.
That is absolutely insane that I never thought about that.
Yes, sir. And it's legit.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You
I'm
ain't doing
embarrassed. I am going off cam right now. I can't believe that I never thought about that. Like it's like after you said the words, it's like you knew that, but I didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
But I'm just saying you can do
That's
that.
crazy.
They're straight. Yeah, they just want to know that you pay back the money, bro. That's all.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I'm like, man. At this point, you know, I ain't even willing to do as much traveling as I used to do. You know what I'm saying? So I had to try to find a whole nother market, which I was gonna try to get into the last mile and the pallet market.
Okay.
Because it's a decent market. You can eat on the delivering pallets and moving cars.
Okay.
And so I went through all that trouble getting my credit together, and it just no work history.
You know what else is a good market, bro?
What?
You can do local pickup and drop offs. Like I be having stuff I be needing. I be paying $150 to get it picked up and dropped off. It'd be 15, 20 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't have nothing big enough to put nothing on there, so forth and so on. You know, you do 3-4 of those a day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the last mile carrier service, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
Is that what that is? Okay,
yeah,
that's
last
the
mile carrier service.
To it.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yep. So it's a few of those because my whole thing was I wanted to be able to get something where my girl could start planning her retirement. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be able to get something that we could do and we could be able to move around because I'm going to beat this anxiety. I am going to be able to get on the plane again one of these days.
Okay.
And it needs to be actually in the next few months because we still got some plane tickets from September when I wasn't able to make that flight. You know what I'm saying? Because of my anxiety. So, you know what I'm saying? I want to be able to I want to go places, bro. I want to hang with my girl in LA, New York, Vegas, Miami, all these places I've never been. You know what I'm saying? And as much as being in an RV and hitting the road sound cool to me, I know them some long drives.
I feel you. But
and unless you got a couple couples with you probably don't want to do it.
Check this out though. So this is where we fail as a people at. If you already know what it is on the trucking side, you know what I'm saying? Like with whatever, you already know somebody will give you a truck. All you need to do is show that you got the funds, right?
I just got to show that I got the work history.
Well, I'm saying work history, whatever. They just want to make sure that you got the income coming in to be able to pay whatever it is. But as soon as you take possession of that truck, bro, you have the opportunity to lease that truck out or put somebody else in the motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's somebody in your position who can't get no truck but want to do the driving.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying?
I do.
So now you tell the motherfucker like, all right, well shit, you know, we do a 60-40 split, a 70-30 split, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, you drive the truck, I give you a percentage of whatever runs you make, we split it up, I do the maintenance on the truck, we walk the band. Now you ain't gotta go nowhere and you ain't making money in your sleep.
Facts, because that's what it's about. That is the end goal, ain't it?
You feel what I'm saying?
That is the end goal, bro.
Money in your sleep. But your asset is actually having possession of the truck. Because the truck is something that every Joe and Smoke can't necessarily go get.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Same thing with a two flat. Same thing with a multifamily unit. Same thing with a single family home. It's the same thing. It's just like when you own a house or you own an apartment building. Everybody can't go get no apartment building. So guess what you got to do? You got to come rent an apartment from me. You feel me? Just a
So
thought,
my
bro.
thing is, yeah, I'm glad you put that in there because I'm gonna chop this part up too and make this one of the clips I make, because a lot of people need to hear that, man. Like some people, we would be surprised how much information people really don't have.
Man, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like just the whole thing, what you just told me about using my business to pay myself, they never thought about that. Never crossed my mind, bro. You see what I'm saying? And I done had this business. I done had this company now for 5 years.
You ever seen my shop?
Which one?
The shop where I'm at.
That ain't the place where the Chinese people work, that is.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see.
What Chinese people?
Let me see, man. Hold on, bro.
I think it has people working for him, I thought, back in the day. And I didn't know it was his until I Googled it. I looked up the company. Archive duplication. It said Byron Walker. I said, this nigga here. He just didn't want me asking him for no money.
Yeah, you do this on. Oh, okay.
Yep.
They only let you do this on Safari. I'm trying to grab. I don't never use Safari on my phone.
You got an iPhone?
I do.
You know what? I knew it.
Man, shut up.
Larry Hoover is turning over in his cell right now. This man done left the Android. I'm not. I got look. I got a MacBook, but I'm sticking with my Android phone.
I was trying to see if I could hop on the podcast with my phone, but it ain't let me do it.
Yeah, it be saying Safari ain't got It be saying that on my computer when I be trying to go on.
Yeah.
But no, man, listen, everybody is getting into that business. Really, everybody trying to do the printing and print clothes and all this other stuff.
But that's why I said you got Duo.
Yeah, I got Duo.
Call me on Duo. Let me show you the shop.
Well, let me close out the show. I'm gonna call you as soon as I close out the show.
For sure.
All right, bro. All right, peoples, that was it, man, bro. We went for 5 hours, 40 minutes. Ooh. I'm finna have to start charging y'all for these shows. I'm gonna do $1 subscription every month. These shows be going so long. Anyway, this was a good one. We talked about a lot of stuff. We got all the topics out. The only one we missed was the one where the lady was asking the dude for money on the first date. But we could just bring that one back next week. Salute Kehoe, salute Ani, salute Bang, salute D. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this was a good one. I'm gonna chop this up, put some clips out there for my people on Instagram and Facebook. So y'all hold on. We coming. We be back next week with another one. Hopefully the boy MH should be back because I got to take him to task on this hypocrites in church joint. I got to bring that back up with him. We got to talk about that. But anyway, this Friday I will be doing another Full Transparency podcast. So that'll be going on. And I'm trying to get something going on for Sundays, man, for the younger people. But these people I know, they are some scary people. Oh no, I'm nervous about being on camera. But they ain't nervous in there with all them leggings on, booty everywhere. Anyway, I'm gonna get that Sunday podcast. You know, right now I'm calling it the Gumbo Podcast because I want to get everybody, white, Mexican, young, old, everybody's on that podcast. So we're gonna try to get that together. But for right now, Tuesdays, 9 p.m. You know what it is. I send you a little podcast. Fridays, 9 p.m. Full Transparency. And salute, man. See y'all next week. Peace.
So if you're focused on something, then you can take things into your own control. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not easy. Expect pain, expect anxiety, expect everything to go wrong, and just be cool. Breathe easy, and then just see it out. It's never going to happen the way you want it to happen, ever. And if it does, do not trust it. It's the devil. I should have to be nice to get somebody to give me something. If my product is good, no matter how I act, you will pay for it.